Hello, 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 everyone. I just cleaned my camera, and I hope you can see me and hear me. Can you please tell me if you can hear me, people? Just write on chat what do you see and what do you hear. I will wait for a few seconds if it's if it works well. Just let me know I can see and hear. Yeah, hi from Japan, hi from everyone. Can hear you, that's awesome. So, ladies and gentlemen, can believe that Global Summit for Flutter from Geekle is just started. We've been waiting for this, for a long time. And can you believe who we have here with us? I'm inviting here Anna. She's a community manager of Flutter. Can we? Yeah. Here's Anna. Hello,
Hi,
Anna. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm so excited. So excited. Look, you look gorgeous today. Wow.
Thank you.
Yeah. So here we
Let's think
go.
that I was sleeping.
Wow. But you are in Kiev, Ukraine. That's correct.
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
here.
And what time in Ukraine now?
So now it's 9 a.m. here,
9
and we're
a.m.
ready to start.
Yeah, so you have a morning, but can you believe it's 11 p.m. right now? I mean, it's near the midnight here in California, Silicon Valley, and I'm so happy that we have people from all over the world. So let's warm up. Let's get started. Let's get in touch. I just want to go through some, chat and to see where you like people from. Just write where you from, your city, your country, maybe even your room. It's also interesting. But if you are from bathroom, yeah, just skip it. Just write us the city and your country. Anyway, Anna, we've been waiting for this event for so long. Tell me, how long have you been working on this event?
And I was working exactly 4 months.
4
So
months.
it's exactly 4 months of preparation for Flutter Global Summit, and I'm really happy that it happens today.
Yeah, it is. And 4 months, team. Can you actually believe that 4 months, team of 5 people was working hard to create this beautiful event for Flutter community? And how many speakers you could source again?
Yeah, we could find 54 speakers that will give
54
speeches
speakers?
today or join us for panel discussions.
Like 54 speakers?
Yeah, it will be long 3 days with a lot of content, and I hope that you will enjoy it.
Wow, but how did you manage to find so many people? Like, how do you do this stuff?
Honestly, I was surprised. The Flutter community is so open, so warm, and ready to share really fantastic content, their work, their some codes, everything they were doing. They are ready to share, to give to everyone, just to learn, just to share, just to understand. So Flutter community is so open, so warm, so new, fresh, and ready to communicate.
Awesome.
It
That's
helped me so
awesome.
much.
I must admit, people, we have right now almost 20 different languages and different communities about programming languages. And when Anna was coming to me saying, hey, they respond, they involve, they are super hot. I felt like this is something, high energy and, super hot. And well, Anna, what numbers we have also? How many people you could attract to this event?
We could attract almost 7,000 people. We have
7,000.
7,000 registrations, yes. And I think that we will update full information after the event. So we will share all numbers with the audience. Yes, so that numbers, yeah, it's summer, it's time of vacation, but yeah. Even I was surprised, even for our event on LinkedIn, we have almost 4,000 participants. So it's something crazy. When I saw that numbers that were coming, I was just, it will be great.
That's absolutely, yeah. And let me read some people. Forgive me, please. I can't read all of these, comments are coming up on the chat, but I see it's 1 a.m. in Iowa. Hold on, people. 1 a.m. in Peru and 1 p.m. in Indonesia, Bangladesh, India, Japan, Croatia, like Silicon Valley. That's in your dream, Pavel. Okay, I see that. Yeah, Nepal. Yeah, lots of people from Nepal. Brazil, lots of cool developers in Brazil. Hello there, people. And what the time in Brazil right now? Can someone write on chat? Yeah.
So guys, and I want to mention that we are typing now from where are you, but also we have QR code that you can scan. Now we will show that QR code. So you can scan the QR code and you can just share your location. We will show the map with all your locations, where are you from, and we will show how many people we have from all over the world. And I hope it will be a great journey.
By the way,
I'll show this QR code several times, so.
Yeah, okay. By the way, Anna, did you ever had any experience in coding on Flutter or something? How did you talk with those people?
My first Zoom call that I had with speaker, I was completely honest and I told, I just check in Google what is Flutter, so I came to you, but I know how to do events. So, but after 4 months, I have installed Flutter SDK on my laptop. I know to do some basic steps, but I learned how to do it in between of preparation. I was trying to understand what is it, how to work, and to be on the same way with our speakers, because to evaluate and estimate and choose great topic to build agenda, I have to know what we are talking about. So I just didn't have any chance. Not to learn.
This lady didn't have to do that. Actually, she's a community manager. She has to communicate, to speak to people, to invite, and all this stuff. But this lady installed all these. She took classes on Flutter. Am I right, Anna?
Yeah, it was. Thanks, Udemy.
Yeah, that's great. By the way, this is the cross-platform development. Can you please people write on chat what device do you use? I use OnePlus. I always use Android. Do you use Android or iOS? Just write on chat. Just interesting. What do you guys use? Anyway, what should we mention? Yeah, about sponsors. People, we wouldn't survive if not sponsors and not those people who paid for paid tickets, because 95 or even 96% of people who attend our events is just free users, and this is our actually mission to deliver top content to all over the world, disregarding the country or how wealthy is a nation, but for every village developer in every village. And I'm absolutely thankful to those who spend even $1 to contribute to Geekle. Here in Silicon Valley, because I'm looking for investor here, because we scale up our project and we want to deliver more great content and more great products for education, for software developers, and free also. So yeah, if you know some great sponsor, just find me on LinkedIn or wherever and connect us. I'll be happy on that. But what sponsors we have today, Anna?
Yeah, we have 6 great sponsors that I'm so happy that they join us. And I also want to say thank you to our program committee members that helped me too much with understanding Flutter and to join the great speakers that we have today. And I think that it's time to start and ask to our stage our first moderator, Mahtab.
Yeah, let's welcome Mahtab. Hello.
Hi. Hello, everyone. Hi,
Hey,
good morning,
nice
good
to see
afternoon,
you.
good day. Yeah, hi.
I'm doing good, doing great, feeling so emotional, feeling that energy, that like hot community all together. Like I see, on our platform, I see almost more than 1,000 people connected today. So
Wow.
yeah, and people still writing iPhones, Samsung, and Samsung Galaxy and OnePlus. I see. So yeah, how are you today? Tell us more.
I'm doing great. I'm feeling
Wow.
great, excited, happy to be here. I'm honored. Yeah, everything gonna be, I think, great. It's gonna be have great speakers. I know that the 3 of them which I will introduce, they're gonna be amazing, and I think it's gonna be really valuable for our audience.
Oh, that's great. And where are you from? Where are you right now?
I'm originally from Iran, but I'm living in Germany.
Germany. What city?
In Karlsruhe.
Karlsruhe.
It's near to Frankfurt, probably. It's more famous.
Let's say just near the Frankfurt. And what time is near the Frankfurt right now?
It's 8 o'clock, 10 past 8.
Oh, that's probably sunny morning there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have a night there. Yeah, I'm jealous. Anyway,
yeah,
the force is yours. I mean, just wishing you good luck, and let's get straight to the point. No more chatting, and let's deliver what we prepared and we was expecting for.
Thank you very much. If it's fine, I will introduce myself briefly for our audience as well.
But I'm leaving. Yeah, have a nice time, people. Nice to meet you all. Bye bye.
Thank you. See you. So I will start. My name is Mahtab Tadayon. I'm a Google developer expert for Flutter and Dart. And I'm also a content creator on our YouTube channel, which is Flutter Explained. Beside of all this, I'm also a Flutter developer and MediaMarkt Saturn. MediaMarkt Saturn is one of the biggest electronic retailer in Germany and also in Europe. And maybe, Anna, I have a good news for our audience, which is going to be if anyone is looking for a junior or senior position as a Flutter developer, we are hiring currently junior and also senior developer. So guys, check it out. And if you're interested, apply for it. You're going to be in an amazing team with me and my colleagues.
Okay, I think it's time to ask to our stage our first speaker.
Yeah, for sure. So I will give you a short introduction. During the next 2 hours, we will speak with Faisal a bit, with Tamon Okamoto, and Viktor Lidholt. We will dive into basic information about Flutter. And now let's meet Faisal a bit. Let's welcome him to the stage.
Hello.
Hello, Faisal. How are you doing?
Good. How are you, Mahtab?
Good. I hope that I pronounced your name correctly.
You pronounced it correct.
Yeah, perfect. Amazing. So, Faisal is a CTO at Bootstrap. He applies technologies to all facets of life and finds problems which are worth to solve. He's a Google developer expert for Flutter and Dart. And he will tell us why you should care about Flutter. We will go over the history of Flutter, why it exists, why you should care about it, and why you should learn the fundamentals so you can venture out and build your first Flutter application. Am I correct, Faisal?
Exactly.
Did I miss something? Do you want to add something?
Not at all. It's good.
Perfect.
Cool.
So, Faisal, I will leave you alone. Stage is all yours. Take it over and tell us all your great presentation.
Thank you. Let me just share my screen here. All right. So here we go. Hi, everyone. I'm Faisal. So we're going to be talking about why you should care about Flutter. And this is actually good because I was reading as the intro was happening, a lot of people were asking, how do I get started in Flutter? So I'm happy that this is the first talk that you're attending, because throughout the next 3 days that Geekle has produced, I've seen the talks. They're amazing. So this is going to be a great conference. And so this talk will help you get started in Flutter. And then the rest of the talks are going to just be all about learning all the new things in Flutter. So why should you care about Flutter? We keep hearing it. You woke up or, it's nighttime where you are. It's like 2 a.m. where I am in Toronto, Canada. So why should you care about Flutter? Why are we here? And to think about why we should care about Flutter, I think we should look at why Flutter exists and the secret story behind it. Not a lot of people know about this story, so I'll tell you the story. And I know the story about why Flutter exists primarily because many, many years ago, even before Flutter existed, I was a Dart Google developer expert, which just means that I was going out and talking about Dart, building projects in Dart. And I had realized that Dart is a really great language. It's great for backend. It's great for front-end development. And I was also a mobile developer. I was doing a lot of mobile development. And I always wished I could just use Dart on Android. And so this was before Kotlin even existed. Kotlin is how you develop Android apps now. Before it used to be Java. You can still use Java, but Kotlin is the preferred way. And so before even Kotlin came out for Android, I thought the Google team is going to one day announce Dart for Android development. And so going back many, many years ago, probably, I think it's been like, I don't know, with this pandemic, everything feels like 1 year, but it's probably been like 6 years now. Going back, I was in California. We were at a conference. It was a Google Dart conference. And there was probably like 30 people. So Dart wasn't as popular as it is now. Like this conference has 7,000 people signed up. 6 years ago or 7 years ago, a Dart conference only had like 30, 40 people. So we were a small community of people. And so what happened was Eric Seidel got on the stage. And he said, we're talking about mobile. And I got very excited. And I was like, great. I knew they were going to announce Android for Flutter. Dart for Android. But instead, he announced something called Sky, which eventually became Flutter. And I was confused at first. And I said, well, what's the purpose of Flutter, right? We already have React Native. We already have Cordova and PhoneGap. Like, where does Flutter fit in? Because to me, Dart so far was a web language, right? So I said, okay, well, are we just doing another Cordova where we write some Dart, it compiles to JavaScript, and then the JavaScript runs on your phone, right? Like Ionic or all these other frameworks. But what the Flutter team started to talk about was something very interesting. They said, internally, they have a problem. Google has so many different apps that they're constantly building apps over and over again, right? So if a company, if a team is building an Android app, they're rebuilding that same app in iOS because they need to get it out. And they started to see a problem with the current landscape of tools. You have React Native, and you have Cordova, PhoneGap, and then you have Xamarin. And each one of these has something that Google didn't like. With React Native, the problem is you write a lot of JavaScript, which fine, JavaScript, TypeScript, great language. But you write a lot of JavaScript or TypeScript, and you push it to the phone, and then the phone is looking at all the JavaScript, TypeScript, and adding Android or iOS widgets to the screen. Right? In the case of Cordova or PhoneGap, it's just HTML that's highly optimized. So Google said, well, let's take a look back. Let's step back and think about what the right way to build this is. And so you need two things. You need a language and you need a framework. the framework is very interesting. They decided to take Chrome, a browser that runs everywhere, and get rid of all the HTML, JavaScript, CSS, get rid of all that. We don't need it. But they kept the rendering engine. And the rendering engine is powerful. Right now, you're watching me through most likely Chrome or Safari, but the rendering engine is the Skia rendering engine that mostly all browsers use. And so if it can render me all the way in Toronto to where you are in hopefully HD quality if you have a good network, then think about what it can do with just a simple mobile app, right? Mobile apps don't need to be streamed from the web. They just need to run at 60 frames per second on your phone or 120 frames per second on newer phones. And so they said, great, we have a rendering engine now, but now we need a language. And so the Sky team started to look for a language. And they went to each team at Google and they said, what language do you use and why do you use it? And they found a team which is responsible for most of Google's revenue, Google Ads. And they asked the Google Ads team, hey, Google Ads team, what language are you using? And the Google Ads team said, well, we're using Dart. And they said, interesting, why are you using Dart? We keep hearing Dart in a lot of different other places at Google. Why are you, the product that's responsible for all our revenue, why are you using Dart? And they started to explain to them that Dart as a language is so well designed that they have charts and graphs to prove they write less bugs, they write code faster, and they're more efficient. So after doing a lot of analysis of data, the team said, great, we're going to now use Dart to write stuff to this rendering engine. And that really is the birth of Flutter. They said, we're going to take a language called Dart, and we're going to draw pixels on a screen like Unity. If you've ever used Unity before, or if you've ever played any games before on your mobile, it's using Unity. The game developer is not writing a game for iOS, Android, Xbox. They're writing it in something called Unity. Unity has a rendering engine that runs on Xbox, iPhone, Android, and the code just draws the pixels on the screen very, very fast at 60 frames, 120 frames. Flutter is exactly the same. You write Dart code, and if you've ever done Java or JavaScript, you already know Dart. Like 99% of it, you already know, right? Maybe 90% of it, you already know. And so you can start writing Dart code, and on iOS, it's going to go, hey, I'm on iOS right now, and it's going to say, hey, please draw me a button. And the rendering engine will draw a material design button, a Cupertino button, a material 2.0 or U button. It will do that for you as soon as you write some Dart code. So that's really why Flutter exists. It's to solve the problem of having the same application run on multiple platforms, looking exactly the same at a very high performance. And that's the secret story. And so Dart, like I said, is you already know Dart. It's a very simple language, but it's very powerful. When I say simple, it's just like JavaScript or Java in the sense that it's an object-oriented programming language. The syntax is not foreign. And so I'm going to start showing you examples of how the syntax looks here, right? I'm just making sure there's no no issues with the stream. So if I open up the code here, let's ignore this for now. I'm going to write some live code for everyone. So I'm going to say Geekle.dart. Okay. So check this out. I'm going to write a class called conference. So I'm going to say class conference, right? Everyone who has ever done programming knows exactly what I wrote, right? This isn't a foreign syntax. Everyone knows what's going on. I'm going to write a constructor, right? Everyone, again, knows what a constructor is. If you've done any object-oriented programming, you already know this. I'm going to add a function called start, right? And the start function is going to return 2 a.m., for example. I don't know, right? You know what's happening here. There's a function called start, and it's returning a string. And so Dart is very simple and easy to start with. There's a lot of interesting things in Dart, but you don't need to know them to learn them, to start using it, right? There's a lot of languages out there which are very powerful, like Rust or Haskell, but you need to know a lot of the language to even begin using it. With Dart, you don't need to. And so that's why Google chose Dart for Flutter, because it's a lot easier to just get started. But then once you master it, your applications go like from 10 out of 10 to like 20 out of 10, right? So they go next level. Someone asked a question. Yeah. Okay, so look at that. Now, next, we're going to talk about Flutter multi-platform. And this is where we're getting to the more crux of the matter here. So now we have this rendering engine that runs everywhere. It goes on Android. It goes on iOS. And so that's what it was for the past, say, 2 years, 3 years that Flutter's been around, right? Android and iOS. And what Google recently announced is, hey, that same code that you're running on Android and iOS, you can now run on web and Mac. So let me show you what that actually means. Okay, we're going to do more live coding here. So I'm going to get rid of this Geekle class. I don't want anything breaking in my compilation. Okay. So someone's asking a question, why Android Studio? Why not VS Code? I will answer that question right after this. So here I have 3 targets. I have a simple code here. I can run this on iPhone, I can run this on my Mac, or I can run this on web. So let's run this on iPhone first. I'm going to hit play, and here's iPhone. But while it's running on iPhone, you know what I'll do? I will also run this on Mac. There we go. So if you look at the bottom here, it's taking that Dart code, and it's telling Xcode, which builds iPhone and Mac applications, hey, deploy this code. And then there's no more magic. Xcode is going to treat it like a Mac app, and it's going to treat it like an iOS app, and it's going to do what it needs to do. Here, I have a Flutter app running as a Mac app, right? This is a Mac app. You can publish this to the App Store, Mac App Store. You can give it to your friend. You can put it on a website, and you can tell people to download it. I don't know Mac OS programming, but I have built a Mac OS app, right? And then the same thing is happening on iOS. The first time you deploy an iOS app, it usually takes like a minute or two, probably less. And then after that, there's a feature called Hot Reload, which kicks in, and I'll talk about that. But take a look at this. The same application running both ways, right? And one of the key selling points of Flutter is Hot Reload. So take a look at this. Right? As I'm developing my application, my designer can come to me, and my designer can say, you know what, Basil, I don't like this blue. Can you change it to red? I can say, sure. And you might think, well, we're going to have to wait again another minute for the entire application to build. That's not the case. I hit save, it converts it to red right away. I can go to my Mac app. I just have to change my target here. And then I can hit save here, and my Mac app failed. Demo failed, demo failed. There we go, right? It becomes red there right away. So it's very instant that things change on Flutter, and that's called Hot Reload. And so let me show you what you can do with Hot Reload and how portable the code is. So I wrote some code here. Let me find it here. Whoops. Where was it? I wrote this untitled. Okay, a code is missing, but I'll just go find it again. So I'm going to go relative layout Flutter. This is a question my friend asked. So see this UI? This UI, we're going to take this UI and we're going to run it in Android. We're going to run it in Mac and iOS and even web. So I'm going to copy this code. This code is a bit old, so we're going to have to make some subtle changes to it, but that's not a problem. I'm going to paste it here. Ignore what I'm doing right now. This is just, you won't have to run into this because this is just really, really old code. This is like from 4 years ago. So I'm just quickly adding stuff that I need to, because the language has slightly changed where it's now more safe. You won't introduce nulls. It's called Null Safety, and you'll learn about that in the next talk, actually. I believe it's the next one. But I'm just gonna quickly make this code so it compiles. We're just adding some modifiers. And then we're gonna say likes 32. 1 second. Likes 12, and lastly, likes 12. Okay. Now that everything's happened, let's go back. Take a look at this. The code that I took, that's still like what, 5 years ago. All I had to do was just update some of the null pointer stuff. But here it is. Here's my entire app running on Mac, right? And you might notice I didn't even refresh the page or anything. It's just running, right? So that's hot reload in action. I can, I can scroll it. If I make this screen small, I can scroll the entire app here. So it just works. That's the beauty of Flutter. Now, I can go to iOS, and I can tell iOS too, hey, run my app. There we go. The same app, the same code, it's running on Mac and iOS. Now, I'll do something crazy. I'll run it on web. I don't know if it's going to work because the code is a bit old. Actually, it will work. I just don't know if it's going to work because I haven't done this during the demo. But the code is the same. It's going to work absolutely everywhere. So let's give it a second. It's going to compile for Chrome. And so what is it doing on Chrome? There's two things it's doing. One, it has a rendering engine built in. There we go, right? So now we have 3 applications written with the same code base, right? I didn't make a change. You saw that. I'm doing this all in real time. That's why things are a bit hectic. But here we go. Web, Mac, iOS. I'm not going to turn on Android because my laptop will probably blow up and Gradle will take like decades to build. But I can actually get this running on Android too. And as I'm building this, it's working on all 3. Now think about if you getting started as a developer, as an entrepreneur, right? You want to build an application that your friends use. And as Ed asked at the start of the conference, some people had Android, some people had iOS. Do you want to spend 6 months learning Android and then building an Android app? Learning iOS, building an iOS app? And then what about bugs? There's a bug on iOS, you got to fix that. There's another bug on Android, you have to fix that. With Flutter, one code base, one set of bugs. If there's a bug on iOS, there's a bug on Android, right? You fix it once, it fixes it for everyone. And so Flutter just makes sense as a junior developer that you're getting started in development. It makes sense as a senior developer because you want to think about, I want my team to move fast. Should I use Flutter or should I use another technology? And Flutter always makes sense. So let's jump back to the slides. I'll also, okay. So here, plugins and more, right? So great. Flutter is awesome. I can get stuff running on Android, iOS, Mac, web, absolutely everywhere. But what about if I want more features, right? Because Flutter doesn't come with everything out of the box. You might have heard, well, Flutter doesn't support GPS. Flutter doesn't support Google Maps, blah, blah, blah. It's true. Flutter out of the box, right now, those apps that I built, they don't support GPS. I have to go and add a plugin for GPS, right? This is just like if you've done Node.js development. NPM exists. You go, Node doesn't support anything out of the box. You have to go to NPM, download a package. You got to do the same thing for Flutter. And the way you do that is you go to a website called pub. And so you go to pub.dev, and for example, you can say GPS. And now, here's my GPS. I can click on the geolocator plugin, and it tells me this is how you use the geolocator plugin. I can copy and paste this code. I can run it, and I'll get GPS functionality in my app. If I want, say, Google Maps, search that, copy it, paste it into my application, and Google Maps now works, right? So Pub in 2021 is probably the best time to be a Flutter developer because Pub supports everything. There's been tons and tons of years of developers writing packages for Pub. So if you think of something, it will probably be there. Like if, let's look at fingerprint. Does it support fingerprint sensor, right? Fingerprint. Local auth. It supports local authentication via fingerprint, touch ID, face ID, passcode, PIN. Anything you can think of, Pub will have it. And by chance, if it doesn't, you can build your own plugin and push it to Pub so other people can use it. So it's always an option there. Lastly, because I'm getting just about to hit my time, technology and partnerships. This is also big. You hear a lot of developers kind of not choose a technology because they go, well, it doesn't seem like anyone is using certain technology. It looks cool, but who's using it, right? Well, Flutter is being used by a lot of companies. If you go to flutter.dev, which is the main website, which is where you can download stuff, you can actually see, click on Showcase, you can actually see who's using it. BMW, Nubank, Tencent, WeChat, right? If WeChat can use Flutter, your application can use Flutter. Google Assistant uses Flutter. The UI is built in Flutter. Square is using Flutter, right? You look at all these companies here, Groupon, Tencent, Square, eBay, BMW, Capital One. They're all using Flutter in one way or another. Some companies are using it for their main apps. Some companies are using it for secondary apps. But they're all investing a lot of money and time and engineering talent into Flutter because they all see the obvious case. If we can get, instead of 20 developers working on Android and 20 working on iOS, if we can get 40 developers working on one code base, our application will move twice as fast. We can have 2 times more features. Rather than having the same feature being built twice, we can have 2 features being built, right? Everything moves faster. And so with that, I'm going to read some questions and we can have a discussion till my time is up. So I'm going to go back. I'm going to stop sharing my screen here. And let's see. Someone asked, why am I using Android Studio and why not VS Code? I'm just used to IntelliJ because I use IntelliJ for Rust. I use it for Node.js. I use it for, Flutter as well. I use it for like database development and C# sometimes. And so I kind of like having everything all in one. VS Code is really good. You can use VS Code, no problem. You can use Vim if you want. You can use Notepad. Flutter works absolutely everywhere, right? You don't have to worry about which editor. Can I get into Google Summer of Code using Flutter? I don't know, probably. I don't know much about Google Summer of Code. Any other questions? How efficient is it to use Flutter for web? Good question. I would use Flutter for web if you are building web portals, web applications. Like, for example, if you're building Google Ads, right? Google AdWords. If you go to ads.google.com, you'll see it's a complicated web app. Lots of different features. I would use Flutter Web for that. I would not use Flutter Web for a simple website. I wouldn't use it for something that involves a lot of SEO, right? Like a landing page. Don't use Flutter Web for that. If you're building like StreamYard, I would say definitely use Flutter for it, right? Because there's so many things happening. You have live chat going. You have a bunch of options. You have 2 videos. Use Flutter for that because anything that requires a lot of manipulation, a lot of things happening on the screen, Flutter for web is great for that. What's the learning curve for Flutter? I mean, it depends. Most people pick it up within a couple of weeks. How long did it take you, Mahtab, to pick up Flutter?
It's a good question. I think around 2 months.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I started actually with the Udemy course, and it took me 2 months, and afterwards.
Yeah. Like the thing I would recommend is you don't just read something on the screen or watch my presentation or watch these presentations and then just pretend that you know Flutter. The best way to learn Flutter is just constantly building an application and getting stuck. If you're getting stuck, you're doing the right things. If you're not getting stuck, then something's wrong, right? You have to get stuck and you have to Google it, find it on Stack Overflow or Google Issues or something, and then come back and then unstuck yourself. And the more times you do that, the better of a developer you'll be, not just for Flutter, for anything else.
Absolutely right. Faisal, thank you very much for your presentation. I think if anyone has any doubt about starting with Flutter or learning about Flutter, you helped them a lot with your amazing presentation. I will announce our next speaker, if it's fine with you, Faisal.
Yes. Thanks, everyone. Take care.
Perfect. Thank you. See you soon. All right, guys. Let's see. Our next speaker is Tamon Okamoto. I will welcome him to stage. Hey, Tamon.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect. So, Tamon, I hope that I pronounced your name correctly. Is it right?
Yeah, almost correct. Tamon. My name is Tamon Okamoto. Nice to meet you.
Okay.
So,
oh, sorry for that. So,
no problem.
Perfect. Tamon is a UX UI engineer and Automoto Corporation. As a software engineer, he is responsible for the development of in-vehicle software. In this session, he will explain us why he chose to work as a Flutter engineer at Toyota and why Flutter is the best for front-end developer in 2021. Did I miss something, Tamon?
No, everything is correct.
Perfect. So I will give you the stage. The stage is all yours, and have fun.
Okay.
Here we go, your presentation.
Okay. Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Tamon from Tokyo, Japan. Today I'd like to talk with the title with Flutter 2.0, actually Flutter 2.2 as of today for every front-end engineer. All right, let's get started. Before the main topics, let me introduce myself. I'm Tamon, and I live in Tokyo, Japan, and I'm a Master of Science Chemistry. I love jazz music, and I love this new bicycle. I worked as a software engineer for more than 2 years. This January, I started working for Toyota Motor Corporation as an in-vehicle software engineer. I'm in charge of Flutter development for a new vehicle information system. I'm going to talk about my current job too today. My former company is Rakuten, which is one of the biggest Japanese e-commerce companies. I developed a web service for booking golf courses as a web application engineer for almost 2 years. And I mainly use JavaScript frameworks such as Vue.js and Nuxt.js, as you may know, for front-end development. And I learned so many things such as web development basics from people at Rakuten. And then I started working as a Flutter engineer this year. Also, feel free to contact me on LinkedIn. But one guy asked me on LinkedIn, like, hey, Tamon, could you fix my Toyota's car? Because on LinkedIn it says I'm an employee of Toyota, so I'm not sure about car repairing or manufacturing. So please contact your local car dealer in this case. All right, just kidding. So let's thank you for your time today. These are today's topics. I will explain about Flutter for those who are not familiar with Flutter. After that, I will talk about front-end development as far as I know, and then introduce how I chose my current job at Toyota. After that, I show a demo application which tests Flutter's application performance. Okay, let's get started. So first, what is Flutter? Flutter is an open source UI software development kit created by Google. It is used to develop cross-platform applications for mobile, desktop, web, and embedded software from a single code base. We use the programming language Dart for coding Flutter apps. Dart supports static type programming and sound Null Safety. One of the best features of Dart is hot reload, I think. By hot reloading, developers can quickly debug applications. And also, growing widget library is very attractive, and there are lots of official documentation and videos about it. As of today, Flutter 2.2 supports Windows, macOS, and Linux application development as the beta channel. That supports sound Null Safety as default, and we can develop null safe code. Stable foreign function interfaces known as FFI boost embedded system development, such as in-vehicle infotainment. Google reported many companies already started using Flutter for commercial use, and Toyota is also officially announced that we are going to use Flutter for next generation infotainment systems. Next, I explain why Flutter is good for front-end developers. Until last year, I worked for an e-commerce company as a web front-end engineer. As you might know, web front engineers use mainly JavaScript frameworks such as React, Vue, Angular, and maybe Svelte for web development as the default standards. I also use JavaScript with Vue.js for replacing legacy UI code, which is more than maybe 10 years old, with a single-page application. In my opinion, JavaScript and Vue.js is very easy to start coding for junior developers because we don't have to care about static types and class-style component. Of course, Vue also has the option to use a class-style component. With Vue.js, you declaratively render data to the DOM using straightforward template syntax based on HTML. On the other hand, I sometimes caused bugs related to type error on production. This uncaught type error is one of the most familiar errors for every web front-end engineer, I guess. In this case, I'm going to access property foo of the parameter message, but it does not have the params. And it shows no error on this case Visual Studio Code, and finally, I know it is not correct on browser console. Same things would happen on production. I wonder if there are good ways to solve this problem before releasing it on production, and one of them is using TypeScript. TypeScript is a superset of JavaScript, and one of the good features of it is supporting static typing. When coding with TypeScript, it shows error on editor before transpiling it to JavaScript, so that we can fix them when developing and reduce errors on production. In this case, I'm using Visual Studio Code and Virtual, which is packaged for development with Vue.js. And thanks to TypeScript, I can notice the parameter message does not have property foo when developing code. That is also one of the alternative languages of JavaScript. It does away with JavaScript's prototype inheritance system in favor of more traditional object-oriented approach that will be familiar to anyone who has worked with Java or C++. That supports type inference, so it's not necessary to include type boilerplate every time you declare a variable or a function. Perhaps the most exciting feature of that is its availability beyond web development. That code can be transpiled into JavaScript for running in the browser, but it can also be used for standalone applications and server-side development. When you think about productivity of development, one of the good ways is using a single source code framework. Especially if your service needs to offer both web and mobile products, it needs a big effort to maintain both codes. In my experience, my former team has both web front-end engineering team and mobile development team, and it had trouble developing code in-house completely because of lack of full-time employees, so that we outsourced mobile development. The outsourcing of development causes issues such as difficulty of effective communication and lack of understanding the scope of the project. Using a cross-platform framework is a very simple solution for these issues. If you use React, you can start using React Native for mobile development easily, and Flutter is also a good choice. Despite being released later than React Native, Flutter stands out even more than React Native. Luckily, we JavaScript developers can also shift to Flutter developer because that syntax is very similar to JavaScript. In addition to that, another merit of using not React Native but Flutter for especially automotive industry is that we, web developer, can easily start embedded system development because it supports development on Linux officially by Google, and there is an active community. So what brought me to the Flutter job at Toyota? As you know, very powerful virus has spread since last year, and many people around the world have been troubled. Even in Tokyo, the situation of virus infection has not improved yet. Last year, while working from home, I began to wonder if there was a way to contribute to the happiness of more people as a software engineer. And one day, a recruiter from Toyota told me that they were going to use Dart for UI development, and also they were hiring in-house front-end engineers. I had not thought about software engineer position at automotive company, so that I searched about Toyota on Google, and I found that Toyota's mission is producing happiness for all, and it is going to change the automotive industry to software-first company industry. And 2020 is also an important year for Toyota. At CES 2020, held in Las Vegas in January 2020, we announced the outline of the urban city, the smart city project, to the world. I decided to join Toyota finally because I thought that I could make more people happy with technology. Finally, I joined Toyota. I am engaged in digital cockpit development at Toyota's Otemachi office. In my case, over 90% work from home, but this office where you can focus on software development with experienced researchers and developers is very attractive. In the in-house software production project, we are working closely with engineers from a subsidiary in North America, which is also very attractive. So next is Flutter case study in Toyota. We use Flutter for developing both in-vehicle infotainment, such as Meta, navigation, and voice agent, and also instrument cluster, such as Meta. We need to get user feedback and improve fast to provide a better user experience. To make it happen, we are trying to develop software in-house that was previously outsourced by the waterfall method. We form a Scrum team for each function or feature and develop software in Agile methodology. Why did Toyota choose Flutter for UI development? Our main requirements for the framework, which is used for embedded systems development, are as written here. First, we need large community for framework. One of the problems with in-vehicle software development so far has been that the engineering community is very small and only a limited number of people can develop it. In my case, when I was looking for a job as a new graduate, I never thought about the position to develop in-vehicle device software, so I just focused on the position of IT companies. Flutter is a game changer. As a cross-platform tool, Flutter breaks the line between IT companies and automotive companies and solves this problem. One of the great things about cross-platform in the automotive company is that they sometimes need to develop both smartphone apps and in-vehicle software, and Flutter makes the development very easy. When talking about UI development of vehicle infotainment, some of you may know Qt is one of the options. With Qt, you develop desktop, embedded, and mobile applications. I don't really know how Qt works, but I can say things that made me not a Qt developer, but a Flutter developer. The most important difference between Flutter and Qt is the size of the developers community. Flutter is still a baby, but it is growing so fast. Many companies are now starting to adopt Flutter for commercial purposes easily because it is open source and its community continues to grow. In fact, BMW is already developing smartphone applications on Flutter. Thanks to the large community, for example, recently many Flutter packages were quickly fixed to Null Safety code when Null Safety began to be officially supported. On the other hand, Qt is not open source so that we cannot write easily, and as a company, it is necessary to purchase a license to use it for commercial purposes. It's only natural that the community does not grow so much. Now, in-vehicle device software is also required to have smooth movements, like when touching a mobile application on a smartphone. Flutter will realize it by its high-performance rendering engine. So, one common case of bad user experience is like crashing or freeze applications. When talking about in-vehicle infotainment, it is a much more serious issue. If in-vehicle navigation or meta is stopped, you can easily guess what will happen. So quality of in-vehicle software interface is very important. Many of the mobile devices currently in widespread use are designed to update the screen at 60 FPS, which means that the application process should be executed within about 16 milliseconds. If it exceeds this time range, the response to the operation will be delayed and the usability will be reduced. We need to prevent these major causes of screen drawing delays, such as unnecessary rebuild of widgets and heavy animation. Especially in vehicle UI development, managing heavy tasks in the background is a very important topic because we need to process large amounts of data such as vehicle speed information. Now I will briefly explain how to do heavy processing with Flutter application using a sample app. Let me explain Flutter Engine first. Flutter Engine requires 4 task runners. Platform task runner is a so-called main thread that handles user operations and native messages and passes them to and from other task runners. UI task runner is the thread where that code runs, which is in charge of generating layer trees to be passed to the GPU task runner. GPU task runner is a thread related to GPU processing. In other words, a thread related to the process of finally drawing UI using GPU with OpenGL using Skia library. Skia is an open source two-dimensional graphics library written in C++. Dart is a single-thread programming language. An ithread is what all Dart code runs in. It's like a little space on the machine with a single thread running an event loop. Normally, only main ithread process events accumulated in the queue. Therefore, if the processing time of an event is long, the subsequent accumulated events will not be processed at all during that time. Since it is a single thread, all processing, including UI updates, will be clogged up. In other programming language like C++, you can have multiple threads sharing the same memory and running whatever code you want. On the other hand, in Dart, each thread is in its own ithread with its own memory, and the thread just processes events. Many Dart apps run all their code in a single ithread, but you can have more than one if you need it. So you can use the function ithread.span for having a new ithread, though it needs many lines, code lines, and is a little complicated. So compute function is a very simple way to create a new ithread. It is a function which spans the ithread function. The new ithread gets its own event loop and its own memory. Now I prepared a simple Flutter app which compares whether using multiple ithreads or not. Like this. It keeps visualizing progress cycle, and it starts a heavy task like this by clicking those buttons. Heavy task has a simple calculation which loops a specified number of times. By tapping the top button, starts a heavy task with just one ithread, and the bottom one creates a new ithread. Then it starts a heavy task. You can try it by downloading on GitHub my account, like Tamon 0417, my birthday, and Flutter Global Summit demo. Now I prepared two patterns. The first one is 10 to the 7th power, like this, as an argument, and the second one is 10 to the 9th power. So let's take a look at the videos. This one is 10 to the 7th power. Like this, when clicking, the circular has no problem. No matter how many times you execute the heavy task function, it's okay. And the second one, on the other hand, like it freezes for a while every time it executes the heavy task function. So let's take a look into the second one's timeline events by Dart DevTools with Visual Studio Code. The performance view offers timing and performance information for activity in your application. Let me briefly introduce this chart. The US thread executes Dart code in the Dart VM, as I mentioned before. The raster thread, which is previously known as the GPU thread, executes graphics code from the Flutter engine. And this thread takes the layer tree and displays it by talking to the GPU. You cannot directly access the raster thread or its data, but if this thread is slow, it's a result of something you've done in Dart code. Skia, the graphic library, runs on this thread. In this case, the task is too heavy that it costs much time to finish the execution as your thread. During that time, the layer tree was not passed to the last thread and its drawing stopped. You can confirm it by the word frame request pending. The total time which this heavy task took to finish was almost 2 seconds. That is such a heavy task. Next, let's use the compute function, as I mentioned before, for doing the same heavy task with argument 10 to the 9th power. So surprisingly, circular is very smooth, and the UI does not stop no matter how many times you run the heavy task. So the total time is not so different from the one by only the main isolate, like 2 seconds. The switching cost of isolate is just 3.1 milliseconds, and it's a very small number compared to the total time. I think it is very meaningful to use 2 isolates in this case. Next, let's run more than 10 heavy tasks in quick succession like this. When tapping the button, new isolates are created immediately. This is very similar to the case when an automotive needs to handle many heavy tasks at the same time. Yeah, even though it keeps adding isolate with the compute function, the circular often stops drawing like this. And here are the performance and timeline events when executing 10 heavy tasks at once. A frame is considered to be chunky with a rate overlay if it takes more than 16 milliseconds to complete. As you can see, when creating too many isolates at the same time, it shows junk and the UI drawing becomes very slow. In this case, we can say it is not a good idea to just generate new isolates for each heavy task. Now we understand we need to use new isolates moderately. When should you use multiple isolates? First, we need to care about the switching cost of isolates. In this case, it is around less than 5 milliseconds, which actually depends on the volume of data. If your task can be finished within less than 10 milliseconds, I think the ratio of switching cost to overall cost will be large, and it's better to do it only by main thread unless the UI freezed. Additionally, we should monitor applications performance on production. And the Dart DevTools are near for only debugging applications locally, but it's more practical to measure production code performance. And creating too many isolates is also not a good idea. It will cause a delay in your drawing, so you should carefully consider the number of isolates while consulting with the budget that can be spent on your machine. So conclusion, I think Flutter makes both users and engineers happy. Toyota's mission is to make people happy, as I mentioned before. And I also feel that Toyota is going to make the developer and developer community happy by using Flutter for commercial purposes. So what do you think of happiness for engineers? In my opinion, I feel happy when I learn new technologies and apply them to products. I also make it important to provide real value to people, especially when many people are in trouble in this pandemic situation. When talking about work, I think that how you can continue to increase productivity will lead to happiness. I hope Flutter and its community will continue to produce products that are easier to use and more valuable for the future. So thank you again for listening. Please feel free to contact me via LinkedIn, and please visit Japan after this pandemic situation is finished. And please stay safe and have a good day. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Tamon, for your great presentation and all the insights about Toyota. That was great. We will have a Q&A session. Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for having you. And we'll have a Q&A session later on where we go through all the questions from our audience and we'll answer them.
Okay.
All right. And now I would say it's time to bring our next speakers. See you later then, Tamon. So great. Now it's time, guys, for bringing the next great speakers to the stage. It's time to welcome Viktor Lidholt. Let me add him. Hey, Viktor.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good, great. How are you doing?
I am doing very well, thank you.
Amazing. So let me give a short introduction about you to our audience. Viktor has a master in computer science and has more than 20 years industry experience. He has a solid background in software engineering. Before he started his own venture, he worked at Google's Flutter team in Silicon Valley. He has held talks and taught guest lectures on programming, app creation, and computer graphics at international conferences and universities such as MIT. Is it correct, Viktor?
That is correct, yeah.
Did I miss something that you would like to add?
No, and if you did, I'm sure I'm going to add it to my presentation too. So.
All right, it's amazing. So, Viktor, stage is all yours. I will leave you alone, and I will bring up also your presentation.
All right, awesome. So, I'm going to talk about the dark side of Flutter. Every Flutter app, it's really nice to write the app in Flutter, but you also need a backend. And that can be less of a fun experience and more of a dark side. So today I'm going to talk a little bit more how we can make that actually a fun side of Flutter. So I already got a presentation there, but I got a master in computer science. I worked as a game developer for many, many years. And that also took me to Silicon Valley, where I eventually ended up on the Flutter team at Google. For the past 5 years, I ran my own startup, which is a news tech company called NewsVoice. And that's really where this story begins. So NewsVoice is a crowdsourced news app. So it's a little bit like Wikipedia, but for news. And it shows multiple perspectives on every story. A fun fact, though, is that NewsVoice was the very first app released with Flutter way back before Flutter was even released, and only was available on GitHub. While writing NewsVoice, doing the app was a really nice experience, but doing the backend was more of a pain. In NewsVoice, you use a lot of AI and text analysis. So for that reason, I started using Python, which is also a popular backend for building apps. And I ran into a bunch of issues. First, you have to deal with using 2 different languages, which is a pain in itself. And it causes other issues, like having inconsistent APIs. And that is really something. You write your code in Python, you need to package all the data, send it to Flutter, unpack it, and there's easy to make mistakes here. Then you have the issue of managing databases. You need to build like a database layer to talk with the database, also pretty painful. You need to serialize all the objects you want to send through your API. So you need to find a common format between Python or whatever language you're using and Flutter. Also takes a lot of time. And I mean, it's not hard, tricky work, but it's easy to make mistakes, and then you'll have issues with your app. Obviously, you need to cache data. So in NewsVoice, for instance, when we build the front page there's maybe 100 database queries that needs to be made, and you want to cache that somehow in RAM memory, so it's much faster to load the page, especially as very many people are accessing it at the same time. So I used memcached for that, which is kind of the standard. And then you have authentication, which is also pretty painful to work out on server side, also on Flutter side, but there are some packages now that make that a little bit easier. You may need to store images and pass images between the client and server or other binary data, and that's also pretty tricky. When you're dealing with different languages, you need to write a lot of code to do that. So I figured what to do. I was so sick of this. So I did what I guess some overambitious developers do, and I started coding. And I coded and I coded, and I came up with riverpod. And it worked so well for us, I figured it's time to share this with the rest of the community. riverpod is really a next generation server specifically built for Flutter and Dart. And it makes so many things easy for you. It will automatically generate your APIs. It will serialize your objects, and it actually analyzes your server code to build your client code, which is pretty cool. It also takes care of a lot of the cumbersome work with the database, so it will figure out how you create your database. You can use typed data to communicate with the database. And it comes with a bunch of modules for common tasks and services. So you can share services between modules or between your different projects. Or hopefully, my hope is that you guys will write new modules and share with the rest of the community. So I'm going to touch a little bit more on that later on. So this is what it actually looks like. So on the upper part of this, you have the server code, and on the bottom is the client code. So on the server, you create endpoints, and the endpoint is just a class that extends endpoint class of riverpod, and you can add methods to your endpoint. So in this case, there's a hello method. We're going to try to call that a little bit later on for real, and you pass it a session object, which is you need to start every endpoint method with a session parameter. And then you can use basically any type of basic Dart types like bool, integers, double strings, datetimes, even binary data with byte data. It supports null safety even. And riverpod will analyze this code for you, and it generates the client code for you. So on the client side, you just create a new client, and you can call the method by accessing the endpoint and the method as if it was a local method. Next, I want to talk a little bit about how the serialization is done. So I created a very simple format in YAML. So basically, you define the classes you want to be able to pass between the client and server. You define in your YAML files. So you just name the class. If it's connected to the database, you add a table, which is the name of the table in the database, and the fields you're using. So this is, for instance, if it's a company, it could be the name of the company, a list of employees. Employee is another serializable object, and you can use type safety here as well. So that's really simple, and riverpod generates the classes for you. It's really nicely written. It's open source with BSD license, so that's the same as you have with Dart or with Flutter. And it's built on common web standards. So you use Postgres, JSON, YAML, HTTP, and WebSockets. So you never really need to see the JSON code or the REST APIs, but it's using common web standards for that, so you can connect it to anything else really. And it runs on any server operating system as it's written in Dart, so it's very portable, and it follows all best practices for Flutter and Dart. And every decision we've made when making ServerPod is to make your code, make you write less code that's as readable as possible and fast to write. We made sure to keep like all the complexity in ServerPod itself. So ServerPod is actually pretty complex, but the code you write is very simple. To install it, you just need to have Flutter and Dart installed and Postgres, and you can just do it with a single line of code. Dart pub global activate ServerPod CLI, and you are good to go. ServerPod is really ready for action out of the box. It's pre-configured, but it's very easy to customize and extend. So it comes with a distributed cache, which allows for efficient caching of database queries. So these are like, you can use it locally on a server, or if it needs to be consistent between servers, if you have a cluster of servers, it will distribute it over those servers automatically for you. It has something called future calls, which really replaces cron jobs and makes it easy to execute a method at a specific point in time. So you say you have a user signing up, you can just say, hey, I want to send this user an email in 7 days. You just make a future call, and that method will be called in 7 days. And it's actually stored in the database, so it's persistent even if you need to restart a server. Cloud storage is built in. By default, it uses the database, but you can also use any other solution. If you're using Amazon, you can use S3 or you can use Google Cloud. So you can hook up any cloud storage. It has support for user management and authentication, so you can sign in with Apple or Google, for instance. But it's also easy to extend to other solutions. Another issue I ran into when using other servers, it's really hard to keep track of the logs and like finding where errors happen. For instance, you have in the database, something is slow in your database. You need to go through this database logs, and it can be a real hassle. So ServerPod puts it all in one place. You can even change log settings while the service is running. It will automatically log any slow queries or exceptions. So you can easily find where things go wrong in your code. You can pinpoint any issues that you have very quickly. And you can monitor health metrics and server metrics in real time. It's also really modular, so you can build modules. So this is the authentication module, and the modules contain not only server code, but also the client code and Flutter code. So, and they know how to talk with each other really easily. So for instance, you can just add a sign in with Google button, and it will know how to talk to the sign in or authentication module on the server with you just adding a few lines of code, and that ties in with automatic code generation. So it's really quite easy. All right, next I want to give you a quick demo of what this looks like in real life. So let's see. I'm going to just create a new project by doing ServerPod create demo. And it will create a demo project here. And it also creates a Flutter project for you that's pre-configured. So if I go into the demo here and list the directory, you can see there's a demo client, there is a Flutter and a server. So we're going to go into the server, and we're going to start code generation. So you need to, right now, in the future, maybe this will be part of the tooling, but let's do ServerPod generate continuously. So this will continuously generate code. As soon as you change one of the files, all the classes will be updated. So we're going to jump into IntelliJ, and let's open this project. So I'm going to open demo server. We're going to start with the server. We're going to look at the Flutter later too. And to get this going, we need to first open the Dart file so we can activate Dart mode. Let's see, we're going to do the endpoint, enable Dart support, and let's add a configuration so we can actually run it. It's in templates here. We need to find the command line, Dart command line app, and create configuration. We're going to call that server, and we need to locate the server, let's see, main file there. All right. We are good to run it. And you can see it's up and running. It started listening on port 8080. So next, we are going to create a couple of objects, that serializable objects. So we're going to start with creating an employee. We're calling that employee.yaml. And so let's see if I can make this a little bit bigger. All right, class employee. And it has a couple of fields. An employee has a name, for instance. Let's see, name, which is a string, and it could have, say, a starting date, which is a date time. And we can make that optional because it supports null safety in these files. Let's also create a company object. We call that, let's see, company.yaml. And I'll make that big again. Company, and it has a couple of fields. Let's start with the name. Company has a name, and it has a number of employees. Employees, which is a list of employee. So you can use other serializable object here, really easy. Just use the naming, and we had a founded date, let's see, which is a date time, can also be optional. All right. So if we now go back into our code, as we have the generator running, we can just check the generated directory, and these have now been created as Dart files for us. So we can use these anywhere in the code. They're also created for the client. Next, I'm going to show how we create an endpoint. So let's do that. We're going to create a company endpoint that we can access. So we create a new class in the endpoint directory that we call company endpoint.dart. Let's sum that up, and we need to import riverpod first. Next, we create a class that we call company endpoint, which extends endpoint. And we can add any number of endpoints or any number of methods here. And they need to return a future. We return a future of a company. Make a method called getCompany with a session. All right, so let's see, let's create a company with a name. Let me just break that down on multiple lines. We call it news voice, obviously. And all right, let's add a list of employees, and that will be me. So we're going to create an employee and call him Viktor. Can also have starting date, because we added that. It's optional, but let's put it in for good measure. So let's say I started 2019 in February 1st. All right. So this is really all it takes to write a server. Obviously, it will be a little bit more complex if you make a real server. But any method you add that takes a session variable, that's its first variable, will be generated into client code. And you can use any basic types or any serializable types that you pass between your server and your client. So let's have a look at what this looks like on the Flutter side. So we're going to open the Flutter project that we just made and just run that, see what that looks like. So we have demo Flutter, and let's hit run. Okay. Let's try that again. All right, this will take a few seconds while we compile the Flutter app the first time. So I probably should have prepared something fun to say during this time. Feel free to ask any questions too. There will be a QA session after this. Okay, the build is done. And let's see. All right, we have the app up and running. And we can just enter a name here. So it's a very simple app. And we send it to server, and we can see the response below. So it will say, we send Viktor to the server, and this says, hello, Viktor, back. All right, so next step, we are going to look a little bit closer on the code that we have here. So I'm going to make that a little bit bigger. All right, and first we need to connect to the client. That's just a single line of code. It's running on localhost on port 8080. So that's all set up, and now we can use the client to talk with the server. We have a button down here, send to server. And when we're pressing that button, it will call the call hello method. So let's see what that looks like. So we have call hello, which is an asynchronous method. It uses the client to call the example endpoint and the hello method on that endpoint with just the text we typed in. And we get the result back, and we set the state so we can show the message. And if something goes wrong, we'll show an error message with an exception instead. So that's really all there is to it. So let's try to build our own method here that calls the method we just wrote. So we're going to make a future, returns and call get company. It needs to be an asynchronous method. And let's see, we're going to get the company, and we're using the client to get to the company endpoint. And there's a get company method there. So that's been generated for us already from our server code. So we're just going to set the result message to the company name. Let's see, we need to set state to. Set state. Result message is company dot name. All right. To finish this up, we just need to have a button down below that we can press to call this method. So we're just going to copy the send to server button and paste it below. And we're going to name that get company instead. All right. And call get company when we press it. Saving, it's reloading, that's a good sign. Let's see what this looks like in the app. It's the moment of truth. So we press the get company and we get news voice back. So that's how you basically just call a method you created on your server. All right, so I am going to wrap this up. Go back to the presentation. And this is probably the screenshot to find ServerPod. You can also find it on pub.dev if you search for ServerPod. If you want to contribute or if you build something with ServerPod that you want us to showcase, you can email me. It would be super cool to see what you guys come up with and what you build. Or if you want to sponsor this project in some way or just help out or try it out, obviously. There's a lot of documentation there, so it's easy to get started. And yeah, that was pretty much it for my presentation. I see I already have a question there, how fast it is. Okay, or are we saving that for the Q&A?
Yeah, Viktor, thank you very much for your great presentation. We have a lot of questions. I will bring also the Tamon to stage, and we can maybe start with our Q&A session.
All right.
Hey, Tamon. Welcome back.
Hey, oh, thank you. Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So let's see what we have here. First question. Is Flutter for web better than most JavaScript frameworks like React or Vue? What would you say? You can just answer, Viktor, Tamon.
All right. I haven't really played that much with React. I think it really depends on what you want to build with Flutter for web. If it's like a complete web app, it's super cool. If you want to build a web page, you can actually do that with ServerPod too. It has support for building web servers as well. So you can use the same backend code for your, so for instance, for News Voice, building the app with Flutter Web wasn't really an option because you need to be able to, it needs to be really fast. You need to be able to access news stories that you can link to and stuff like that. So for things like that, Flutter Web isn't that great. But if you build a whole app on the web, that's really good, I would say. We have the admin framework for News Voice is built with Flutter for the web, so we can have the same code for the app and on the web, which is really cool.
Yeah, cool. How about you, Tamon? Do you have any opinion on that?
Oh, yeah. In my opinion, Flutter is kind of still baby for web application. In fact, especially I can say about in Japan, Japanese company already developed so many applications using Vue.js or React or Svelte, and I think it's very it needs much effort for replacing all codes to Flutter. So I hope Flutter will grow and we can use Flutter for web too. But now just it's getting growth. I believe Flutter will be used web more and more in the future, but now it's a little difficult, I guess.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think one of the most limitation which I hear again always from other developers is also the limitation about the SEO that is still not provided for the website that we are creating. Thanks for answering. Let's jump to the next question. I think it's a common question. How much time I need to be an expert in Flutter? But let's start this time with Tamon.
I'm not an expert of Flutter, but I guess maybe 5 years, more than 5 years. I'm not sure. I think it's a good question for. Sorry, I hope name. Viktor. Sorry.
I think it's also a hard question. It's a definition of expert, right?
Right.
It's hard to answer. What do you think, Viktor?
Well, I mean, I think, as you say, it's like a matter of definition. How do you define an expert? But you can probably, I mean, if you really deep dive into the code, you can probably become an expert pretty fast, I think, if you're a talented developer. So maybe it depends on your background and what you've done before. Or, I mean, if you start from scratch, it will take a while. But if you have worked with similar frameworks, it's probably not that hard to get into, I don't think.
Yeah, absolutely true. So since Flutter is a UI framework, is it necessary to use Dart?
I think it's, I really like Dart as a language. It's a good, interesting question. What would you use instead? You need some programming language to build a UI, most likely. I think it's an interesting approach they took with Dart instead of like many other language has some other language too, like UI frameworks may have HTML or combined with JavaScript, but Flutter is kind of Dart only. But it's still, maybe for some designers, it may be intimidating because you need to know a complete language to do things. With HTML, you can just, it's pretty easy to learn to write some HTML code and get something. But I think overall, if you are a developer, it's really fast to develop with Dart, and the code is clean. So I think probably the right approach.
Yeah. What did you say, Tamon?
Yeah. Talking about front-end development, I think we can maybe use that on JavaScript or TypeScript. And yeah, I think JavaScript, as I mentioned before, is a good choice for beginner, like me 2 years ago. And but that is like, as you know, support multi-platform. So, and when comparing with Java or Kotlin, I think that is much more much simpler and easier to understand. So I think that is very necessary for especially Android or embedded system application in the future too.
Yeah, sounds good. I would say the next question is for Tamon. Can you explain a bit more on how to write isolates and how is it different from async keyboard we use? I'm not sure if you can answer the whole isolate in a couple of minutes, but maybe you can give us a short clarification.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of test for me. Yeah, I can say like explain a bit more to how to. So I'll share my screen.
Yeah, okay.
I think Victor, Mr. Victor will help me. Like this.
You're doing your presentation again.
Yeah, I mentioned before, writing isolate is very hard work. Like define receive port and sending port, and using isolate.span and blah blah blah, and decode data and send it to the function. Yeah, I already showed it. Compute is very simple, much simpler, and different from I think keyword. Yeah, I think it's like just for asynchronous process with only main thread, main does isolate, and yeah, using isolate is kind of isolate means like thread. So two isolates meaning two thread, I guess. So yeah, it's completely different.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you add anything, Mr. Viktor?
I think you pretty much covered it. Yeah.
I think it's a big topic. If you want to dive into it, we can speak hours and hours, right?
Yeah.
And let's go to the next question. How can we access the data to see what's in the tables? Maybe for Viktor?
Oh yeah, so that's something I only had half an hour for the talk, so I couldn't show like all the features. But basically, it's I built a way to just make database calls a little bit simpler, and it uses the same objects. So you basically say session.database, get or find a table, and you put in your queries and stuff, and you get like a typed object back with all the data from the database table. So it's you should check out the documentation to get more details exactly how to do it, but it's pretty straightforward.
All right. Tamon, do you want to add anything, or should we go to the next question?
Oh, next, please.
All right. I had this question also a lot, and I know some friend of mine, for example, who wants actually to convince their boss about the advantages of Flutter over React Native. What would you say, guys, about the advantages of Flutter?
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm the right person to answer this because I've never really used React. I've done a lot of native development, both Android and iOS, but I haven't actually, and then I obviously worked a lot with Flutter, but I haven't really touched React Native. So maybe you have a little bit more insights on this.
Yeah, Tamon, I think in your presentation, you mentioned the JavaScript, TypeScript, entire React. Probably you have more experience.
Yeah. One thing I can say is like Flutter supports Linux development, like embedded development officially by Google. This is very good point, important point for especially like me, automotive company's employee, because the applications works on embedded or Linux OS. And another one is I mentioned before communities. I think in Japan also the user of Flutter is increasing, and there are many documents or community, and also Flutter has a very rich official documents and use developer can easily start running. I think those points is very better than React Native, I think.
What I heard also a lot from, I'm personally also not working with React Native, it's about the animation, for example. A simple example about animation, that creating some animation in Flutter is just easy, and most or some of them are out of the box, or probably with less effort compared to React Native. Every time when you want, I don't know, for example, a hero animation in React Native, apparently it's not such a small and such an easy thing to implement. So it should be some advantages over React Native. I have the next question for Viktor. Can I use any NoSQL databases like Dynamo? I don't know what's the right name of this.
Yeah, DynamoDB. Yeah.
Yes.
So, I mean, you can use whatever things you like that talks with Dart code. So there are drivers for NoSQL databases for Dart. So you can totally use that, or use. There's not like any built-in support for it by default. So it's based on Postgres first, but we're definitely planning to add support for other databases, especially NoSQL databases, but also probably queued databases if you want to send messages and stuff. So basically, supporting the most popular options is something we plan for in the future, but obviously you can already do it today if you're prepared to write that level code. So yes is the short answer, but I haven't tried it out myself. So basically, I mean, you can add any. They're quite good support for Dart on the server. There's a lot of stuff to get. Maybe not as good as there is for Python or some other languages, but there are definitely lots of libraries on pub that you can just use.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Viktor. And what do you think, guys, about the future of Flutter app development? Should the people out started to learn Flutter and dive into Flutter? And in which direction is Flutter development is going?
I think it's definitely the app framework for the future right now. There's nothing that really comes close to it, I don't think. So, but what will it look like in the future? I don't know. There's some parts that I feel are lacking. Maybe 3D support is one. But apart from that, I think I have pretty much everything I need in there. What do you think?
Yeah. What do you think, Tamon?
Yeah, I think Flutter is now very good for Android OS and iPhone smart iOS. Sorry. First, we need Flutter need to overcome Android, Kotlin or Swift or React Native first, and then I hope Flutter will be used for web development more and more, so we can easily maintain our source code in case we need to produce web application and smart native applications.
Yeah.
Someone made a really good point in the chat too, and that's for desktop. I think that's probably the next big thing for Flutter. The support for desktop is there, kind of, but it's not really that good yet. But having like a combined framework you can use across every platform, I think that's something that's going to be huge when it has support for multiple windows or anything else you can do on a desktop. I'm looking forward to that part.
Great. So I came up with a question which I got also a lot. How would you suggest someone who would like to start with Flutter and Dart? How is the best way to start and learning it? What would you say, or what would you suggest?
When I started, I kind of just got thrown into it. So I don't know if that's the very best.
When did you start, Viktor?
Let's see. I started working at Google maybe 6 years ago.
Oh, okay.
So that's when I started there working on Flutter. But I think now, back then there was just like zero tutorials, obviously. It's just the code. Now, I think a good starting point is probably the Flutter page to find some tutorials, and it's pretty easy to get started with. Even you can just code into your web browser to get a feel for it, and then move on to actually writing apps. I think that's probably the best way to do it.
Yep, perfect. Thank you. How about you, Tamon? What would you suggest?
Yeah, in my case, most helpful document or tutorial was in block library website. I mean, when developing Flutter application, we use like state management tools such as block or riverpod provider, right? And I mainly use block, and the web page has like sample application which use block, and browsing the sample simple applications that are very helpful to understand overall or Flutter application.
Yeah, I admit. I think Faisal told also in his presentation, the best way is to create your own application, to stuck in the problems, to have a lot of questions, Google them and try to solve them and get or find answer for them. This is the best way to learn Flutter or any other languages, I would say, and how you can improve. Yeah. So thank you very much. I think I have 2 more questions here. Let's see. Any recommendation for literature for deep dive into Dart or Flutter?
I just use Stack Overflow.
The answer of all questions is not there.
Right. Whenever you have a question, you'll find it. Also, sometimes you find good stuff on like GitHub in the issues, because people have like posted bugs and stuff and their workarounds there. so those are the places I typically look, I think, for answers.
Yeah, for sure.
I look for stuff whenever I need to find an answer to a specific task that I'm working on, perhaps. So that might be slightly different from learning Flutter from the ground. So I haven't really read any Flutter books or so, but I'm guessing there may be some good ones out there. I don't know.
How about you, Tamon? Do you know any literature?
Yeah, actually, I also use Stack Overflow so much. In my opinion, reading the Flutter code itself is very helpful to understand, dive into Flutter itself.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point too. Yeah, I often do that too. You can jump into the methods and see what's happening behind the scenes. I think that's one of the real powers of Flutter, actually, because you can get an idea, or you see something you're not sure how it's done. So maybe you need to do something slightly different. You can use code from the Flutter repository and modify it to your specific needs. So I think that may be something that feels intimidating at first when you use a framework, but it's a real power tool when you get used to it.
Yeah, it's true.
That a little bit more on how that works.
While you guys was answering, I just cheated a bit in Google for it if there is any books out there. And I didn't read it myself, but I heard about it as also a lot, about the Flutter complete reference.
Okay.
And yeah, as I said, I didn't read it, but if you're just Googling for Flutter books, it's also on the Flutter homepage that there are some books about Flutter which they are suggesting, and probably it can also help our audience. Great, we have still a couple of minutes, probably one last question. I would go for I think one of the also famous one. Which IDE do you prefer? Do you work with Android Studio or VS Code?
I use IntelliJ,
Yeah.
which I
Okay.
guess is the same as Android Studio,
Android
pretty
Studio,
much.
yeah. And is there a reason why do you
like-
prefer that?
I started using it years ago when I coded Java, so I just stuck with it. But I really like it. I mean, it's what I'm used to.
Fair enough.
I know
But-
developers. Maybe this is, I don't know, probably not a company secret, but actually developers at Google working in Emacs. So I guess what you start using is what you may keep using.
Yeah, okay. And how about you, Tamon? What do you use?
In my case, yeah, I mainly use Visual Studio Code. That is because I have no money for buying IntelliJ. Just kidding. Yeah, using VS Code, we can easily start many kind of development using many kind of language, such as not only Flutter but like JavaScript, also Ruby, Java, Rust, and so on. And also, using VS Code costs less memory than IntelliJ or Android Studio, I think.
Yep. All right, so I said the last one, but this is gonna be, promise you, the last one. We have so many questions. Can you suggest what's the best state management for Flutter? It's also always a good question for starting discussion, right?
Right. So I don't really use any specific state management solution. I know it's popular, but I think you can just use the standard Flutter framework too. So I guess that's the most
Easy.
boring answer you got today. But
Yeah, but it's fair and it's an easy answer. Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
How about you, Tamon?
Yeah, to be honest, I only used I've used block and improved block, which is only in my company, and also I used Flux like Vuex for Vue.js. And yeah, I think block is best for my experience, but as you know, Google recommend like riverpod or I forgot the name. Riverpod creators as a package provider. Yeah, so
Yeah.
I will try it later. Yeah, I will try it.
Yeah, I think it is a lot of solutions and packages out there which can help with state management. But just start, as Viktor say, maybe with the framework solution, stateful, stateful, and see what you need as next and go for a bigger solution. Thank you very much, Viktor. Thank you very much, Tamon, for participating.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah,
you.
for having you
Thank
and great insight and presentation. Have a great day and see you later. You
All right.
too.
Yeah,
see you.
See you.
Thank you.
So now I would like to have a short and dear Flutter community, we are excited to share the amazing deals and discounts we have prepared for you. Next week, we are running the Cybersecurity Global Summit, the biggest cybersecurity event of 2021. Also, and for the next 2 days, I forgot to say that you can buy it at a 50% discount. Also, you will get a ProTrack ticket to the Worldwide Software Architecture Summit as a gift. So don't miss it, guys. If you ask me, that's an insane value. To get this deal, use the special promo code SUMMER50. I think my colleague will also share that in the chat so that you can use it at checkout and get the discount there. And perfect. Now it's time to bring the next moderator with the great speakers. The next moderator is the Congo. Hi. Oh, Anna is there.
Yeah, I'm also here. Just one short announcement that remember we showed some QR code with the map. So it's again here. And we would like to see all of you here. Just we want to show map, who will join, who is here, and it will help us a lot. And we'll share it with all over the world. So just scan this QR code. I will show it several times, and then I'll show map also several times.
Great, thank you, Anna. So I will leave, I would say, right?
Yeah, thank you, Mahtab. It was really awesome. Thank you for joining us, and I hope to see you in our next event.
Thank you very much. Have a great day. Have a great day, everyone, and see you soon.
See you soon. And one more moment that I want to notice and mention is that for our the most active participants that will stay with us the longest, we'll have some rewards. It will be some books from Pact. So stay with us, ask questions, and in the end of the event, I'll share some books with you. And hi. Now we can welcome our new moderator. How are you doing today?
Hello, how are you, Anna? I'm fine.
I'm fine, how are you? So I think it's time for our next speaker, and you can announce it.
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm Okoth Kongo. I'm from Kisumu, and Kisumu in Kenya. And today I will be having two speakers. So the first speaker will be talking about migrating your Flutter project to Null Safety. And the second speaker will be discussing building blockchain apps with Flutter. So I hope the session will be taking approximately 1 hour and 20 minutes. And feel free to write your questions on the chat, and the speaker will be glad to answer them. The speaker will be, and also feel free to chat with your colleagues on the chat and share knowledge and ideas there. Thank you. So I will introduce our first speaker, that is Adby Santos. So Adby Santos is ready to present his topic. Adby is a Flutter developer at F-Team and Flutter Rando co-organizer. He will explain to us all details about migrating your Flutter project to Null Safety. We will receive answers for questions on how we should migrate our project to Null Safety, why we should and why we should not, and also the pros and cons, and from where to start. So, Adby, welcome.
Hey, Okoth. It's a great pleasure to be here. It's nice to see you again, you guys from Geekle. Thank you all for the inviting. And today I'm gonna talk, like Okoth said, okay, I'm gonna talk about Null Safety in Dart and in Flutter and what you really need to know about it and how to adopt it in your Flutter apps, okay, which is the most important question. My name is Adby Santos. I'm a Flutter developer in F-Team, and I'm co-organizing Flutter Rando, one of the greatest communities of Flutter in the world, and in Brazil it's the greatest. Okay, I will share you the presentation. Okay, let me do it. I think it's sharing already. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's our agenda. Okay. We are going to see about the Dart team's principles on Null Safety, the ways to adopt Null Safety in Flutter, the syntax component that came with the Null Safety, some new code features, useful commands that the Dart team created to help us in the migration, and a project that we are going to see how to migrate, how to adopt the Null Safety on it. Okay. So let's start with our first topic, that is the Dart team's principles on safety. Okay, we have 3 principles. The first and the second most important principle is the Null Safety by default. So if you write your code like you use it to write before Null Safety, you never receive null reference errors in your apps. That's the Null Safety by default. Okay, you only receive null reference errors if you allow it, or if you adopt the syntax that I will mention later. Okay, spoiler, the question mark just after the variable type, or if you are using some kind of API that has null values. Okay, and the most important principle of the Dart team is the incrementally adoptable of Null Safety in Flutter. Okay, in the real world project, not always we are able to fully migrate an entire app to Null Safety in a mouse click, because we usually have third-party packages, we have our own packages, company packages as dependencies in our project, and the Dart team knows that, and they support us when it comes up. And I will show you how later. Okay. And last but not least, fully sound. According to the Dart documentation, fully sound means once your variable is not nullable in a context, it just can't be nullable anymore in that context. Okay, once you verify the nullability of that variable won't be null at that context. Okay, let's go to the ways to adopt. We have the straight way. That's the ideal world. Okay, all of our dependencies are null safe, and we have just to increase the version of the Dart that we are using in our project, and that's it. We have just to update the syntax. Okay, like change commercial at required to required, and put some question marks or exclamation marks, and that's it. We have a null safe project. But that's not always the case, is it? Like I said before, a part of those packages could be abandoned by their creators or not updated yet. You could even need to change from a package to another that does the same thing, because the package that you used before was not updated yet, or the creator abandoned it. Okay. And the incremental way, it comes to save the day. The Dart team, like I said before, supports this kind of way to adopt. We have the recommendation is you first migrate your dependencies, and then you migrate your project, or okay. But if you have migrated the main part of the packages in your project, and you can isolate the use of some packages, like to show dialogues or show snack bar, this kind of packages that are not so much used in the project, just in some files of your project. You can migrate your project to Dart 2.12, and you can update the syntax of your project like almost entirely. And these files that use this legacy packages yet, you can do some workaround. You assign the Dart 2.9 to these files, and you can use without any problems, okay? So let's go to syntax components. This first component is the question mark, okay? And maybe the most viewed since then. The question mark says, if the object on the left is new, the entire evaluation will be new. And we can work around that with, for example, double question mark and another equivalent value. Like we could have a object here and we want to access the my name attribute of this object, but this object could be new. So what do? We put this question mark, and if this object is new, we do some workaround like put a function or a default value, like if this is my name, the attribute is my name, we can use like a John Doe or any other alternative, okay? The exclamation mark says, even if this object is new, it could be new, is nullable. It won't be new at that time. Trust me, period. Well, that's a hard open when using the exclamation mark, okay? And the required is equivalent to the old commercial at required, like before. It's used with named parameters that don't have default values and are final, okay? Constructors or functions. So let's go to some new code features. We have a lot, but some of them are type promotion and late final variables, okay? Type promotion says you got a nullable variable and you verify that variable is not new. And throughout the context ahead, that variable will be treated as non-nullable, okay? Like you verify that a variable that is nullable was passed to a function, and you verify that this variable is not new. Okay, you put some if variable different of new, and inside that context, that if this variable will be treated as non-nullable, okay? And late final variables. Before Null Safety, we had a not lazy start for final variables. With Null Safety, we now have that lazy start. You assign a variable like late final, and that variable, we can call it name, doesn't need to get a value immediately. Once you first assign a value to name will be read-only, okay? So you have this chance to initialize this variable later. And I will show you some examples. I think you guys can see. Okay. The type promotion. This string is not nullable. Okay. This is a non-nullable string. And the static analysis knows that before you access this variable, this non-nullable variable, you are, independently of the context here, you are passing a value to that text, okay? If we comment this, the static analysis will show an error, okay? So that's the type promotion. One kind of type promotion. There are some others, but that's a type promotion case, okay? And the late final variables, we have this class student and those late final double grade 1 and late final double grade 2. We don't have a constructor here. You can see it. And we are creating an instance of this of a student, and we are initializing the values of grade 1 and grade 2. If we try to assign a value again to grade 1 or grade 2, we will have a runtime error like this: late initialization error, failed, grade 1 has already been initialized, okay? So that's the late final variables feature, okay? Let's go to some useful commands. The Dart team has created those commands in order to help us in the migration, okay? The Flutter pub outdated -- null -safety will show you the package of your project that have no safe versions, okay? So with this in mind, you will do some reflection and migrate or not your project, okay? With Flutter pub upgrade -- mode equals to null safety, you update the versions of your project, the versions of the packages in your project to the latest version, a version where null safety is supported, okay? And the Dart migrate is a command that brings a tool, a very useful tool created by the Dart team to help us in the migration, okay? I will show you later how to use it. And let's go to the project. I have a project here to show you some good features and the ways to adopt. I'll show you the entire screen. Let me share again. Screen 1. Okay. I think it's working. Thank you. The migration to null safe, if you have all dependencies with versions to null safe, with no safe versions actually, you just write those. Let me hide it. You just write those commands in order, and probably you will have a null safe version of your project in a quickly way, okay? I will show you how. Flutter pub outdated. Let me back this to 1.1.1. That's a non safe version, okay? I was testing it before. And let me turn this project into a non-safe version. 2.7.0. The migration is just increasing this value to 2.12 or greater, okay? And I have turned the project into a non-safe version. I have to remove the question mark here. The question mark says that the variable is nullable, okay? And before null safety, we don't have this, okay? That's it. We have a non-safe version of the project. And if you have, if our packages have no safe versions, we can know with this command, okay? -- null safety. Is it right? Dash here. Flutter pub updated. It's not that command. Null safety. I think don't have this dash here. Flutter mode. What? Let me put it here. Okay, it's wrong. Flutter pub outdated. Dash mode equals to Null Safety. Flutter pub outdated. Dash mode equals to. Let me close that.
Adby, there is one more moment. One of our attendees asked to do front side a little bit more because they can't see your code. Can you just do in your settings front side a little bit more? Because you can't see your code. Okay. Yeah, here, just a little bit bigger because it's not visible for those who are watching small screens. Thank you.
Forgot how to increase the font. View appearance, zoom in. Let me. Okay, I think it's greater now. Thank you, Anna, for advising me. So the command was flutter pub outdated dash mode equals to new dash safety. Okay, that's the real command. I spelled it wrong in the map in the presentation, but that's the real command. And we can see that datetime picker it has a Null Safe version. That's the 2.1.0. Okay, and you can quickly migrate with Flutter pub upgrade dash Null Safety. Okay, and it was updated to the latest version. And to migrate our project that's not migrated yet, the version is 2.7.0. We can go to the Dart team 2 to migrate. We just type Dart migrate in the console, and this link will appear, and you just click view the migration suggestions by visiting. Use this interactive web view to review. Okay, and we go here, and the suggestions will appear here. Okay, the suggestion was just adding this question mark and removing this commercial at from required. Okay, we apply the migration. Okay, no safety migration applied. And we will have the project migrated to 2.12.0 question mark and required without commercial at. To use a non-null safe dependency in a null safe project, we need to do a little thing. The starting analysis will say the library datetime picker is legacy and should not be imported into a null safe library. Try migrating the imported library. Okay, so if you have one or two files that use a little package, and this package is not migrated yet, you can do this commercial at Dart equals 2.2.9. Okay, and this whole file will be treated as a non-null safe file. Okay, and you can do it while your package is not migrated yet, or you don't change this from this package to another okay? But like we have seen before, this package has a non-safe version, and the recommendation is use the non-safe version. Don't do that. Okay, that's just a little workaround that you can access. Okay, and that's it. I have some questions to answer, frequently asked questions. Okay, the first is null a problem? The answer is no. No. Null is actually good to represent the absence of value. The real problem is the lack of control over the null references, okay, in the project. Could I have all of my packages null safe and never migrate to Dart.12 or greater? Yes, no problem. You won't just get the benefits, the code features, and the optimizations that come with null safety. Could I update my Flutter to 2.0 and never migrate my project? The answer is yes. Same answer as before. And could I update my Dart to 2.12, don't update my Flutter version to 2.0 or greater, and have the benefits of null safety? The answer is no. In Flutter, no. A Flutter SDK depends on a specific Dart version. If you have only Flutter 1.22.6, I think it's the last stable version before null safety, you can't exploit the benefits of null safety in Flutter, okay? So that's it. Thank you guys for watching. Do you have some questions? Some comments? I think it's all. You forgot the before the package version. What is the difference between const and late final? Well, const. Oh, hello, Anna.
Hi, we will have a common Q&A section after Samir's talk. So it's okay, we will choose the best questions and ask you like in 30 minutes.
Perfect.
So is your presentation done or you want to add something?
That's it.
That's it. So I think that it's time that we can remove your presentation. Thank you for the sharing, and we'll wait for you for Q&A section. Okay?
Okay.
Great.
So,
have a good morning. I know that it's so early morning for you, and thank you for sharing. I just checked your time, and like you started 5 a.m. Yes?
yeah, 5 and 33.
Yeah. So thank you for joining us so early. You are my hero. Thank you.
No problem. Great to
See you.
Great to be here. See you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So yeah, I think just like Anna said, Santos, there will be a Q&A session. So our next speaker will be Kashyap. So Samia will be talking about building Flutter apps with building blockchain apps with Flutter. So Shamia is a blockchain developer fellow at Celo. He will showcase a demo that showcase a demo of file uploads to interplanetary file storage and write a testnet that can be deployed to Ethereum. So welcome, Shamia.
Hi,
Anna.
How are you
Thank you
doing?
so much.
How is
Yeah,
your
I'm fine.
mood
How about
today?
you? I'm sorry?
Great. How is your mood today? Are you ready to
Yeah,
present?
it's been great. Yes, I'm all ready.
Great. You start to share your presentation and we will
Okay.
add it to the screen.
Sure. Think is it visible?
Yes, but start to share. Great. Yep. Great. So
Okay.
stage is yours now. Take your
Thank
time.
you.
Have a good presentation.
Okay, thank you, Anna. Hello, everyone. I'm Samir from Bangalore, India. And today I'll be talking about building blockchain apps with Flutter. So I'm currently in my final year undergrad. I'm about to graduate. And I am currently a fellow under the fellowship called Celo India Fellow, where I'm helping the Celo blockchain transition, like writing the Dart SDK so that all the Flutter community members can build blockchain apps on the Celo blockchain. So great to have you all here, and thanks for this opportunity. So let's just get started, right? So we must have all seen like how blockchain is like trending right now in the recent years, right? Especially this year, I think it has seen a massive boom, and cryptocurrencies are like at all-time high, and everybody's buying crypto, and there's so much buzz around it. But let's just understand that blockchain is not just about cryptocurrencies. It's so much more, and it helps us solve the fundamental issues we are facing with data privacy. And let us, as I go on, I'll tell more about what the features of blockchain are and how you can deploy Flutter apps on blockchain and what's the benefits and everything. So let's just dive into it and understand what blockchain is and why is it helpful, right? So to put it in a definition in my own words, I would say blockchain is a network of secure, distributed, and decentralized nodes. It stores a history of transactions on a public ledger, and it is immutable to changes. So this is what makes blockchain usable as a digital currency, because it stores transactions just like how a bank would store it or a ledger would store it, right? And it's also immutable to changes, meaning that nobody can tamper with the blockchain and change its data. So let's take a look at a single block and what does it have. So each block in a blockchain contains three main components. The first is the hash. This hash is uniquely generated based on the data that is inside the blockchain. And the second part is the data, which is the data itself. For an example, in a Bitcoin blockchain, this data would be the address of a sender and a receiver and how much Bitcoin was sent to from one person to another person, right? So this is how this is the data that is stored, and based on this data, there is a hash that is generated, which is a cryptographic hash and is very unique, and it can't be duplicated or replicated. Then the another feature is that each block also contains a previous the link to the previous hash, meaning that a block that has the previous hash will be linked to that previous block. This is what makes blockchain so secure that in terms how it would look, just like I showed in the diagram, that it is just a list of nodes. And what makes it secure is that each block is connected to each other. And if a person tries to tamper with one block, that data will change and so will the hash. So now that the block that was connected that contained the previous hash realizes that this block is no longer valid because I have a different hash. And that is how that entire blockchain will be invalidated. And then that's how the blockchain can never be tampered with. So this is not the only way that blockchains are like secure. There's another advantage or another feature of blockchain, which is decentralization, meaning that in our typical services that we use, like cloud or whatever applications we're using, all of them are centralized, meaning that we are putting our trust in one entity to make sure that they store our data in one single place, right? But that's not how blockchain works. So in the case of blockchain, all of the data is stored on multiple computers. So each node on the network will have a copy of the blockchain. This is what makes it so hard to change data on every single node. And this is what makes it really good to use because of the decentralized feature. So how does this actually work? So every time a person makes some data call or something to the blockchain to add new data, there needs to be some kind of condition so that people don't relentlessly add data, right? So this is what is done by an algorithm called proof of work, which is also different in multiple blockchains, but this was the core which Bitcoin and Ethereum both use. So proof of work is simply an algorithm which helps assign and validate the data that was added. So how this works is each node participating in a blockchain can try to and participate over a complex computation algorithm, complex computation problem. So this problem should be solved by the participant, and whoever solves it will be able to sign the transaction. So that's why it's called proof of work, meaning that you have to do work to validate the transaction. And whichever node makes that transaction, validates the transaction, will receive some incentives as a part of using their computation power to make this transaction happen, right? So that's how once a node makes that sign, every node or most of the nodes in the network will agree that this node has added the right block, and they'll all reach consensus, meaning that they'll all agree and they'll update their own blockchains to add this new data. And that's why it is so tamper-proof that each node has to have that validated and updated blockchain. And if only one block or one node in the network has a different block, it can easily be identified that this block does not belong to this blockchain and it is tampered with. That's how nodes reach consensus in the blockchain. And after all this, like, the new block is added, right? So let's check out, like, why should you care about all of this, and why should you actually know about blockchain or try to get into it. So these are some of the greatest features or advantages that blockchain gives. One is that it's transparent, meaning all blockchain transactions are public and they are not hidden behind anything. Although no public information is disclosed, each public key and the transaction and the amount of gas that was used, that is disclosed on all blockchains. All are public. They're secure, like I mentioned. Most of them are open source, meaning you can check out the code of the blockchain. 100% uptime, because all the data is available on different computers. So you're not just relying on one endpoint or one cloud, one part of the node where you need to access the data. So some blockchains are always up, like they're never down like a server, and they're accessible. So a lot of blockchains follow some governance protocols, meaning that the user can select what features they want in the blockchain, and these kind of protocols are around. And it is trustless, meaning that we don't have to trust. The code is the trust, meaning that a blockchain or the blockchain code will do exactly what it says and will never maliciously try to do something else. This is how cryptocurrency works, meaning that we don't need a third party such as a bank to put our trust in. We can just trust the system, which will do what it says. And that's why we're able to trade coins, right? So let's see how can we exactly accomplish this, especially in Flutter. So the first thing that brought about a revolution in deploying or developing apps was not Bitcoin, it was actually Ethereum. So Bitcoin, although is a blockchain, it can only make money transactions. It can't actually deploy applications. So Ethereum took this idea further, and they made a blockchain that could actually run code on it. So Ethereum is not just a blockchain, it is also a state machine, meaning that it can run arbitrary code on it, just like how you'd run it on a computer. And how Ethereum does this is something called the EVM. EVM is nothing but the Ethereum virtual machine, which is the tool that runs Ethereum code on it. And since everything is decentralized and there's no central processing to bill you on your usage, Ethereum comes with a cost. So every time you're modifying the blockchain, you'll have to pay a certain price, a very small price called the gas. Now, gas has its own unit called Gwei, and it is measured directly of the amount of computation that you have to perform when you're running that smart contract. So each code will have a certain set of instructions that needs to be executed, and how much ever the length or the intensity of that computation, that is the amount of price you have to pay for the Ethereum. So the way that we can do this is by something called smart contracts. So smart contracts are nothing but just special programs that can be put on Ethereum to do a certain task. And this is what enables us to make code that is deployed and performs the exact way it does. And what Ethereum uses for building these smart contracts is called Solidity. So Solidity is a programming language which was specifically built to program on blockchain. A lot of blockchains are using EVM and Solidity. So most of them are compatible except for some which are using like Rust or other programming languages. But Solidity is the most programming language out there. And if you want to get into blockchain, definitely pick it up. It's really simple. It's almost like JavaScript if you're familiar. So some tools that will help us build this app that we are about to build. So Truffle is a framework. Basically, it's a set of tools that will help us to manage our Ethereum projects. It has a nice command line tool which helps us get started, compile things, and all of that. And Ganache is a local test blockchain. So deploying directly on the Ethereum will cost us some money, right? Because it has to, like I said, it costs gas to deploy in the mainnet. So to test out our applications, and we won't even know if our application works right. So to test out our application, there are testing blockchains which you can have locally on your machine, or there is also live test nets which you can deploy to. So for this purpose, we'll be using Ganache, which is a local blockchain which you can run on your own computer and test out your smart contract if it's working as intended or not. So let's dive right into the code and let's check out how we can integrate this with blockchain. Okay, so I have a Flutter project ready here, and I have a few things added to it as well, just to help us cut out the extra coding. So the first thing you can do is install Truffle using npm. So this is what the command will be, and once you're done, you should have the Truffle CLI, and just type Truffle, and you can access the Truffle CLI. You can see all the commands that are present in Truffle. So you see it gives us a lot of options to interact with the blockchain or deploy to it, right? So the next thing you would want to do to initialize your smart contracts or your smart contract project is do Truffle init. And once you do this, it will create this folder structure, and it will create some certain files that will help you in managing your project. So I've already created it, and you can see there are certain folders here called contracts, migrations, test, and Truffle config. So Truffle config is the most important configuration file, just like how Flutter uses a YAML file. Just like that, Truffle config is a configuration file for Truffle. So here I've mentioned a few things which I'll just go into in a while. So before that, let us just go through how we can how we can code Solidity, and let me just show you a few basic syntax and also what the app we are going to do. So I have a simple file here called example.sol. So this is how Solidity files look like. So they have an extension .sol, and you can name your file whatever you want. And there's also one more file here called migrations. This is what Truffle uses to identify who is the person who deployed the contract and just manage some of the things. So you don't need to pay attention to this, but this is where we will write our code, our smart contract to act, right? So the first line, starting line of every Solidity program should contain a keyword called pragma Solidity. So this is what specifies the compiler that this particular file should use. And let's just define a contract. A contract is just like a class in any other language, but it specifically means that it's going to be a contract on the blockchain. So it starts with the keyword contract followed by the contract name, and then just let's make a simple variable so that we can mutate it later. So this is how you declare variables in Solidity. They support all basic types such as string, uint, and you can also specify the number of bytes that will be used, like uint 256, and by default it's uint 256. And every variable will be global in Solidity because it is stored in that particular contract. So you won't there are no such things as like storing it in something else. It will be like globally declared inside this contract. And let's make a function that will like set this name from our application. So what we are doing is we are going to type a name in our application, and this function will change this name hello Flutter to whatever we type. So this is how you make a function in Solidity. So you write it with the keyword function, and you'll have to put public, and this has a certain implication. Public means that you can call this function from outside of the contract, which is what we want to do. There's also private, which you can call only within the contract. And also we have so yeah, we just set the name, and this is how setting mutating data works like in Solidity. And then let's just also make a function to get that name. So we have get name here, and you can see for a function that returns something, we'll have to add a few more things that returns string and memory. So these have a few implications. Like I said, in Solidity, the money that will cost you to deploy a contract is directly proportional to the amount of computation it has to do. So by specifying view, we are telling Ethereum that this is just a view function, and we don't have to pay money to just read data. We only have to pay money to write data. So if you specify view, that will not have to pay money to just read this data, read the data which is named. And also in Solidity, there are two types of memories. One is storage memory, and another one is memory, this keyword. So this name here is a storage reference because it is stored permanently in the blockchain, whereas this is just a parameter that is temporarily being stored while this function executes. So we always have to mention this memory keyword in order to execute within functions where we are not actually permanently storing data to the blockchain. So that's it. Our contract is ready. So let's just let me just delete these to show you in full. And let's just open our Ganache blockchain. So this will run a server on my computer, which is like a blockchain server. So we'll be able to deploy our contract to that blockchain. So once you open Ganache, you should see a UI similar to this, where you will have a list of all public keys, and you'll have like 10 accounts which you can test with. And also you can see all the status of this particular blockchain. It currently has 0 blocks. It's a completely new blockchain, and it has no blocks, no transactions, and no contracts, nothing, right? So what I have to do right now is, since my server is running, and you can see in truffle config that I have mentioned the network ID. So that Ganache server is currently running on this address and this port 7545, and that's why I've mentioned this, so that the truffle knows where to put that contract. And this is also an important part. So this is called ABI, known as the application binary interface, which will help us help our front end interact with the available contract or the available functions available in the contract. So we have to specify this build directory. We can put it anywhere we want. I'll just put it in the root, so it's easy for Flutter to pick it up. And then we also have a few other options which will optimize the code according to what options you give here. So the next thing we need to do is truffle migrate. You can also compile and migrate it, but truffle migrate directly does that thing. So doing truffle migrate will compile our contracts, and it will put it on the blockchain. And you'll be able to see all the details of the transaction that is happening. You can see it shows compiling our contracts, the network name, and it will also show you how much it costed. So it costed this much to deploy our contract. Right, so that's it. Our contract must be deployed, and you should be able to see it that there are currently 4 blocks which were mined, and the transaction was finally added. And you can also see what the what type of contract it was. Like, it was a contract creation, and it was called. So let's dive into Flutter now to integrate our contract with our front end. So I'll go to lib directly. So since I'll be showing like 2 demos, I'll be putting some of the common things in one file so that we don't have to duplicate code. So I'll just put it in this root.file, file, a few things which we'll need to connect to the blockchain and make read and write calls. So first thing we'll need is a dependency called web3 Dart. So you can see I've added web3 Dart here. So this is a wrapper around web3.js, which is a JavaScript implementation, which will help us make calls to our blockchain. So let's go to that, and we have already imported web3.dart and HTTP. So let's just declare our variables. First is HTTP client, and we need a web3 client. And then we need the RPC URL, which is the URL of the Ganache server running. And then let's make this initial setup. So you'll see that this should be called at the time when our app starts, so that all the connections are made. So here I'm using HTTP client to connect the web3 client with the URL and the HTTP client. So this ETH client is the web3 client instance. And we need 2 things to access our contract now. First, we need the user credentials, because as I told that you'll have to pay money to every transaction you do, which is a write transaction. So every time I want to change the name on the contract, I'll have to pay some certain amount. And right now you can see that there are 10 user accounts here, and all of them. So I deployed and it lost like 0.01 Ether. So if I write more of it, you can take this private key. So if I do more transactions, it will decrease. So we need the credentials, and we need the deployed contract instance, right? So let's just define all of those variables, and the private key is this. So we have the private key, we have credentials, which is the user credentials, and also the Ethereum address, which is like the user address again. And we also need the instance of the API and contract address. Now let's just write those methods. Get credentials, and the other one was get deployed contract, right? Yeah. So what I'm doing here is I'm just getting the credentials of that particular user from his private key. And you can see here I'm extracting the exact address of that user, which is his public key. And then I also have the get deployed contract. So this is where I'm fetching the exact contract from that API which was generated. So you can see there's example, these APIs generated. So I'm getting that contract instance. First I'm getting the address, later I get the instance. So now I'll know where that contract is exactly deployed. And then I'll just write a few utility functions for reading and writing contracts. So first thing we need is the contract function. What contract function do we actually need to read? So in our case, if we take a look, it was get name and set name, I believe. Yeah. So these are the two functions that we need to interact with. So we have function name, function arguments. So in case of set name, it takes argument name and then the deployed contract instance itself. And all we have to do is to do each client, which is the web3 client dot call contract function and params. And you'll have the result, whatever Ethereum returns. And then we also write a function to make write calls. So in case of write calls, you see it's a bit different. So a write call is it's not like a post request, it's actually a transaction. So we have to do send transaction credentials, meaning we are giving access to our account, and then we have to call it contract. So that should be it for what we need, the part of the Ethereum code that we need to deploy this contract. Yeah. Okay. So let's just head to the example.dart and let me just show you what I've done here. So we need a few more things. One was the contract instance, which I didn't declare globally in that because I have a few different contracts. And second is the function names that we'll be interacting with. So for this particular contract, I need the contract instance and the get name and set name. These are the two functions that I need. And Web3 client package gives us easily wrapped classes to interact with all of these. So it's called a deployed contract, and this is called a contract function. So then to get that name, I'm just writing this read contract, which I declared earlier, and passing that get name. The argument is 0 because I don't have to get any write any arguments, and then the contract instance itself. And then I'm just doing set state to the name variable I have in my state here. And then I'm also doing the get contract functions because once I've declared these contract variables, I have to make them that instance by calling contract.function and the name of the function that we did, and from the API. So then I have just the UI code. So let's just run it and check out how it looks. So I just have like a simple widget here, a text box and a text field and a container showing the name, the text that we did. So if you can see here, the initial name that we put in this example.sol is hello Flutter. So this is what we should see once the app opens up. That means that it successfully read data from the blockchain and showing on our UI. So just wait for it to build. Until then, let me just show this Ganesh UI and how things work. So till now we have like 4 blocks, like I mentioned, and you can see its transaction and all the details of the transaction. And here you can see the transaction hash and which address it was. So this is the user address, public key, and this is the contract address. So it was deployed from the user to the contract. That's what it means. And Solidity can also have events, meaning that you can listen to events just like a stream. Once you do a certain action, Solidity can emit events and you can listen to them. So that has a different syntax. You can use it with the keyword event and you can listen to events. So I won't be covering that, but you can definitely check it out. Yeah, looks like it's done. Just wait for it to open. Okay, so you can see hello Flutter here, which means that it successfully loaded from the contract. And now what I can do is I can change this, meaning that I'll be making a transaction to the blockchain saying hello Geekle. Once I change, so the transaction should be done. Let me just refresh it. And you can see it has been successfully done. And you can also verify this transaction on the Ganesh GUI. Now you can see it as 5 blocks, meaning that I made one transaction. And I can just make another transaction to turn it back to Hello Flutter Global Summit. You can see it changed. So our app is working. That's good news. So let's just see a bit more complex code, and let's just go a bit more depth into how we can actually build a real world application, since this was just a very simple example, right? So let's take a look at IPFS. So IPFS is just like somewhat like on a basis of a torrent technology, if you're familiar with it. So it stands for Interplanetary File System. It works somewhat like a blockchain, meaning it's decentralized in nature, but it's a storage solution rather than a database. So blockchain is more like a database, and IPFS is like cloud storage. And why I'm telling you this is because IPFS is being used a lot with blockchain, especially to store NFTs and collectibles. IPFS is the go-to technology. And if you have any kind of storage needs, you can definitely use IPFS for those needs. And how it works is that you can either participate in this. So each content you store will be distributed and stored in different nodes on the network. So unlike the traditional, unlike how we use in centralized services, we have to know where the location of a particular image is, right? So we have to know the entire URL of the image, but IPFS just cares about what the content is. So it doesn't ask you to tell you where the content is, but it asks you what the content is. And that content is identified by a unique hash. And this is how it's stored in a distributed hash table, where it stores the IP of a particular node that contains that content and the content ID. So anytime you search for a particular content ID, it will just search in its peer nodes and check if they all have the content and then retrieve them back. And in case there are multiple peer nodes that have this content, it can easily retrieve them all at once, making it a faster consumption tool. Right? So all of the nodes can serve data simultaneously, unlike with a centralized service where you have to wait for the server to send you all the data. So this is how even torrent works on the same basis. So let's see how we can combine IPFS and blockchain to build a private file storage server. So I have another contract here. So let's just make another contract called fileupload.solve. So I'll be using a little bit more of syntax in here. So we have contract file upload, and then we have a struct file. So you can see that this is how you create a data structure in Solidity. So you use the keyword struct, and you can create whatever type you want. And to store this particular file, we need two things: the name of the file and the file hash. So that's why I created this struct to store them. And the next thing we need is an array of files. For this, it will be a single user, which will be me. So if you're making it for multiple users, then you'll have to store a mapping of users' public keys to the array of files that they own. So in this case, since it's a single user, I can just store a file array here. And then I just create a function to store the file. You can see it takes two parameters, name and file hash. And I'll just do files.push, just like in JavaScript, and the file and those two parameters. And it should write the file contents to that particular array. And then also write a function to read those files. So I return here, view returns file memory, which is again what I explained the importance. So we have a contract ready. Let's just put it in the contracts folder. And we also need this migrations, which I didn't tell about before. So you need this migrations file to tell Truffle to where your contract is and if you have to deploy it or not. So it's a simple file where you mention like this, var file upload equals artifacts.require file upload, and you just tell deploy.deploy file upload. So this tells Solidity that you have to deploy this contract on the blockchain. So if we see in our ABI, we have only 2 ABIs. So now if I run Truffle migrate again, it should migrate the new file upload contract to the blockchain. While that is running, let me just open up IPFS. So IPFS is a CLI and a desktop tool that you can use. It is just like Ganesh, it just hosts a local server, which you can use to store files, and you can also participate if you want, you can host other people's files and participate in the network of this distributed protocol. Just initialize and load. Meanwhile, Truffle is compiling our contracts. Okay, laptop is trying to slow down. You can see the IPFS is running, and Truffle has deployed our contracts. So let's just go to the Dart side and try to combine these. So I made a simple IPFS wrapper here, which is just a few HTTP calls. So you can make HTTP calls to IPFS. So I'm just doing a call to add a file here using the HTTP library, using a multi-part request. And I'm also doing a method to get the file and download it into a local system, which we'll see in action just a bit. So now we have the same thing, the same code that we put in root.dart. So this is the reason I put it in that, so we don't have to rewrite it. And we have the client, sorry, that is redundant. Yeah, so we have the same functions here. One is initial setup, which is right here, I believe, or the one that we declared in root.dart. And then we have to get the contract functions, which is in this case, the store file and get file, right? Then I'm just doing the same thing which I did in the other app, which is just read the contract, get the result, which is a list of files. So I just take the index at that file, and then add file. I take the first, I put it in IPFS. So IPFS will give me a hash. Then I take the file name and hash and write that to the contract. And I set the file to null. Okay. So this is just all image speaker code where I pick a file from the directory and do all that. So this is just UI code. So let's just see how it looks. So I have it right here. So you can see this is how it looks. I can select a file and I can upload it to IPFS, and I can write that data to the blockchain. So let me just select a file. So I have two things here. One is this mountains image. So it's selected now. So let me just upload it. It should store it in IPFS, and it should then write it to the blockchain. So once I upload it, okay, see some issue. Let me just reload my app. Okay. Yeah, I think now I should be able to, yeah, it's working. So let me just upload it. And you can see that now it is written to the blockchain. This is the hash of the file that was uploaded to IPFS. And this is the content in the blockchain, which contains both the file name and the hash. And I can even also download it. And you can also verify this transaction on the blockchain. If you'll see that there was a recent call. This is showing the address here. Okay, if I connected the contract, it would show the contract name. But this is the contract address which we are using to. So we made a call to read this data, right? And now let me just download it because I implemented that feature. So it should be downloaded in my file. Yeah, you can see this Flutter app has downloaded a file, and this is the hash of it. So you can also verify this in IPFS by taking this hash, going to IPFS and searching for that hash. Since it's stored locally, it should show up. Okay. Yeah, so you can see it's stored locally, and it will open up this where the file is stored in this local host 8080. Okay, so that was pretty much it. This is how you can combine blockchain and application. Let me just cover a few more things in the slides. Okay, so what are we trying to solve here, and what is the main advantage? So we are going to transition in the future from how apps are currently built around data, from a data-centric app to user-centric app, meaning that the user will be able to tell and like decide where his data needs to go and how protected his data is. And there'll be more security because blockchains can't be easily hacked, unlike regular servers. So we'll be solving a major crisis, data crisis that has been happening over many years. Although blockchain has a lot of benefit, it also has some limitations or disadvantages. One such thing is called the blockchain trichotomy, which simply states that a blockchain can only have two of these and not all three. So if a blockchain is decentralized and secure, it won't be able to scale. Or if it's decentralized and scalable, it won't be secure. But a lot of new blockchains are overcoming this through different consensus algorithms. But Ethereum faces the same problem where it is decentralized and secure and it's not scalable, because of which transactions are taking a few minutes, over 5 minutes now, and even the cost of each transaction is going up to be more than like $100. And what spaces should you look out for? Blockchain is definitely going to come into every space, and these are some of the few. So DeFi is already very booming, and you can see everybody buying cryptocurrencies and holding them. And also we have healthcare. So the problem with healthcare is that each hospital will try to not hold their, they all have a different set of rules and different types of data formats. So a patient will struggle when he switches from one hospital to another. So storing all patient history or his illness history in one single blockchain will have a single source of truth. And anything that needs authenticity verification and shouldn't be forged, like government services, should be stored on a blockchain. And this is how blockchain will revolutionize how data is stored and accessed in the future. And these are all other spaces you can definitely Google about. So if you want to get into blockchain, definitely these are the primary resources. Ethereum.org has everything you need to know about blockchain and Ethereum. If you want to pick up Solidity, then go to Crypto Zombies. And then some YouTube channels that I would recommend to learn more about this is DApp University, Finematics, and Simply Explained. And thank you. So
thank
that
you
was
so
it.
much.
Hope you enjoyed it.
I was sitting here and waiting because you're a little out of time. So, but thank you so much for your presentation. Okay. And I'll ask Adby to the stream so we can.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for your presentation.
So you can get the project and connect with me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now we have some questions from our audience, from our attendees. Sure. So one of them, just a second, I think it will be to Samir firstly, and then we'll come back to Adby. So is blockchain necessary for in-app payment and in-app purchase?
I don't get the context of this, like, in the sense, it's not necessary, I would say. I mean, it's not actually used for in-app payments, although it will make it more accessible if you use blockchain for your payments, because you can globally send money and everything. But it's not necessary, I would say, I guess, unless you're building a blockchain app. Okay. But although the question is a bit vague.
And thank you for your comment. Let's come back to the questions that we had for Adby. Adby, did you choose some hot questions for yourself when you were reading them after this conversation, for those questions that you would like to answer, for example?
Okay. I don't have some.
Just let me check. Because honestly, in the chat, I didn't see. One more question we have is the code in GitHub that you shared. I think it's to both of you. We have this question in our platform. So the question is the code in GitHub that you were sharing, like if you copy paste the code, so now audience is asking if they can take that code and they can have access to the code.
Well, I could share in my GitHub, but what the people must know is that code was just a Flutter Create code, demo code that comes with Flutter Create, and I just added some libraries, non-safe, and null-safe libraries, and just do some things, and I showed you what things I do. It's just a pretty simple code, but I can share it in my GitHub and post here the link.
And the same question, I think, would be to Samir. And we have about GitHub, and we have one more in our chat. This one. What if we want to deploy our smart contract to main Ethereum network? How can we handle transactions from the Flutter app?
It's exactly what I showed. Like, it all works the same, just that the code will be on the mainnet instead of the test blockchain. But everything else remains the same. It's the same way you connect to the function and the same way you call it. Everything remains the same as I showed in the demo.
Okay, and I see that you shared your GitHub already. So in our platform, we have we have your GitHub. Can we share it to YouTube channel? I think as well. Yeah, it's done there.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have it here. Just let me check. Okot, maybe you have some question to our speaker. Like, what is interesting for you?
There was a question which Santos was trying to answer. It was from one of the chats, so I don't know. So that was the question. What's the difference between const and final?
Well, const means that your variable will be the same for all the entire lifetime of the application, and the late final variable means that if you have a final variable and you don't want to assign a value to that variable at the instance at the declaration, at the creation of the object, you could give a value later. It's just that there is no great mystery in that question, but that's it.
Yeah.
Okay, then thank you for sharing. Thank you for your time. Thank you for joining us. You can share your video presentation in your social media, and you can also mention us that you are here, and we would like to see you on our other events as well. So
Okay.
thank you for your time. Thank you for your presentations.
Great to be here, and see you later.
Thank you. Thank you, Anna.
See you.
Thank you, everyone.
So, Okot, also thank you for moderating this part of the event, and hope to see you among our attendees and moderators as well for next events.
Thank you. Thank you.
See you. And we have also one short announcement that are coming. So I hope that you are having really great time today, and we would like to add some more value to this already cool content. So on August 3rd and August 4th, I think we'll show in a banner for our next events that are planning. So we are hosting Worldwide Software Architecture Summit Volume 2. And for the next 3 days, you will get a second ticket for free for every ProTech ticket you buy. And also you will get a ProTech ticket to the Cybersecurity Summit as a gift. So don't miss the chance to learn from the world's most experienced software architects. To get this deal, use a special promo code Summit'50 as a checkout. So also I will share information about our promo code and this event also in the chats. So feel free to join our other events as well. And I think that it's time to ask on the stage our next moderator. Hi, Oscar. How are you doing?
Hi, Anna.
Yeah, now,
how are you?
Now we can hear you. We are fine. Hope you too. So now stage is yours. Please feel comfortable there.
Okay, thanks, Anna. Hi, guys. I'm Oscar from Colombia. I'm going to be hosting your next vlog. I hope you are ready to keep learning. Looks like we are having an interesting 3 hours. We are going to listen to Mandrindas Kalauskas, Asim Wangu, Pedro Belfort, Majid Hayam. Now it's time I'm going to introduce you Mandrindas. He is a software engineer and a project lead of Adby, a Google developer expert for Flutter and Dart with more than 5 years of professional experience. So let's give him a warm welcome. Hi, Manjit, how
Hello,
are you?
everyone. Hi, I'm great. How are you?
Fine. So we are going to listen Manjit tell us how make code work for you with Flutter Code Generation. So Manjit, I'm going to be honest with you. I was not a very good fan for code generation with Flutter. Just 3 or 4 months ago, I been working with that. So I hope this is going to be insightful for to everyone.
Yep, sure. We'll see. I hope so.
So can you tell us about how you implement this code in your life?
Yeah, as a project lead at the company, talking about the code generation in general, it's like unavoidable day-to-day business, so you just need to make some things faster, and instead of implementing by yourself, you just use some tools to make it reach production faster.
Okay, so let's turn on your presentation, and the floor is yours.
Cool, thank you. Hello everyone again. As Oscar mentioned, my name is Mangirdas. I'm software engineer and Google developer expert for Flutter and Dart technologies. And today my main goal is to make your life easier with some Flutter code generation. So first of all, I want to set the right expectations for this talk. To be clear, there are tons and tons of Flutter code generation tools and packages, but I will introduce you only to some of those that I'm familiar with and those that I am using in my day-to-day programming as a Flutter developer. And the main goal of this presentation is to introduce you those several options of Flutter code generation. And once you get into the situation when you need to when you need to generate some code, or you are just too lazy to implement something, you get that click in your head that, okay, I can generate this. So without further ado, we can check the agenda. So I will cover the 4 main topics today. One of those is localization. Then we get to assets, objects and state, and widgets. Okay, so first of all, we should clarify what the code generation is. So the basic development flow is that first of all, you have an idea that you need to implement something, that you need to code something. Then you spend some time developing that and making it work. And then, yeah, you're happy about your code and about the end goal. Where this code generation stands is that when you use the code generation, the beginning of the workflow is exactly the same. You get the idea. Then you spend some time coding, but this time is much smaller. That's why the clock is smaller on the slides. And then you use some code generation tools from your generated configuration files, from your generated code snippets, to generate some actual code that would run in your app. And then you just reach your end result faster than you will do with the usual development flow by typing everything by your hands. So let's begin with localization. For those who are not familiar with this term, localization is the process of adapting a product or product content, like text inside the product, to a specific language, culture, or location. So that would be different languages used in the app. Maybe in some Eastern countries, it's a common pattern to use the right to left text there. So that's why localization is there. And for localization, we use the ENTL package. So basically, that's a package, a Flutter favorite package, so quite a popular one to facilitate localization text and also other localization details such as plurals, like data number formatting, currency formatting, parsing, as I mentioned, maybe bidirectional text flow, and so on. So to begin with the code generation, first of all, we need to add the dependencies to our project. So one of those is Flutter localizations, and then we add the ENTL package that I already mentioned. And also we need to, under the Flutter section, we need to set the flag of generated true, and that would allow us to generate synthetic package. And In simple words, synthetic package is just a generated package outside of your lib folder that automatically is included in your project. So you could use the code generated there directly in your project. Also, before generating the code, we should prepare the some localization configuration. So first of all, we define the output directory where we put our localization files, ARB files. So about those, I'll talk a bit later. Then we define the template file. So for instance, in our app, we are using the English by default. So we define the template file as messages en, which is the locale of the English. And then we just define the file name of the generated localization code. So talking about ARB files, it's just basically a JSON files on steroids made specifically for localizations. So those ARB files, as you may notice, the syntax it's really JSON-like syntax. So we just define the locale at the top, then we define our localization keys with their values. And also, we provide the metadata for those localization keys. And this metadata starts with the @ symbol. And inside this metadata, you could notice that there's a description of this localization key. But later on, you'll see that we can provide more metadata in this section. And this metadata should be defined only for the template file, meaning if you later add the localization files for other languages, you only define the localization key and value, and that's enough for the app to work. This step is optional, but that's something I would like to do in my projects. So first of all, you can notice that we are importing and exporting the same file. So the purpose of this is that we are importing this synthetic package that I mentioned before, and we are exporting it as our own. So the advantage there is that instead of like importing code from, let's say, third-party package or the package outside the usual lib folder, we could import this L10N Dart file, and we use our localizations. And also, what I like to do is define the extension method to access our localizations. So you could see how this code example looks with extension and without extension. So with extension, the code is more concise. It's just shorter, and it just saves time when you are typing a lot of localizations in your code. So now everything is configured. We can jump right to the generation part. So first of all, let's start with simple localizations. So let's say you have just a simple localization and its value, which does not require any parameter. So in this case, you get the generated code, which is a simple string getter and basically returning the same value as provided in the localization file. But also your localizations could contain parameters. So for instance, you want to say in your application, hello, and your name. So you could pass this name as a parameter. So you could see in the ARB file on the left, the syntax for that. You just provide your variable between the curly braces. And inside the metadata, you define the placeholders, which is basically your variables, and you define their type and an example value. So for instance, in our case, I want to provide the locale value with the corresponding locale we provide to this function. And the generated Dart code for that is just a simple function that returns string. And you could see that this parameter is passed to the string using string interpolation. It's provided later into the app. If we get into more complex examples, let's say we want to provide the local date, or we want to provide a currency, it looks exactly the same as passing a simple parameter. Just the main difference is that we define a different type for that. So for the date, let's say we define the datetime type, and we also specify the specific format on how this date should be translated. And in the generated code on the right, you could see that that's where we are actually using this ENTL package. So it helps us to localize this date and provide it into the corresponding local format. So you could see that this code is just applies the provided format to the date and later use that in the corresponding translation text. Also, if we want to provide currency, again, exactly the same as for a simple parameter, just the metadata is different. We provide a different type and also the format of this currency. And if you compare the left our ARB file with the right one, which is the generated R file. All the parameters and all the variables are used there one by one pretty much. And the last thing I want to mention about the localizations is that sometimes you just need plurals, meaning if you pass a variable which is like 0, you want to provide one text. If you pass a variable which is a singular or just a 1, let's say, you want to provide another text and maybe provide some default example. So in this case, I provide 3 different cases. So one is when the past count value is 0, then we basically tell the user that you haven't pushed the button yet. If it equals 1, we said that you have pushed the button once, and in other cases, we said that you have pushed the button that many times. And if you see that generated R file, you could see that all of these cases are like listed out there, and they are used in the app. And when it's time to use this, you could see that we are using those localization keys by the provided extension method. So we are just typing context.ltnn dot, and then we call those generated functions or just generated strings. And you could see on the screen that by pressing the button, this localizations are changing based on the pluralization and other values as well. So for instance, in English, the date is provided in one format, but another local is in Lithuanian, because that's my native language. So you could see that the date is provided in a different format there. So that's basically the purpose of localization, to provide different context based on the defined locale on the device. Cool. So that's it about the localization. Now we can move on to assets. So if you wonder what assets are, so those are basically the static files in your project that you would need right away when you're using the app. So those could be fonts, those could be colors, those could be images, icons, I don't know, any data files, JSON files, you name it. So those probably should be put under the assets. For this, we'll use the build runner. So a build runner is a build system or tool, let's say, for Dart to generate code. So it would provide us commands to do that. And also we'll use the Flutter again, which is basically, yeah, you could see from the description, it's basically a dedicated tool to generate assets. Just like for the localization, first of all, we need to add dependencies. Under the dev dependencies, you could see those 2 packages I mentioned previously. And also we should add Flare, Flutter, and Flutter SVG, which would be used later for integrations. And I'll show you what that means. And also just a default Flutter way of providing assets to the app. So under the Flutter section, under assets, you need to provide the path to your specific assets of the app. And also, if you're using fonts, you need to provide paths to that, so that those static files would be imported into your project. And when building, it would be bundled together. And yeah, again, inside the pubspec YAML file, when generating assets, we need to define the whole section of Flutter Gen configuration. So you could define like simple variables like output, which is the output directory. We define the line length, which is basically the length of the generated code. Also defining null safety, which is true by default, starting with Flutter 2.0. And now I mentioned you that we'll use some integrations with SVG and Flare models. So you could see when we are using when we are not using integrations, the generated code is basically just a simple path to our needed asset. But with those integrations, specifically, let's say with SVG and with icons, the generated code is not only the path, but the whole functional code, which you could just simply use in your app, and it would appear as an image. You won't need to import any additional packages inside your code. You just use what's provided there. And also, there are other sections if you want to provide color configuration. If you want to provide assets or change its format, you could do that in this configuration as well. And also, if you provide fonts, you should enable that as well. And now we added the build runner package, and it provides us a capability to generate the code using Flutter pub run build runner build command. So this basically basically reads your configuration and generates the code under the output directory you define in the configuration. And now we can check what's actually generated for the assets. So first of all, there's a base assets class that contains color, flare, images, and JSON. So that's just base properties you could use. And then if we look at specific types and a specific generated code for each of these properties, you could see that for colors, it's just a generated path to those color files. For the flare, you could see that since we have the integration, it's not only a path, but the working widget we could use in the code. And also for images, the images are generated as well, not only the path. And for icons, you could see that, as I showed you an example earlier in the previous slide, you could see that also the SVG gen image is generated over there. For the colors, in the project, we had the colors XML file. So this XML basically could define basic colors. By basic colors, I mean just defining color name and the specific value of that. But there's an option as well to generate material or material accent colors. So the difference between those is that if you define just a single color, you'll get the corresponding generated code of a single color. But if you define the material color, you would see the generated code for this color and all of the available shades for that color. So basically, you're generating the whole palette for that color. And for fonts, it's nothing really magical over there. It just provides the font's name, so you could use that in the app. So there's no integration, as you could see with icons or with Flare models. So now we can get to the usage. Icons, as I mentioned, since we have integration, we could use those straight away. So from the assets class, we just access the images property, then the icons, then we define the specific icon we provided, and we type that .svg, and we provide some properties over there. So we could change the icon size, color, maybe apply some shadowing if that's needed, borders, and so on. So we do not need to additionally import any other packages in our code. We just could use those assets straight away. And exactly the same for images. So you could see we have 2 images, and those images are also the usage is very straightforward. For the flare and fonts, so flare is just a basic flare is a tool to create animations with and those animations contain hooks. So with those hooks, I mean you could provide the flare animation in the code, and you could trigger the animation. So in this case, the animation is walk, and you could see that the penguin is just chilling on the screen and just walking. So this code is generated since we have the Flare integration, and it's very simple to use. And again, no additional packages. I'll just imported the assets, and boom, it's working on the screen. For the text, as I mentioned, only the text, the name of the text is generated, or the font title, let's say. So yeah, if we want to use that in our app, we should import that and define that explicitly and use that font family of the generated font. And for the colors, it's very straightforward, even though there's a lot of text, but you see there are a lot of colors on the screen. So basically for simple colors, we just use color name dots and our color name. For material colors, we just provide the color class, we define the material color, and then we select the shade we want to use. So that's basically the main difference between generating material colors and simple colors. Okay, so assets are generated, localizations as well. So we can jump to objects and state. And by objects and state, I mean there we will talk more about the handling JSON, like converting data from JSON or to JSON, or just generating Dart classes that would correspond to models or states in state management. So one of those packages is Freezed. So Freezed is just yet another generator to generate Dart classes. Freezed requires to use freeze annotation. So annotation basically means that over the class and over the code we want to generate, we just annotate it with freeze. So means that when the compiler or the generator runs our code, he would notice this annotation, and the generator would notice that, okay, for that class we need to generate code, so we'll do that. So for that we use annotations. And also for JSON parsing, we use the JSON serializable, and that's, again, a Flutter favorite package, a very popular one to work with JSON. Again, pubspec YAML, we implement or add some packages and some dependencies. So freeze annotation, freeze and JSON serializable. Build runner, we added this when building assets, but we'll use the same tool to generate code there as well. And mainly the main difference there is that we could use this build command line interface and generate our code using the build function, but also we could trigger the watch. So watch is basically when you are developing and you change anything in the annotated class, you won't need to trigger the flutterbub run build runner build command anymore. This command would be executed automatically when the code changes in the annotated class. So if we look how this annotated class looks like, so first of all, we add those part keywords. So in Dart, by default, every single file is a standalone library. So if you want to split this library into separate files, you need to use those part keywords. So basically, it's the same code or the same library just split into separate classes or separate files. And one of those files are freeze, so that's the generated code by freeze package, and another file is .g.dart, so that file is basically what's needed for JSON manipulation. Then we have a class that we annotate with freeze, so our generator would know that we need to generate some code there. Then we apply the generated mixin to this class. And in general, how freeze works, instead of providing properties to the class, we define constant factories and provide parameters that should eventually get into the generated code. So there, for the design patterns category, we define ID, title, color, and a list of patterns. Also, if we want to generate the code for JSON manipulation, converting data to or from JSON, we also add a factory constructor there as well, which is from JSON, and then we use the generated code. So how it looks like in those generated files, so basically in .g.dart, as I mentioned, that's code needed for JSON manipulation. So we just got two generated methods, one to convert to JSON and one to convert from JSON. A little bit trickier is with the freeze class. So first of all, we got a generated class with a constant constructor. Then we see that we got the from JSON method generated. Then all of our parameters provided to the factory constructor in the annotated class get generated as standalone properties in the class. And that would be technically enough for us to work, but also freeze provides a lot of other useful methods. So one of those is toString, which is very useful when you are debugging the code and you want to check what the specific class contains. Then we have the equality operator overridden, as well as the hash code. So those two of these generated code snippets are used to check whether one object is equal to the other. So we'll talk about this a little bit more when we get to the state management. And also we have two more methods. So one of them is converting this class to JSON, and one method is to copy with method. So basically the generated code, it's worth mentioning that it's immutable, meaning you cannot directly change class properties. So the only way to change class properties is using this copy with method. So it basically copies your whole object and replaces some properties that you provided. So for this reason, we're using the copy with method. And we get to the state management. The main thing there is that state should rebuild only when something changes in your state. So meaning if your state remains the same, the UI shouldn't be rebuilt and it should be optimized, right? So for this reason, there are some packages like Equatable where you provide your specific states. So as you could see, there's initial, in progress, success, or fail state. And also you provide the overridden props method, and you provide all the properties of that class. So those properties, as I mentioned, these are used for equality operator. So instead of comparing one Dart object with the other by comparing their references, you are comparing two objects by comparing their internal properties, internal values. And that's basically what we need when we are implementing state management. We do not really care if the state is of the same reference, but we just care whether the state actually represents the same thing, that the state is the same. So for this, equatable is a good solution, sure, but since we are using freezed, we could implement this in a shorter form. So for each state, we just define a separate constant factory. And yeah, it's basically, this code is one by one, it's identical, but with freezed, it's a little bit more concise and more comfortable. And later on, you'll see that this method also provides us some more useful methods to use in the UI. So when we get to the state management, my choice of preference or my preference, is using block or qubit. But if you're not familiar with the state management, it's not a big deal. The only important thing there is to notice how we apply those generated states. So you could see that in the constructor, we are initiating our state with the initial status. Then when we are loading data, we set the state that the load is in progress. Then we load the data, and later on, if everything is okay and we get the response, we just provide a successful result. If we got any exception, we provide the load failure. And when it comes to the UI rendering, on the left, you could see this this way of having separate states as separate classes using equatable. So I'm not a fan of the syntax, since you need to provide a lot of if and else if statements just to make sure what to render on the screen. And with freezed, there's together with those states, some useful methods are provided. So for instance, maybe when, or maybe map and map. So in this case, I'm using maybe when. So that's just basically a more functional way to provide the corresponding result to the UI. So you could see that each factory, const factory we used in the code generation has a corresponding UI widget. And at the bottom, if none of those states or none of those conditions are true, we just provide an empty result to the UI. So basically, that's a more concise way and more convenient way to handle state in UI. So, yep, that's about objects and state management. And the last topic I want to mention is widgets. So the most straightforward way to generate the whole UI components or widgets. So yeah, it's just using your favorite IDE and using extensions. Creators just publish their favorite extensions, and you can access and download it. So for instance, one of the most popular is awesome Flutter snippets or Dart data class generator. Also, some state management solutions provide their own snippets you could use later on to generate the code. So how it looks like in action, for instance, using awesome Flutter snippets. So you just provide the name of the snippet, you select it, and then you just fill in the missing gaps, let's say providing the widget name, and the whole remaining code is generated. So in this case, I'm generating stateless widget, but the same code could be generated for stateful widget or for builders, for any convenient methods like init state or dispose and so on. So there are a lot of snippets you could choose from, so that also boosts your productivity. Yeah, and another extension I provided you is Dart data class generator. So basically, you implement the base for your class, so just the class itself with some properties, and then from the contextual menu, you could select generate data class, and you could see that a lot of different methods are generated there. So in addition to generated copy with, or to map, or from map, which basically corresponds in a similar way as to JSON and from JSON, we got generated some methods like toString or equality operators also written. So the advantage of this approach is that you won't need any Flutter packages to generate code. You could just use IDE extensions. But the flaw of this is that if you're working on the team, you need to make sure that all of the team members are using extensions if they want to generate the same code. But since you generated this code, you could of course push this to the Git repository, and this code would be available for other team members. So as always, there are advantages and disadvantages, but you should choose the best way that works to you. Another option is AI-powered tools, and I think you have heard about GitHub Copilot. So yeah, even some extensions could try to guess what you need to achieve, but as you may know, they are not perfect by any means. And yeah, maybe these tools are too smart at the moment, but that's also an option for the Flutter code generation. Why not? But it's just not guaranteed that you will get the wanted result. And what's the solution when you actually want to generate the code and you want to generate the code based on your needs? So meaning when using GitHub Copilot, you are not sure that you'll every single time you get the wanted result, but there are options that you could create your own snippets in the code, and you'll be sure that every time you execute this code, the same snippet will be generated and the same code that you actually need would be generated. So one of those tools are Mason. It's quite a new package out there. I guess it's a development or even alpha version. So Mason is just a Dart template generator that generates code from custom templates, and those templates are called bricks. The main concept around Mason is that you define a lot of bricks, a lot of small code snippets, and then those snippets could be of different shape, different color, different sizes, different purpose, but all of those are bricks, and later you use those bricks to build something bigger, your application or just a more complex component. So Mason just provides the tooling to generate code snippets for these small bricks and then combine those into something bigger. So let's say we want to generate this code snippet, which is basically quite a common pattern I use in my day-to-day programming in Flutter. It's basically generating the page with the material route, and also instead of putting all the page content directly in this widget, I want to generate a private widget that would be just page view, and we'll provide the corresponding code over there later. So if we look at this as a code generation, we need to cover two things. One thing is that for some pages, maybe this route is optional. So I want to add a variable that defines that, okay, if you do not need this route, I won't generate it. And also, of course, we want to put in our custom name, so we would know that the code would be generated for our specific page. So first of all, we create the Mason directory. Under that, we trigger some Mason commands. One of those is init, so it basically creates the boilerplate code. Then we create our brick, which is of page widget. And under the bricks, you could see the YAML file. We get the configuration of all the bricks provided in the project. And Mason get basically collects all of those configurations there and basically caches it in your project. So when you trigger the following commands, I'll show you in the next slides, the Mason would be aware that those bricks exist in the project, and Mason could generate some code. So yeah, the structure of the brick is basically you define the YAML file. In this YAML file, you define the brick name, description, and also the variables we want to pass. So one of those is the file name or the widget name, and the other is whether this widget is routable or not. So that's why I mentioned that we want to make this route optional. And then we define the file name. So for all the configurations of the brick, the mustache syntax is used. So let's say when we define the name for our brick, we want to provide this name in the snake case, and we want to provide this name as a variable. And the problem with the mustache syntax is that we have this slash at some point, and at least Windows file system does not accept that, and it splits this file name into the directory and the Dart file. So you could see in the picture on the right that this brick code or file structure does not look really nice, but it's just what Visual Code provides to us. So you'll get used to that if you are using Mason. And then we need to actually implement our brick. So there on the screen, you see exactly the same code I showed you as as a end result, just instead of names, we provide some variables or some mustache syntax that we provide some custom name. And also you could see that this route snippet is wrapped by routable variable. So meaning if this routable variable would be true, then we generate this code portion. If not, then it would be skipped, and the generator would move on with other placeholders and replaces them with what's needed. So we define the snippet. Now we just need to execute that command, which is Mason make, and we define our brick. So it's page widget, and then we provide -o parameter where we need to provide this code. So as you could see in the example, we execute this command and we want to generate this code under lib folder. So we provide, using the command line interface, the variables. So for the name, we want to generate custom, and whether it's routable or not, we provide either true or false. And this specific widget is generated under the lib folder. And if we can compare what we expected and when we get, it's basically the same code, just where we had this mustache syntax somewhere in the code, we have an empty spaces over there. So, but your favorite IDE would handle this formatting with ease, and you'll see no problems. But basically, we generated the same code as we needed. And now later on, if we want to generate similar widgets or similar pages, we just execute those commands, and simple like that. So all of those code examples are already available on GitHub on Flutter Code Generation, so you could access those there. After the conference, I will add the slides there as well. And these are the resources I used for this presentation. Save trees, stay solid, and thank you for spending the last 30 minutes with me and Flutter Code Generation. You're muted, Oscar.
Yeah, hi, how are you? Again. So thanks for the presentation. Was too insightful.
You're welcome.
For me. I have a few questions there for the viewers. Let's start with the beginning.
Sure.
So Assad asked us why you can use const with material colors.
Cannot answer the technical details behind that, but you just cannot. That's it. If you try, you won't be able to use constant. Cannot answer that. Need to check the code first. So yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, so we have another here. Isn't it about practice to depend on code generation as our app grows and it becomes harder and harder to maintain our generated code?
It depends. So of course, if you're building something small or like small to medium size app, the code generation helps to to bootstrap the whole project and just start fast. And later on, if you see that this code generation is actually a bottleneck, yeah, you can just migrate your code and do not use this code generation. But at my experience, we had no problems with that. We are using the freeze packages. Yeah, we are using freeze. JSON's realizable most of the times, and we have no problems with that. As long as these packages are maintained, of course, I expect we should be good there.
Cool. So I have a personal attach with this question. When Null Safety arrives, freeze delayed their migration because an inner dependency. How do you deal with that when a generation code library stops you to be updated?
Yeah, that was a problem once the Flutter got migrated to Null Safety. The most simple way is to support the creators and just create pull requests on the packages you're using and just helping them to migrate this code or just improving the code. So Flutter is open source, all the packages are open source, so any help would make this transition to Null Safety faster. So as an active member of the Flutter community, I did this several times, and I just invite you guys to do the same. It helps the community in general.
Okay, so we have another one here. How to override the equality operator for a specific state? I believe this is for qubit.
Cool. Yeah, that's a very technical one. No idea. I would be more curious to hear the use case behind that. So I'll stay in the chat for some time, so I will reach you and we'll discuss about this. I haven't tried this by myself because maybe I didn't find a use case for that. The default generated equality operator was enough in our case, so not sure. Just very interested about the reasoning behind this.
Okay, let's check if we have another questions. No, we don't have any other question for the viewers. So thank you guys again for your cool presentation. At least for me, is quite insightful since I'm using a lot of this code generation now that I'm a little fan from this subject.
Yeah. I actually see one comment which mentions to share the slides. So after the conference, I'll share this under the GitHub repository. So no worries there. Those would be shared with you guys.
Thanks again.
Cool. Thank you for having me there. Good luck with the rest of the conference. Bye-bye.
Bye. So I hope you're not tired because we are going to have a lot of more speakers coming. Our next speaker is Asim Wangu. He is the founder of Flutter with Flutter. He's a YouTuber. He is also a blogger, event speaker, and a writer for Flutter community. Also, Asim is a senior software engineer at UST Global. His talk will focus on how to integrate your C library in your Flutter desktop. So please give it a warm welcome to Asim Wangu. Hi, Asim, how are you?
Hello. Thanks for having me here.
So Asim, how this new news from Windows 11 is going to be able to run Android apps? So with this, in fact, going to imply something for this desktop application with Flutter?
Frankly, I haven't had a chance to look into technically what are the updates they would have done in their operating system level. Let's say, how would they have managed to do it? But yeah, there is an active Reddit happening over this particular topic, which says that, hey, what is the future for Windows 11 and Flutter, since they are planning to run Android on the operating system just out of the box. Frankly, I would say I haven't researched it.
Okay, so it's time to turn your presentation on. So we are going to listen your subject.
So I start sharing my screen?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay, there you go. So the floor is yours.
Okay, so good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you guys are tuning in for this stream. So the topic for this stream is calling C library from Flutter Desktop, especially macOS. So my name is Asim Wangu. I'm a lead software engineer at UST Global. So yeah, let's move on to the next slide. So a little bit about me. I'm a lead software engineer at UST Global. I am the creator for Flutter with Flutter. This is basically a website where I share my experiences with Flutter, and so that everyone can benefit from if I do my job correctly. I am also a writer at Flutter Community, which is a Medium publication. I also do some small YouTube videos regarding Flutter and other topics. And finally, I also blog about it. Yeah. So before diving into the topic calling C library, just let's look what does a simple Dart program look like. So on the right-hand side, you can see there is this main.dart, and this main.dart comprises of one line only, which is print and which says hello Singapore. So each Dart program enters using a main function. And how do we run this function? We call the command dart space run space main.dart. And the output is hello Singapore, which is the main.dart, what it does basically. Now, so there are some things to know for calling C from Flutter Desktop. And the first of the things is FFI, which is foreign function interface. Next thing is, how do we create that C library? Next, followed by, once we have our C library created, we need to put the C library inside Flutter configuration so that Flutter would understand, hey, okay, this is something which I can understand. And for our case, we will target macOS, followed by, once our library is placed in the Flutter environment, we need to generate bindings since our library comprises of C code. So we need to convert, or we need to do some conversion from C code to Dart. And finally, calling our function, which is the objective of ours. So we would finally call this function from Dart, which invokes the C function, does some manipulations, and brings us back the result. So firstly, let's see what is FFI. FFI is foreign function interface. So what does FFI mean? It basically means we write code in one programming language, let's say C or C++ or Rust, and we invoke it from another programming language. And this is not basically a Dart concept. Many languages have implemented FFI in their respective environments or in their respective configurations. So Dart recently announced this FFI. And finally, what we do is we write libraries in, let's say, C or C++, and we distribute them as pre-compiled shade objects, which is a fancy name for dynamic libraries. And we ship it with our, let's say, apps or whatever things which we want to deal in. Let's see how does FFI work in Dart. So there are two packages. So first one is Dart FFI, which is basically this library is predefined in the Dart SDK, which comes out of the box once we install Flutter. So, and there is another package in the pubdev, which is called as FFI. So this basically, both these packages aim to help us in integrating C libraries. And also FFI is marked as stable from Dart 2.12 onwards. Now we will see how do we create our C library. So there are 4 steps involved in creating C library. So let's go through these steps one by one. So first step is we create a header file. So our header file basically has an extension .h, and we name it as ops.h. On the right hand side, you can see what this file looks like. So we name our file as ops.h, and we write in a definition of a function called as sum, which takes in 2 parameters, int a and b. Next step, we need to define this sum. That, hey, we defined it. Sorry, now we need to explain what this sum would do. So for that, what we do is we create another file called as ops_impl. So this can be whatever you want. The name can be whatever you want. So in this ops_impl, we import our header file ops.h, which we created in the previous step. And next, we define the function sum. And this sum function, if you remember, it's present in that ops.h. And what we do is basically we said, hey, okay, you guys take 2 parameters, and we would just sum those parameters and return it back. Thirdly, we would create our main.c. So here we also include our header file ops.h, and we call in our sum function, which is present inside this ops.h. And the sum function, basically, we say that, hey, just take 2 parameters, and we print out the result from the sum function. Finally, we come to the point where we need to generate the dynamic library. For dynamic generation of dynamic library, we use CMake. So what is CMake? CMake is an open source system that basically manages the builds process in an operating system, but in compiler independent manner. What CMake uses under the hood is takes in a configuration file called as CMake list.txt. And finally, what it does, this CMake list.txt, what it does is to generate the build files, or also known as makefile. So let's see visually how this textual description looks like. So we write our CMake list.txt, we will see in the next slide what does this look like. So basically, the cmake.test, we do what we do is we run our cmake.command command. So after running the cmake.command command, it generates a make file. And what this make file does, this is the file which is responsible for generating a dynamic library. And how this generates dynamic library, it's simple. We just run the make command. So in this slide, we see what does a cmake list.txt looks like. On the right-hand side, this is the sample description of our cmake list.txt. In the first command, it says set the project, which we specify using the project command. And we say that, hey, our project folder is arithmetic. The version is 1.0, and the language it is using is C. Next step is we add the library. So in adding the library, we also specify, hey, this is the folder name, it's arithmetic. The type of library which we want to create is called shared. Shared or dynamic is one and the same thing. And it would take two C files. So what are those C files? main.c and ops_impl.c in our case. And finally, we create a text executable, which uses the command add_executable to create. The name of this executable is arithmetic_test, and it also takes in two files, C files, main.c and ops_impl.c. The basic aim of this executable command is basically you just verify that your dynamic library is working as you are expecting before you start the process of integrating in the Flutter. And finally, this is how the cmake.test looks like. And in the public header, we specify, hey, okay, this is the header file which you would use to generate this make file, which is ops.h in our case. Next is, now once we have cmake list text ready, we run the command cmake. It generates a make file, which you can see on the right-hand side. And what this make file does is basically the next step is we would run the make command to generate the dynamic library. So once we have our make file, we run the make command, we see that, hey, our dynamic library is generated, which you can see by the arrow. Okay, so till now we have our dynamic library generated. So our next step is we would integrate this dynamic library into Flutter macOS. Let's see how. So there are 5 steps which we would use to integrate our dynamic library in Flutter macOS. This is the output, basically, libarithmetic.dylib. And it's just that I renamed the output of this. I just removed 1.0 and I just renamed it to arithmetic.dylib. Now let's see how do we integrate in Flutter. First thing, we would have our Flutter Desktop application. In that, we would have a macOS folder. So we would open the runner.exe workspace in Xcode. Next, what we would do is we would put our dynamic library inside the runner frameworks, which is present inside this runner.exe workspace, opened in Xcode, previous step. Now we need to configure some settings inside runner, especially the build phases. So let's see what are these configurations. Firstly, we would drag our library into this copy bundle resources. And if you can see here, tiny libarithmetic.dylib. Next step is in the bundle framework, we check code sign on copy. The last step is in the link binary with libraries, we change the status to optional. So basically, by default, it's required. We change it to optional. Fourth step, the final step, second last step, we would also need to do some changes in the general tab inside runner. Let's see what are these settings. So we drag our library into the framework libraries and embedded content. And finally, we select embed and sign. So this is a basically drop-down. We select embed and sign from this drop-down. Fifth and the final step, we use the library which we created and we put in the macOS folder, which is in the Flutter Desktop application. So we have our dynamic library placed in the Flutter environment. So our Flutter environment can understand that, hey, okay, this is dynamic library. Next step would be to generate the bindings for this dynamic library in a language which is Dart in our case. So for that, we would use FFI-gen. So what is FFI-gen? Let's see. So basically, it's very time consuming to write the Dart bindings for a large C code, especially large C code. So for our example, it's one header file. In that header file, only we have one function called as sum. It's fairly simple, but as your code base or you want to use your legacy code, C code, it would be very tedious for you to convert each and every function parameters to C specific style. For that, we use something called as FFI-gen. It's a package available in pubdev. What it does, it's a binding generator for FFI, and it automatically creates wrappers for C header files. So it reads the C header files and gives you the, hey, this would be the Dart specific conversion, which FFI-gen would think. So let's see in action. There are 4 steps to generate bindings using FFI-gen. So let's go 3 steps one by one. First step is we use our header file, .h, which is ops.h, if you guys can recall. So this comprises of one function declaration named as sum, takes into parameters int a and int b. Next step, we add this FFI-gen to pubspec YAML inside the dev dependencies. For FFI-gen to work, there is a prerequisite that you need to have installed the LLVM. And if not, you can go forward and install it using Brave install LLVM. Next, we have FFI-gen already in the pubspec YAML in the dev dependencies. We need to configure this so that it would know that, hey, what header file should I read, where should I output, and other things. So on the right-hand side, you can see a snapshot of how does the configuration of FFI-gen look like. And let's go through one by one. So firstly is the name. We specify class name, which is arithmetic library in our case. So this means the class this FFI-gen would generate would be called as arithmetic library. Next is we specify, hey, FFI-gen, we need you to put the output of your your stuff you do inside this lib folder generated arithmetic and name it as generated _ bindings.dat. This can be whatever you want, path or file name also. Finally, this FFI-gen would need to read these definitions from some header file, and we use headers. We use this headers configuration to say that, hey, our header file is present inside lib arithmetic and it's called as ops.h. Okay, fourth step is to generate the bindings. So on the right hand side, you can see a snapshot of how a generated binding dot would look like. But we would generate this first by using the command flutter pub run FFI-gen. So the output of this command is this generated bindings.dat. On the right hand side, you can see. And it also comprises of a function called as sum, if you can see. So this comprises of, it takes in two parameters, int a and int b, and returns the sum. But you see the other stuff it has done itself, like converting your integers into a language, into int32s, because C understands int32 pointers and all. So it invokes that sum C function called as sum, which we have the name of our function is sum, which is present in our header file. And finally, it returns us the output using the proper conversion marshalling and marshalling by itself. So now we have our generated bindings .dat. The next step is we would need to call the C function from .ffi. So this gives you a glimpse of what are the steps to be needed to call it. The first step is we say now we have our library inside our Flutter environment. So we would open our library. We would look out for our function, which is sum in our case, and finally, and we would call our function. So first thing is in your .dot file, you just place the import .ffi, which comes out of the box from .212 onwards. The next step is we open our dynamic library. So this dynamic library, it's basically is present in this .ffi package. Header file in the .dot environment. So we say that, hey, we need you to open a library, and we give it the name of the library, which is libarithmetic dylib in our case. Next thing, we say that, hey, we also import our bindings.dat file, which we created in the last step from FFIGen. And what it does is it has created our class file called as arithmetic library, which takes in a required parameter of dynamic library, which is present from the previous step, as you can see here, once we open the library. The final step is we call our function. So in our case, the function is sum. So this generated binding start library has this sum function as we saw previously. We basically pass in those parameters which we pass from the dot side, and we say that, hey, just taking those parameters, do some manipulations and give us the result. Okay, so now let's see all of this in action. Hope the demo gods are with me. So I would run my application, which is this, as you can see, using the command flutter run -d macOS. -d stands for which device you want to target. So here is the application running. What it does is basically it takes in two inputs, and we have done the addition, subtraction, multiplication, division using these two inputs. So now let's say I take 6. It does the 12 plus 6, 18, minus 6, 6, 12 times 6, 22, 12 by 6, 2. And similarly, it does the stuff. Yes. Okay, so 5 times 5 is 25, 5 by 5 is 1, 5 minus 5, 0, and all. So enough. Now let's see how does this work. So basically, so this is the main.dat file, that the only UI file in our demo. So let me show you. So here we have our text controllers and all. So that's not the interesting part. The interesting part is here. We have, let's see, we have our bindings. If I maximize this. Okay, so this arithmetic folder has all our C code, our dynamic library, our implementation file, and our header file. So if you guys recall, this is our ops.h. It has 4 functions. We define what these functions do. This is our C file. We use some commands to generate this dynamic library. So this dynamic library, I placed it inside library folder. And we generate the bindings. This is our bindings.generated _ bindings.dart. And we have we use basically this locator is basically, we use the service locator pattern. And here we have all our functions. And here we open our dynamic library. We see that, hey, this is our name, we call in sum, etc., etc. And from the UI, how it invoked is basically our this FFI service, which is an instance of FFI service class. And here we give it two parameters, which are the text controllers, input A and input B. And it basically does calculations by calling the respective functions. So add for add, subtract for subtract, and so on. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, sum and so on and so forth. So now let's say if we want to build this, let's say we don't have any of this. I will try to show you how these files are generated. If demo gods are with me. Okay, so we would need to go in the arithmetic folder. So it's basically inside lib arithmetic. So first we run our command make clean. Everything is gone. The libraries are gone. Now let's run our cmake dot. So okay, let me cmake list dot that text. Sorry. So this is a configuration which we have already. So once I run the cmake dot, it takes in these configurations and generates the make file. So it says that, hey, I have configured your stuff and build files have been written to blah, 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 lib/arithmetic. So lib/arithmetic is where our make file would go in. And this is fairly big make file generated by this. So anyways, what we would do now is we would say that, hey, we would run make command, and what it would do is generate our dynamic library. Takes some time, checks stuff, and on the left-hand side, you can see, okay, our dynamic libraries are created. And as we promised, it also creates this executable, if you guys can remember, arithmetic test. So let's try to be fancy and test this arithmetic test. Okay, so I run this arithmetic test executable and it shows me the sum is 6, diff is 6, which is basically what it's present inside this main.c file. And since our operations are correct, we know that, hey, our dynamic library is performing as we expect it to. And then we move forward and we integrate this library in as we show you in the slides as per macOS. Okay, and so let's move back to the slides. Hope this demo was at least very... Okay, so this demo is done. Okay, in the FFI gen, as we saw that there are some configuration options. So, but we are not limited to 3 or 4. There are n number of options, and all these options are present inside this FFI gen configurations. Some of them I've listed here. Let's say output, which we have say that generated underscore bindings. You can name it whatever you want. Headers. You can have different header files. For our case, it was only one, so we had specified only one file. But in case you have multiple, you can specify using this. Name, what's the library, what's the class name you prefer your output to be from FFI gen, which is, let's say, okay, I took the SQLite, which was arithmetic library in our case. Okay, so all this is done, FFI is done, FFI gen is done, but where should we use this FFI? Okay, so this is basically what I researched and found that, hey, if we are writing a Flutter app that needs third-party or platform-agnostic libraries, so for example, let's say TensorFlow, PyTorch, machine learning libraries, rendering engines, signal audio processing, you can use FFI. Also, if your company is already having a legacy code in C and you want to just reuse because that code is perfect, and so basically you can generate the bindings from FFI gen using, as we show you, and then you can simply integrate in your data and go on. And okay, as we know that every side has a dark and a good side, So there are some limitations of FFIGen currently. Supports only the parsing of C headers, and there is no support for types such as long. On the right hand side, you can see there were like 130 issues, out of them 106 closed, 24 still open. So yeah, it's still in progress. And okay, as we come to the conclusion, so the source code is here. Okay, so this demo was from C and macOS. There is also another demo or video I created. How do we integrate C in Linux and call in Flutter Desktop? So the link is here. Also, my website, Flutter. You can find me on Medium, this link, and GitHub, github.com/asimwangu. And with this, I would say that's all, folks. Yep.
Okay, thank you, Asim. Great presentation. Let's see if some of our viewers have any questions to you. So I got this for you. Get me. With this, it's possible to call a popular C lib like Atlas?
So basically, the concept of FFI is you can call a C library. It doesn't differentiate between like if it's like popular or not, but the thing is, if you, let's say for example, you're going for Atlas, you use FFI generate your bindings and all, you would at some point you would need to test that, hey, if this is working as you wanted, or you know that how Atlas works in C, if it's the same working in that specific, and yes, it logically should be possible.
Okay, so we have.
I hope I answered this question.
If the C library is heavy, have any performance issue on Flutter side?
Frankly, I don't think there should be a performance issue because of the fact FFI runs on the same thread. So unlike the platform channels, you need to wait for the result to get back using async await. This FFI runs on the same thread, just instant. So I don't think it should be a performance issue.
Okay, that's cool. So I don't have any other question for you, or our viewers don't have any other question. So thanks, Asim, for your great presentation again.
Thank you for having me and having this wonderful event.
Okay, see you later. Bye. So we are going to continue with this blog. Now it's time to give you a little announcement for our sponsors. So let me introduce you our sponsor for this conference, for this speaker, sorry. It's About You. About You is one of the fastest growing e-commerce startup in Europe. The company was founded in 2014. Since then, it's evolved into the second largest fashion e-commerce retailer in Europe. As one of the fastest growing e-commerce company, give me a second. They process over 700 million API calls each day and create an inspiring and personalized shopping experience for the customers. So, with Asim, one will go with this presentation. Now we are going to welcome to Pedro Belfort. Pedro helped us a lot as program committee member. Pedro is a senior Flutter engineer at About You and a co-founder at Ludic. In his talk, he will review the importance of having significant test coverage for your code base, and he will explain the difference in categories on test Flutter apps by providing specific examples and best practice. Hi, Pedro, how are you?
Hey, Oscar, I'm doing great. How are you?
Just fine. How you deal with this legacy Flutter code, and you arrive to this new project and you want to make sure that have enough test coverage?
Dealing with legacy code is always challenging. I think that the trick here is to do step by step. You know, first you want to make sure that the new code that you're actually building is well tested, And then you want to go back and look at your legacy code and come up with strategies, maybe with your team, brainstorming it a little bit to see like which part you should prioritize. And then you just tackle it, divide and conquer style, like bit by bit. See what you can migrate to newly styled code, for instance. Maybe see like what are the actual parts that need testing, but otherwise your application is probably going to fail if something breaks over there. So I think it's more about patience in that sense, because you're always going to have to deal with legacy code at some point. It's just a matter of sooner or later, I guess.
Okay, thanks. So let's go for your presentation.
Yeah, let's do it. All right. So hello, everyone. First of all, thanks for taking the time to participate in my talk today. As you probably already know, in this presentation, I'm going to share some of the best practices on testing your Flutter app. And I'll explain how you can significantly improve your quality of life in the future. All right, so let's say that you are this amazing developer, or this one, and to simplify, this dude here. And you have studied the market and you develop an app. Your app is amazing, but it's comprised of distinct components. For instance, let's say that it has everything that users would expect from an e-commerce: a promotion carousel, a product grid, and a sign-up button. Your app is growing fast. As it's true for many businesses, many business models, time is crucial. Either coming from your product manager or stakeholders, you're gonna listen to these 3 letters being repeated over and over again: MVP, MVP, MVP. Of course, your app must go beyond the home screen. After a couple of weeks or months, your app might look something like this: several different screens with distinct business purposes. And you're a clever engineer, so you build reusable components, and obviously you're gonna reuse them in different scenarios. As most things in life, components or widgets in our Flutter world may change and evolve, not only in terms of appearance, but also business logic and side effects. On the top of that, as your business or company grows, you might see yourself working with dozens of colleagues, which might have completely different cultures, backgrounds, and time zones. Now, how likely do you think it would be for all these people to be so careful not to make any mistakes? They sure double check all components they touch in all possible scenarios, and they definitely do extensive QA to verify that the business requirements haven't gone through any regressions, right? Well, I don't know about your teammates, but I want to show you how a dude called Test can be your friend and help you out with that. So if you opt to hang out with him more often, he will surely boost your confidence in the code base that you're working with. As a matter of fact, Test can help you in so many ways. So to design better features, detect bugs before they go into production, to gain a deeper knowledge, document your code, and rest assured that your code is complying with the proper business requirements. In summary, getting along with Test provides you enough confidence to move forward. You stop dedicating your time to repairing broken pipes, and you start concentrating on building new features. So less going back and forth, fewer dark places in your app, fewer mistakes during onboarding, and fewer late night meeting emergencies that you have to address. In essence, you're gonna go from this reckless dude who doesn't have a clue where he's jumping into to this ninja who feels comfortable enough with the code base to dive anywhere he wants. Okay, but how can I become that guy when working with Flutter? But first, let me introduce myself. My name is Pedro Belfort, and I have spent 5 years working with native mobile development. And more recently, I joined About You as a senior Flutter engineer. I also have founded an app agency called Lutic. And we help entrepreneurs and companies take ideas out of the drawing board. So please also make sure to check our website. And if you're interested, you can just reach me out. This is a QR code for our website. And I would like to say that we are hiring at About You. So if anyone here enjoys a good challenge and wants to work in one of the fastest startups in Europe, that's the company for you. Our app is 100% Flutter. You can download it both in an App Store or in Google Play. And yeah, if you're interested, just reach me out on LinkedIn and I can forward your application to the HR team. It's pretty exciting. You're probably gonna work with me. Now let's go back. All right, so there are many kinds of testing. I would like to point out that today I'm gonna concentrate on functional testing. As the name suggests, functional testing is concentrated in validating the system against functional requirements or specifications. Verify that the given input generates the expected result. In essence, is my application doing what it's supposed to do? And in Flutter, we essentially have three kinds of automated testing: unit test, widget test, integration test. If you read the docs, it's gonna say that unit test focuses on verifying the smallest piece of testable software, such as a function, method, or class, and that your test suites should have more unit tests than any other kind of test. For the widget test, you verify a component, which usually consists of multiple classes. You verify if these components behave as expected. And a component test often requires the use of mock objects that can mimic user actions, events, perform layout, and instantiate child components. An integration and end-to-end test verify the behavior of an entire app or a large chunk of an app. Now, I'm not here to read the documentation. I think that the Flutter team did a great job over there. I think every one of us know that. So here is also a QR code for the Flutter, for the documentation on testing. I do encourage everyone to take a look at there. It's very good for the onboarding. What I'm gonna do here actually is to use our app as a basis for what I want to present to you guys. So let's make this a little bit more concrete because it's too abstract right now. All right, so I introduced to you Backtrack, your amazing online travel agency app. As planned, Backtrack home screen lets users browse for promotions, sign up for trip recommendations, and explore destinations themselves. I actually developed this app as a sample app for this presentation. And so if you want to check it out, don't worry. I'm gonna leave a link to the repo at the end of the presentation so you can just jump into there, okay? For now, just enjoy. All right, so as many e-commerces, the engineers had to work on a cart feature for sure. And that seems like a very interesting place to cover with unit tests because it's a big part of our business logic. So what we generally do is we name our test file with a test suffix, like usually with a snake case, of course. And we try to replicate the same directory from the original model, but with a test at the beginning. So you'd have lib models, cart Dart, test models, cart underline test. And everything begins with the main function. Additionally, I always like to create a group. Doing so provides your task with a clear purpose, and it helps on identifying what went wrong if the task breaks. And believe me, they will at some point. Here you can note that we added our first import as well. So Flutter tests in the top is the standard library for testing in Flutter. It's built on the top of the Dart library package test. Okay, so if you run your test right now and it fails for some reason, that's the message that you're gonna get as an output. So as you can see, you clearly know that it was the cart that broke and what's the description of the test that failed. If you're using IntelliJ, you also get this, which I think is pretty useful. You have a panel on the left where you can see the structure of your class. And if you have the group, you can see that clearly, like those are the test cases for this group cart. Okay, so I'll assume that you are not exactly following TDD, test-driven development. Don't worry, everyone since. In this case, we'll have to revisit our cart model. So right off the bat, you must have noticed that there is an add method resting at the bottom of the class. Since adding a product to the cart is extremely important, we will make sure that it fulfills its purpose. So the goal here is to guarantee that any future changes won't break the add to care functionality. Let's write our test. We want to add our first test case, but how should I name it? Well, that's a very controversial topic. There are many styles out there, but I would like to show you my personal preference. I don't like putting the name of the method in the test description because the methods can be renamed. My convention is as follows. So I have two keywords right now, should and for. And what I'm trying to do is I have like should and my expected result when the input scenario. So as you can see here, should, the action would be add a cart item. My expected outcome is successfully, and the scenario is for a valid product. It reads really nicely. Should add a cart item successfully for a valid product. So if I go back and quickly update this, there you go. We have our test description. And then as a second argument, you actually have to provide a test itself. And for this, I like to follow the given, when, then script. That comes from behavior-driven development. So basically, given means the initial context at the beginning of the scenario, when is the event that triggers the scenario, and then is the expected outcome. So let's fill this in. Okay, so I'm testing the cart. So one thing that I'm actually testing adding a product to the cart. So the first thing that I have to do is provide a product. So I create a product model with an ID, image, URL, name, and price. Second, I trigger the method that I'm testing. So I have a cart and I add a product. Then I define what's my expected outcome. In this case, it's a cart item that I'm adding. Actually, it's a cart item containing the product that I'm adding. And then at the end, you're gonna see these two lines with expect. Those are expectations that are actually gonna evaluate if what we see as an outcome is actually happening. So for instance, I am expecting that my cart items are exactly like my expected outcome. And I'm also expecting that the total from my cart has been updated with the product price because I only have this product in my cart. Okay, but this is definitely not enough. So when writing unit tests, we should aim to test a functionality in several possible scenarios. For instance, what about adding a product when it already exists in the cart? So that's what I'm doing this test case here. So again, I have a product, but this time I have modified the quantity. And let's say that I'm adding all the products from a wish list. And in the end, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add 5 times that product. Now I expect, for instance, that the total amount from that cart is gonna be the quantity times the product price. All right, let's zoom out and look at our test file. So right now we have 2 test cases. Should add a cart item successfully when the product is valid, and should update cart item quantity when product already exists. Perfect. Of course, this is not enough, but this just gives you a good hint of how you should craft your rationale when building your tests. Okay, so you probably noticed that in the first lines, when we instantiated the first line of this test, we instantiated something we call a mock cart. So there are 2 important concepts here. First, this is test setup, which can be done in many ways. The Flutter test package gives us a selection of methods such as setup that can be used to instantiate objects before each test case is actually executed. And second, we have mock classes. So in essence, mock objects are simulated objects that mimic the behavior of real objects in controlled ways. In this case, we are using the mock cart to trigger the add method. Since we want our tests to run independently from each other, we reset the cart instance before each test case is executed. However, mocks are really useful when you actually want to simulate the behavior from dependencies. For instance, forcing an error or emulating a live web service to output some specific result. So mocks are alternative implementations of a class. There are many packages over there that help us speed up the creation of such objects. I would like to mention here Mockito and Mocktail. And for those using block, you likely use mock objects a lot to mock repository calls or block states. Testing with, but let me also like highlight something that comes even from Mockito instructions. Testing with real objects is always preferred than testing with mocks, because if you can construct a real instance for your test, you should. It's more likely to behave similar to the real class than response stubbed out in the test. So you actually, it's good for you because you actually get a real representation that is totally under your control. And if, for instance, like your model end up changing, then you're also going to have that reflected in your tests. So to illustrate a mocked object, consider for a second a product repository that we want to call from within a block. Okay. So for instance, we have our product repository, and this product repository can be used to get products. There are two ways that we can create a simulated version of this repository: by extending from Mockito's mock class and implementing the product repository class interface, or by leveraging on code generation, by placing this annotation on the top of the class and executing build runner. Mockito will generate a mock product repository for us. And now we are ready to mimic our dependencies behavior. In this case, when the block asks the repository product, we can output Norway trip. Just to highlight, there you go. We have our mock repository, and when we call mock repo products, then we answer with product. And this is not all. By using these packages, you can also test the number of method invocations. In summary, you can make sure that your business logic works exactly as it was expected. Okay, now let's move forward to widget tests. So I'm going to create here a product card test.dart. We want to make sure here that the product card UI looks and interacts as expected. Then the main function, as we discussed, and the subject group, in this case, product card. Now let's go back to product card and take a look at its composition. I know it's quite big, but don't worry. What I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to highlight what I believe it's the core composition for this widget. Okay, so card, container, padding, all makes sense. Let's sum this up. So card, container, padding, column, text, sized, box, and text. There we go, the core composition from a product card. To refresh our memories, here's how the widget looks like when it's rendered. Going back to our test case, we want to use the API provided by Flutter Test to verify that our product card is composed by those widgets that give the card its main identity and purpose. I took note on the right. So our first test case, I like to call it should render card components. And I do encourage everyone to do that, because you will assure the consistency of your widget in isolation, which is pretty good for your code base. So we start off by instantiating a product card with all data that it requires. In this case, title, formatted price, image URL. Then we pump the widget, which means we'll tell the framework to render it. And then right afterwards, we use pump and settle to wait for all animations to have completed. Next, the fun part. We define something we call finders. Basically, we look up widgets in the widget tree. And there are many ways to do that. But here I chose to do by type and text. Next, we define the expectations. How many widgets do you expect to find within the composition? Note that I purposely separated the finders from the expectations. The reason behind it is that I find it easier for future maintenance. Remember, tests are also code that must be maintained. If you ever need to update your widget structure, you might have to come back there and tweak some values. Declaring the finder separately helps here because you get a clear picture of how many widgets were found if you place a breakpoint on the first expectation, which makes it easier to update the values accordingly in the future. Okay, so moving on, I actually have bad news for you. If you try to run the test, you're gonna face a big ass error. However, the error message also gives you a hint. You're lacking some functionality that often is introduced by a material app. Well, you just found out something pretty interesting. Using Flutter tests or Mockito or Mocktail is not enough. Each application is unique, and you have to create your own test tooling as well. Luckily for you, it's not that complicated. If you wish to separately tackle this issue, all you need to do is wrap your widget around a material app. I chose to include a scaffold as well. But again, another error. Now, you won't get this error for every widget, but I'm sure you faced this one at some point. What's going on here is that we are using a network image widget within our product card composition. This widget, as the name suggests, fetch an image from the network within the provided image URL. So how can I circumvent this? Well, you probably have guessed. We need to mock the HTTP client. However, we also need to somehow tell the widget to use our mock class. And here's how we do it. After importing Dart IO, you can use HTTP overrides runZoned static methods to pass your mock HTTP client. Your alternative HTTP implementation can always return a transparent image instead of fetching the network. And don't worry, there will be a link on the repo at the end of the presentation, as I said, so you can check the details there. Okay, so this is how our tests look like. As you can see, we created the data we needed, we instantiated the product card, we wrapped it within a material app, we pumped and settled, we declared our finders, and finally declared the expectations, overriding the mock image client. And if you run, all tests passed. Okay, to sum it up, when you're writing the widget test, you want to create the dependencies, pump the widget, wait for animations, find core widgets, and expect a certain number of widgets. Take a screenshot if you want to. Okay. But keep in mind, not everything is about appearances. You also want to check that the product card interacts as expected. For that, we can simulate events and check for the expected side effects. We also can go even beyond in terms of the appearance, and we can check for core properties from these widgets. So first, I'm going to show you how we can check for the interaction. Okay, so Flutter Test gives us a range of tools in order to do that. For instance, you can check what would happen if one taps in the card, or long press, or enter the text in a text input, or fling, or drag. So there are many methods that it provides to us to interact with our widgets. And regarding appearance, if you want to go as far as checking for specific properties, you can also do that with a special matcher. So for instance, you could say that you expect the widget from the card finder to be a card having the shape with a border radius of 32 points. So you can be as specific as that, which might be very useful for certain use cases. But remember, tests must be maintained. So be careful with that, okay? Oh, and of course, it's great to have a collection of widgets that work well in isolation, but your app is actually a collection of coherent flows that play specific roles. So don't forget to test your page. And that takes us to back to the automated test categories, more specifically to integration tests. An integration test tests a complete app or a large part of an app. The goal of integration tests is to verify that all widgets and services being tested work together as expected. Now, I'm not going to dive too deep into this, but Flutter encourages you to use the integration test package to run comprehensive end-to-end GUI tests. And that's great. However, here I want to mention that you can and you should write widget tests for your pages, which are in a certain way a kind of integration test. Essentially, you want to make sure that your cart composition is there, your product list, your promotion carousel, and the action button. Furthermore, you want to make sure that the whole homepage flow is working as expected. For instance, adding a product to the cart should lead to a state change as well. So therefore, a widget test targeting pages can also be seen as a kind of integration test, as I said. And what's important to do there? Verify the cart composition, check if the services are called, and check all possible states. All right, there you go. We covered all automated test categories in Flutter, right? No. I left an Easter egg for the end, and it was there all the time. And I don't know if anyone noticed, but I left there the screenshot test. Let's discuss it briefly. It can also be called as golden test. What if I told you that you can take a screenshot of a widget or a page and verify that your GUI looks exactly as it's supposed to? That's right, UI regression proof. Flutter Tests already provides us with a good support for golden tests, but if you want to go further, I would suggest exploring eBay's Golden Toolkit. It essentially lets you declare several devices where you want to render your UI and specify each scenario or state. Moreover, it captures all variations in a single golden image, which also helps as some kind of documentation. So a quick overview. I'm going to write a test case here. Also notice that in unit tests and widget tests and all the golden tests, the method that I'm actually declaring here changes. So this one is a test goldens. In the widget test, it's test widgets, and the unit test is just test. And here I have different descriptions as well. Page should look consistent with original design. We create a device builder and pass an iPhone 11 specs. Then we are able to specify distinct state, aka scenarios. So first I have an empty home state, and next I have the home with a content. Finally, we can pump the device builder and trigger the golden expectation with the screen matches golden method. If we run a Flutter test with the update goldens flag, it will generate the screenshot we refer to as golden, a snapshot of your page's UI. And out of the box, it will look something like this. Note that you can actually provide all the necessary fonts and images to have a pixel perfect representation of your screen. And I also like to comment that this is amazing, this is great, because you're gonna have a test that's gonna warn you if the UI ever changes, right? For each state that can happen in that page. And that's amazing because every time you change something and you evolve your application, you're gonna be aware of it. You're gonna have like a clear, concrete representation of what changed. You can even have like a file that shows you the exact difference between the version A and version B, for instance. So it's nice because you're always aware of what's changing, so everything is intentional. However, that should not substitute good assertions, good expectations, good widget tests, because it can be updated easily. For instance, like as I said, like if you just run the command with update goldens, then it's gonna be updated. If someone wants to go ahead and just start taking care of some different problem, different task, different ticket, wherever, one can just do that and problem solved. And that's not what we want, right? So usually you should have actually widget tests with golden tests in conjunction. You want to make sure that your car composition is there, but you also want to have a nice, clear picture of how your UI is rendered as well. So one doesn't substitute the other. Widget tests are even more important than the golden test. Golden test is kind of an extra, something very nice to have. Okay, guys, so that's all for today. I just would like to remind you that we are at About You, we are hiring. Please just reach me out if you're interested in working with us. Definitely check out our app in the stores. It's 100% Flutter, and of course, it's available for Android and iOS. Thank you, and here is the promised QR code and link for my repository where you can see the sample project that I created for this presentation.
Okay, thanks, Pedro. Awesome presentation, by the way. You have a lot of comment about that. So let's see what people have to ask you. So we have this one. I'm often running into weird errors while writing widget tests, overflow stuff, and so on, which is not visible when I run the app. Is there any way to see what the widget test output?
Well, that's actually perfect, because that's exactly what you want to find out with your tests. If your test case is saying that there's an overflow, it's probably because you're testing in some device size that you haven't thought or you haven't seen when you were running this with a real with an emulator, for instance. So your test is actually helping you right there, show you that there's something wrong with your widgets. So okay, so I would actually suggest you do two things. So first of all, make sure that everything is all right with your widgets composition itself. Make sure that you have rendered like a specific device screen, that you have like bounds, because like can also be that problem. You might not be setting any kind of bounds, and then it's overflowing because you are just using a container, for instance, or something that takes up all the space possible. So make sure that you have tackled that. And second, if it's actually breaking and saying that it's overflowing, just go back there and check, like if you haven't made any mistakes. In this case, the test is actually helping you. So just go back there and double check it.
Okay, cool. This is another question. How do you balance the test on a CI environment? Too much UI test takes so much time.
Yeah, so you gotta be careful with that because for instance, if you generate those screenshot tests, the golden test with a Mac OS, then you gotta make sure that your CI machine is also a Mac OS. Otherwise, you're gonna have inconsistencies between them. So definitely make sure to be careful with that. Otherwise, they're just gonna break. But it takes so much time. Usually what you can do is also, you can shard the tests nowadays with Flutter 2.0. So you can basically run some tests in parallel, and that's gonna make your tests run way faster. We at About You, we're going through that issue. Basically, we have like 2,000 tests. And not joking, literally 2,000 tests. And it was taking like sometimes 1 hour and 15 minutes. But then we recently, we worked on this, on having this test running concurrently, and then it went all down to like 15 minutes. It's insane, it's crazy. So you definitely take a look at sharding.
Okay, cool. So we have another here. How can you know your test coverage in Flutter?
There's a configuration called coverage that tells you and outputs like statistics of your of how well your code base is tested. So you have it all there. It's just a flag that you have to activate. I'm not really sure how it is right now. But if you run with that flag, it was also gonna output this coverage summary, and they even generate like a HTML page where you can just see the graphs, everything nice for you. And then it's from project to project, like what's your quality standard? What do you need to test? What's crucial? What doesn't make much sense? So you have to define that with your team as well.
Okay, cool. when I was working on Android, I used backtest. Any suggestion to do that with Flutter?
Backtest. Sorry, can't recall backtest.
Okay, that's fine. So this is another one. A SonarQube alternative for Flutter.
I don't know. Not on the top of my head. Sorry about that.
There is a code coverage plugin in VS Code. It's called Coverage Gutters. This is not a question, but it's maybe a helpful for the other question.
Yeah, guys.
We have.
Perfect. So you helped me answer the other question. Definitely check that out too. I haven't heard about it. I'll double check. Maybe this is some kind of advertisement. Very clever.
Yeah. So I think we don't have any other question. Let me check.
You're
yeah,
mute.
there is. Hey,
Yeah,
Anna.
hi. While Oscar is checking the questions, I'm just want to tell from my side, I'm seeing a lot of really positive comments that people enjoyed your topic, and it's really covered so good. So I'm glad to have you here, and I just want to tell again, thank you for being a member of program committee member to help me a lot with topics, with choosing good topics, with having the right direction of the event. So thank you so much.
No, thank you. Thank you for the invitation, for having me. Of course, it's an honor to be here and to participate more, deeply in the Flutter community. I think that everyone really, it's beneficial for everyone if you share knowledge. If you're here participating, it's pretty good for everyone.
Yeah, I think that we have last question on our platform, and then I'll have some.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the question. At what stage of the app is better to do any of these tests? I mean, should the app be finished completely to start tests, or better to do it in the meantime of debugging?
Yeah. That's something that we're also going to discuss tomorrow in the discussion panel, the senior track. This is a tough question because you're gonna hear a lot of people talking about test-driven development, which means that basically you want to write a test, you want to fail a test, and then basically you build your test simultaneously with your feature. But also you have the situation where you have to quickly build an MVP. You have some stakeholder or product manager saying that it's got to be as fast as possible. And usually it's the kind of benefits of test is a bit hidden for stakeholders. So it's hard even to convince them that it's going to take a bit longer, but the quality is going to be higher. It's very hard for them to grasp. Well, what I like to think is the title of my presentation. Think about your feature itself, So think that you are actually taking care of yourself in the future, because if you find time, it's more of a habit that you're gonna build. So you build your feature. What I like to do, for instance, I build my feature. I'm sure that it's compliant with all the business requirements, etc. And then maybe on the next day, I write the test, and it's pretty nice for me because I come back to the feature and I make sure that I have covered all the cases. And well, surprisingly enough, most of the times you haven't. Most of the times, you haven't thought about how is that gonna look like in tablets, for instance, or for some weird device. We're talking about Flutter, right? So I think that incorporating testing in your development workflow, it's actually helps you deliver products with more quality. So I would say you should do it sequentially or even concurrently.
Okay,
Great.
that's cool.
And in case when you mentioned about tomorrow day and tomorrow session, senior session, so here you can see that we have summer promo code, summer 50 for our senior track for tomorrow and day after tomorrow. So for those who want to join us, feel free and use the promo code. You will save 50% of the amount.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Pedro, thank you for your sharing. Thank you for joining us. It was a pleasure to have you here.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you guys very much.
See you soon. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye, Pedro.
Bye. And one more moment. I remember I was telling you about our map, about our QR codes that we have here. So please scan and share your location, and soon, very soon, I'll show you from where you are looking for us and looking this event also. So please scan. You have 2-3 more seconds. Yeah, thank you. And I hope to see and show this map soon. So now I'll ask Oscar again to the stage from backstage. Yeah, sorry for interruption. I just wanted to announce it by myself. I just decided that it's my responsibility. So I just wanted to tell you. So yes, I think that we can announce our next speaker, and it's really glad that we have Majid. So it's your time to announce. So please.
So during next 30 minutes, we are going to learn more about efficient debugging with the Dart DevTools from Majid Hayam. Majid is a Google developer expert and a passionate software developer with years of developing and architecting complex web and mobile applications. His passions are generally Flutter, PWA, and performance. He is also a member of our program committee, and he helped us with choosing the best topics. So, hi, Majid, how are you?
Hello, Oscar. How's it doing?
So far, so good.
Perfect.
I'm going to confess that for me, this is the best moment of this blog because I have so much expectations to see how I can improve my development skills with DevTools because
you're raising the bar.
Yeah, please. So
yeah, sure.
Let's go with your presentation, please.
Let's get started then. So hello and welcome everyone to this session. I'm so glad that you chose this session to watch and learn about Dart DevTools a bit more. So I need to, although Oscar raised the bar right now, but I have to make a balance here because this is a junior track and I expect a lot of people are new to Flutter and probably they want to learn some also maybe quite basic of Dart DevTools as well. But we will cover some advanced stuff in this session. But let's get started. Dart DevTools or debugging. First of all, the mindset behind this talk is that, every error you find is an opportunity to learn, right? So you will just go and write your application and maybe I don't know, let's say, I'm saying sometimes I feel around 50 to 60% or even more of my time, I'm just debugging my application, finding errors. And, and this is a great place to improve your coding experience, let's say, and also your development speed. Sorry. So what we want to actually do today is we're going to go through Dart DevTools and, in fact, what is Dart DevTools and how it works. I'm sorry. And I have a good news is that the majority of the time today for this talk is live demo. I will not show you any presentation. So it's mostly how I work with my application and the story behind the errors that I found, and I could fix it with Dart DevTools for my application. And we're going to just then at the end wrap it up. Oscar introduced me very well, but in short, again, my name is Majid Hajian. I'm based in Oslo. I'm a Flutter and Dart Google developer expert, and I do a lot of community things as well as I do run a lot of contents. For example, I'm a ProRSAT author. I'm a press author, and etc. You can find me on different social media, YouTube, Twitter, LinkedIn, with this handler on the screen. If you want to get connected, or if you want to keep in touch for further discussion. All right. So, but then let's talk about Flutter. First of all, one of the main advantages of using Flutter, perhaps many people today covered it so far for you, is productivity, right? So when you come to Flutter with different things, you get so productive that you can develop very fast. And in fact, one of those things that makes you so productive, and perhaps maybe it's a hidden gem for you at the moment, is Dart DevTools. So the Dart DevTools, it's technically a suite of debugging and performance tools for Dart and Flutter applications. It's not necessarily just for Flutter. In fact, one good thing about Dart DevTools is that you can use it for not only Flutter application, but also for different Dart web applications, or even you can actually run it on like your command line apps and run the Dart tools globally. So there are different ways that you can use Dart DevTools. And one fun fact about Dart DevTools before we start is that Dart DevTools, in fact, is written or has written in Flutter itself. So the new version that you are going to see today, and if you are using that so far, it's written in Flutter, and it's an amazing job. It's a web version of Flutter, so you can run it very smooth on any browsers, so if you want. So you can actually, before we start, you can have different editors for running Dart DevTools. It doesn't matter. In fact, because the Dart DevTools, as I said, it's a web suite, so you can run it everywhere. It doesn't matter which IDE you are using. But if you are using, for example, VS Code, and today's demo is going to be with VS Code, you can run from your command palette and open the Dart DevTools in the browser, or in VS Code, IntelliJ, and Android Studio, you can even have the embedded version, the integrated version of those panels to your editor as well. However, I'm not using that feature, so I rather use the web version, which I have the full-fledged feature of the Dart DevTools. But in Android Studio or IntelliJ, so if you are already installing Dart DevTools and running in debug mode, this is very important if you're running in debug mode, so then you can have the Dart DevTools icon, and then you can open up your Dart DevTools. Also, as I said, you have the integrated version in these two IDEs as well. But many people like to just keep their editor into their terminal using Vim and other things, maybe. So in fact, you have a URL after running your Flutter application. So you can just open up that application, the link, URL link, and then you have the Dart tools. This is exactly what we are going to use today. But let's talk about the common problems. The majority of the errors and problems that you face in Flutter application or Flutter development usually is around 6 topics. Either it's a layout issue, like many times probably you see like overflow and some type of issue like that. And this layout inspector can help you to find it. Or you will notice some performance hiccups, like why it's slow here, why when I'm scrolling is slow, why when I navigate is slow, and stuff like that. So you can definitely run a profiling CPU and memory and stuff like that to figure out what is wrong and where is or you spot where is the issue. And many times in many applications, like running a network request, any type of network request, including HTTP, or REST APIs, for example, it's just very common, right? So many times you want to just decode the header, the body, and stuff like that to debug what is going on here. And it's so time consuming sometimes. And it's a task that is repetitive. So it makes you slow many times. And in fact, many times you don't even get the response properly in your terminal because it's cut off or, stuff like that. And, or maybe you face some kind of issues that you want to go through that issue to reproduce it step by step. That's where the breakpoints happening. You do have breakpoints in your editor in IDE for sure, but let's see how actually, if you're just using Dart DevTools, how it can help without having any editors, in fact. And don't tell me you don't write print and see something in the terminal. You definitely do, right? You write a lot of logs. And don't tell me you have not seen any logs in the terminal that is cut off and you don't find the rest of it. Or you need to do some kind of magic here to see everything. Or stuff like that. Or don't tell me that, that the print logs is not very structured. So you want to have it structured, you want to search, you want to have you want to keep the history of the logs to reproduce the bug and stuff like that. And at the end, the newest feature, usually lately, maybe you want to use it, is to go over the app size and check before releasing to production to see if you can shrink down the app size to ship it as small as possible. Or maybe comparing to the latest version with the newest version to make sure you don't necessarily increase the size significantly suddenly for some unknown reason. So now let's get started. For saving time, I already ran my application. And this is an application that recently I'm actually developing throughout many of my presentation, tutorials, contents, courses, and etc. So in fact, now I am running that in a real device. You will see the real device here, but then I'm actually showing that for you in the screen. So the reason that I'm running on a real device is because I want to run profiling later in this session to show you how you can make a profiling with your real device to give a better, let's say, performance statistic. All right, so this app is very simple. There are a couple of issues that we're going to go through that. The first thing actually I want to show you is that, like I said, you can run your Dart DevTools in different IDs. I showed you that's not a big problem. So I already opened up my Dart DevTools. Here is a look for my Dart DevTools here. Let me actually remove that as well. So that's much better. Now we have more space. There are a couple of tabs in Dart DevTools. First of all, the Dart DevTools or Flutter DevTools, as it says, the DevTools is growing and is evolving very fast. What you see right now, maybe it's changing, not significantly, but with new feature, better performance later, maybe next month. So this is a continuous evolving for effort from Flutter team to make these Dart DevTools better. So in fact, all of those issues that I said, they are coming as some kind of like a tab here in Dart DevTools. But we're going to start with the inspector, the layouting issue. One of the most common issue that usually you face is these type of issues, right? So let me also show you one thing here that, like I said, you can have an integrated version of the DevTools in your editor. For example, if I just run this, it actually opens up that in my editor here. So you don't need to necessarily go to the web version. So, but that is identical. What you see here is exactly loading what you see over there. So don't worry about it. Here is where you can actually in Dart DevTools. So for example, there are a couple of options for you. And one of the most important one to debug your application. And one of the common errors is this overflow issue, right? So you many times see these type of issues. You can definitely click on the select widget mode, and that opens up your editor, your emulator, like to be as selectable as possible. So then you can go to the widget and then find the widget that you want to inspect. And the layout explorer on the right side there, it helps you to play with some kind of parameters and make sure that you can find the error. Even if you don't use the layout explorer, you still can find the problem in the maybe the layout widget tree or and then go and find it, fix it in your source code. What we're gonna do here, for example, this is my home page. Let me just also open up my home page. So like I said, I can actually click on select a widget. This is, again, similar to this one. You see that it's already selected. This is the same thing. So I'm not going to go and select my widget. One cool thing here is that if you are new to DevTools, you should keep into account that when you select the widget, actually the source code where the widget is reside, so you can find it in your editor. So definitely you can find it here, and you see that it's coming from there. Another thing is that you can definitely play with the layout explorer. For example, here, this text, if I change like the flex to flex 1, it's expected to fix this issue. The reason is that I'm overflowing the text for the size in the row. So a flex 1 can fix this problem for me. Let me actually close this because it takes up so much time, so much space. So, and then here is where I could find it. Okay, fantastic. So now if I actually deselect this, and if it doesn't fix it for you, it just shows you some kind of indication. You can then go and fix it yourself. For example, now when I found this, of course, if I now just go and come back, or I mean, if I restart my application, then the error still persists. But then the way that I should fix it right now is I know that it was the widget that has a problem and it needs some kind of flex 1. So then I can wrap this widget with either like expandable or maybe extended or maybe flexible. So I choose flexible here in this case, and I also save it here. So then it runs, and then here we go. So now I could fix this layout issue. In fact, if I just go to other screen, let's say, let's log in here and then go here, you see that I also can debug. There is no issue here, but what if I want to make this layout a bit better? Like, this is exactly what I can do. I can just go, first of all, I can refresh my tree here. You may see, by the way, my screen with a little bit delay due to the stream. And also, I'm running several things at the moment, as well as the streaming. So my computer is also very slow. So I'm sorry for that already. But then here is where I select the widget, and now I could select, for example, this widget. I can go and again play with this. This is gone for now. I need to restart it, but then don't worry about it. So the point here is that so I can select different layout and play. Even though I don't have a problem, I still can use Layout Explorer to find what's going on with my layout. All right. Let's move on to another issue. Let me actually go back to home screen again. one of the common issues is that, so I'm not going to actually go through the performance, CPU profiling, and memory at the moment. At the end of the talk, I will go through this because I need to stop the app and run it with profile mode if I want to get a better perspective of the app. So at the moment, I'm running with debug mode, so I will see a lot of janky frames for sure, but that's not that's expected. So I mean, if I run it in profile mode, then I can run it better. That's the reason I actually want to use it also on my real device. So let's move on to the network tab though. So here is the network tab. So for example, in my app, here is now in my app, like it is listening to the to any network request that is coming. So to show you, first of all, let's have it here. So this is the last one at the moment. And let's move on here and then go to maybe log in. And then I can just log in. So it doesn't matter. I can just log in where it's actually making some request. I just did it to deliberately make a fake request here. It's a fake request and also a 200 request with a response from an API, as you see here. So log in. And then here you see that these are coming. So these are coming here. And the good part of it is that when I select, like, for example, this request on the right side, I see then overview. I can simply go to header and then check all the headers for that particular response or HTTP request. Or I can even see a very nice formatted of the JSON for this request. This is fantastic, right? Because how many times you print this respond out and then you needed to somehow copy it somewhere else because you wanted to make it, cleaner to make sure the structure of the respond of JSON is correct. Or what you want to receive, for example, is what you are expecting. Or how many times you needed to go and say, hey, respond.request.header.blah, blah, and get some value there. But then everything is here. You don't need to do anything. And in fact, you can let this run and then come and search for it if you want. So just search for all the JSON ones or search for a particular, domain that you're looking for, like example, for example, here. Or what if you just need to filter it out? Here is where you can actually work with the network tab efficiently. You can now come and say, hey, what if I just want to go through all the HTTP or, well, in fact, everything is HTTP. What if I just want to have all the 404 one? I just want to realize what's going on and what kind of error I do have here. And the 404 status are all filtered for you. And then you can just go and check it out and figure out, oh, what's going on and what's wrong and stuff like that. And it's also interesting that all the errors also is kind of appearing as a badge here. So you can definitely figure out yourself what's going on there. So you're not limited to only one example, like as a query here, like a status, as I said. You can actually do a bunch of things here. You can combine filters in any way. That's a way that you can work with network tab. But how about logging? So in fact, there are a lot of loggings already in Flutter, from Flutter framework, garbage collector, and a standard out, a standard error, and stuff like that. So typically what you do here, you're going to go and maybe like add a print and then check your terminal and then make sure that that's the value is printed out. That's one way of doing that for sure. Another way is that definitely you can use the log here. Why you would use logging tab in this view in Dart DevTools? The reason is that it gives you an enormous efficient way to search and filter your logs. For example, let's say I'm looking for some kind of like you see that it's filtering out for me already. So it's a bit slow. Again, it's because of my computer. So then I see actually the one that I printed out. And what if you don't want to actually, you just want to see some certain log only? And for example, here is again, the filter comes handy. You, with the kind switch or K, you can simply say what you want to see. For example, I don't want to see anything except, for example, standard out. So here is where I go and say, okay, just show me all the things that I printed out. Or maybe it's coming from standard out to the standard out. All right, here is what you see here. And then the good thing here is that when you click on each of these logs, then the details are shown here completely. So not only you can now search here, but also you can filter out. And now you can add some kind of flag to your logging maybe and just search for that particular, log. For example, if you're using loggers and you have different type of logs, errors, warnings, info and stuff like that, then you can go and filter them based on those types. This is an amazing tools that you can go and search among your logs and find out what was wrong. And another one is app size. So for the app size, what you can do is you can generate a JSON file that it contains all the information related to your app. And that can be done by running a simple command in Flutter. Here is the command. I just wrote it for you. Flutter build APK analyze size flag, as well as the target platform Android ARM64. Here's one example here, so you can definitely run this and then get the JSON file. We will run it after profiling. So what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna go and stop, keep this until here. Let's go through performance issues, and then we will come back to this and run and build our application at the end. I'm gonna stop my app here. What I did here is that I already created a profile mode here. In fact, if you don't know, first of all, in your IDE like IntelliJ and Android Studio, you do have a profile button, so that's simple. But in VS Code, you can certainly come to the launch.json and then add your profile as one of these configurations, like what I did here. So I'm going to actually run my app in profile mode this time. So I want to actually spot some issues, some performance issue, and see how we can use Dart DevTools to help us to spot those problems. It may take some time to build my application, but meanwhile, I'm going to give you another tip here is that, so when you run the build for app size here, after the build is done, it gives you a JSON file which you can import to the Dart DevTools. But one thing that I can tell you is that you can keep the track of each version and keep them somewhere so that you can simply go and every time you are building and releasing, get the latest one, compare with the newest one, which is built right now, and then see what's changed and how's the difference in terms of size and different things automatically. I mean, you can definitely add this to your CDCI or maybe some other tools if you have for comparing before releasing your application to different iOS and Android platforms. All right. One thing that also I need to mention about Dart DevTools is that Dart DevTools comes with all the features are available in Dart DevTools for mobile development, Android and iOS. But if you are running that for web and desktop, you might not see all the features. That's also something that you should keep into account. Okay, so now the app is building. You see that automatically it's going to open up this editor for me here. I don't need it actually here. So I'm just going to go and actually my computer is super slow right now. And that's probably you also see me a little bit with delay. But that's fine. Okay, let's open up with the browser. Okay. I can also check no. Where did it open? Let me just connect it to another app. So I need to have my authentication code if you want to actually do it here. But I don't think I actually run it here. So, or maybe I did here. Yo. Sorry, my computer is slow because I do have a couple of things open here. Maybe that's my session. I think. Let's see if it's my session. Hopefully, I mean, this. No. Let me open up again. Interesting is that I can also open it here. I mean, it's okay. You see it here, but I really like to show you in the editor. I mean, let's actually open up the browser one more time. Yeah, here. Oh, sorry. It's actually coming to another monitor. I'm sorry. So yeah, too many monitors. All right. So here is the now you see that because I'm running that in my profile, in the profile mode, I actually don't see. What I can do here is that, let me just minimize that. And in fact, I can just bring this here next to the, here. Okay, that's good. That's better. Because I'm running now in, can you still hear me? Someone can confirm because I see I'm kind of freezed here. Maybe you can check something with me or tell me something.
Yeah, we can hear you, but you're a little bit freezed here, but we can hear you.
Okay, so yeah, sure. I am not sure why I'm freeze, but I doubt it's because of, I think it's because of my computer is slow. But do you see my, yeah, let's maximize, yeah, that's good. So now you see my, that's good. I think it's not freezed, at least here. So let's check out one problem here. I'm going to just clear everything here and refresh, clear. So let's go. One issue that I have, I can go here to my listing, and it's that when I, let's actually clear everything one more time. When I scroll this page, I do have some kind of performance issue, which we're going to spot it together. One tip I have for you, because we're kind of lack of the time, I have to tell you quickly, is that you need to, if you want to get a better understanding, especially if any performance issue is related to your widget in the build method, which you have built, it's also nice to run or check the track widget builds. So you get a very nice understanding of all the things, all the way down to what you have built. So let's go and actually scroll here. And you see that there is a little bit jank here when I scroll, and then it's a scroll. So then that's good. When I refresh, then I get actually everything seems pretty well. except a couple of times I see some kind of hiccups. And here is the hiccups here, for example, one of them. One good thing is that when I tap on that, I see the whole events for that particular janky frames, because that's definitely a janky frame because of the time that is taking. You see that now there is something wrong in the build method here. I can actually go further, zoom in, and when I go, you see there is something wrong here. I can just even go further, and I see all the widget that I actually created. But that's one way of doing that. Another way is that you can go to bottom up, where it's actually telling you which function is taking the most time, or it's very CPU intensive to run that function. And here is exactly what you see here. So from bottom to top, or maybe you can also go to the call tree, where it's actually going to have like a trees of all the functions that is calling to render that particular frame. So the bottom up is probably the best one here for now. Let's go through that. And I see there is some kind of function that takes around 1 second, or like 99% of the time for build. When it comes here, when I click on the build, it's for that function. So in fact, if I go back to my, let's close this tab. If I go back to my, well, let's say I don't know where this function is. The first thing I can do, I can simply search for that. And I actually find it. It's here. So the reason that I have a janky frame is actually by, it's a deliberate things that I did, is that here in my build method, you see, when I actually rendering this list, I say whenever the index is that, then run this function with some kind of number. That's a Fibonacci function. So that is causing an issue when the 15th member or the 16th member of the array is rendering. Without even me knowing the function where it's located, I could just search and find it, because my Dart DevTools is helping me in this case to understand that. So this is technically what I do for CPU profiling. You can definitely also run memory profiling. So it's similar things again. So you just clear everything, run and take a snapshot, and then check out what's going on. You can get an overview. It's identical to what we've done here. The difference is that you're checking the memory all the time. Also, you have a real-time access to your memory usage, so you can check what is memory the consumption of the memory, where is high, and so you can refine that. All right, so let's go back to our slides to wrap up what we've done here. So we have quickly checked out, oh, I see I'm back. We have checked out that the debugger, so how it works. Oh, technically, actually, we have not seen the debuggers. Can I ask how many time I have, because I had some kind of hiccups here? Do I still have like 2 minutes?
Yeah, you have 2, 4, 5 minutes, please.
2 more? Okay. Okay, that's good. I think 2 minutes is enough for me. But the thing is that actually I need to stop again. I forgot to show you the debugger, unfortunately. But I will put a link to the comments so you can go and watch it later if you want. I have a video just for debugger, so you can check that later. So if I stop the profiling right now and restart it again, it may take maybe time to rebuild again to debug and then run it. So let's go through the summary. If I have time, I will show you. But meanwhile, I can maybe quickly stop and make sure that I'm running with debug. We will come back to this later. We have checked the logging view, how you can filter. We have checked the timeline, the performance profiling, how you can actually do the performance and, related to CPU or maybe memory. And also we have checked the networking tab as well as layout explorer together. So you see how you can spot different layouting issues. So this was one of the part of the course that I created for Pluralsight. If you are a member of Pluralsight, you feel free to go and check this out. I have a section just for debugging, and that's way more comprehensive, a couple of hours, so you can just learn more about it. With that said, thank you so much to listening to me. There is a link here on this slide. You can just click and check. It comes to this slide. You can grab everything that you need. You also have my handler, so you can find me later on different social media. So let's keep in touch. And if you have any question, I'm happy to answer in person or on social media, or maybe now that Oscar is here and waiting for me. But before that, Oscar, can I quickly, until you're preparing your question, can I quickly run one more time Dart DevTools? Prepare the question, I will answer them.
Okay.
Feel free to ask any question if you have any. But meanwhile, here is the debugger. All right, so I need to. Oscar, any question?
So far, I have 2 questions, but I think it's not big related. Let's go with this one. Which ADA in general is better for Flutter development, in your opinion, and why?
I think it's really your personal choice here. I do use IntelliJ many times. I do also use VS Code because it's less heavier, especially for this type of, presentation stuff. But the fact is that both tools for IntelliJ and VS Code, for example, or on Android Studio, all Flutter and Dart tools are built in the same way. They are somehow same. So, I mean, you don't get so much behind if you are using this editor or that editor, for example. So this is more of a personal choice. But I think for me, I use VS Code many times, like in a day or in a week, many times. But sometimes I also use IntelliJ because it has more like in full-fledged feature, like an IDE, right? So you can just debug stuff much easier sometimes, but not always. So VS Code helps me quite a lot in that sense as well.
Okay, cool. So which tool do you use more of the Dev tool or the Dart Dev tool? I know that every one is useful in a certain way, but which one is the most important for you when you are going to develop?
That's a very good question. I personally use 2 tabs quite often, and that's logging and also networking. Because these 2 are actually the part that you usually go to your function, print out something, and you want to check some stuff, and that's come to terminal. And sometimes you want to search what was the previous value and what is the new one. And then so these are the good things that you can get from the logging. You have the history, you can go ahead, search, filter, and find out what was wrong and what was not. So I do use these 2 quite often, like maybe always it's open in when I'm developing a Flutter application for sure. But Layout Explorer also is a good tool, not necessarily to fixing the bug, but to finding or spotting where that particular widget is. Because when you select that widget, then the source code automatically goes to that part in your editor. So you can find that widget quickly. You don't need to search or find it in different ways. So I think these are the one that I pretty much use it every day.
So one person is asking how they run DevTools in Android Studio. So I don't know if you have
go ahead.
the Android Studio to show us how to open the DevTools.
I do have an Android Studio. I can also open it, but then here is Android Studio. When you run your IntelliJ or Android Studio, you will get these little things here at the bottom. So here is, your code and your trees and files, and here's your terminal. So you get that. If you click on that, then you can open up a browser version of the DevTools. But then you do have some of the feature of the DevTools integrated with your IDE. As I showed, for example, you can click on Inspector and it just showed up on the right side of your editor. And the buttons are on the top of your editor. But this is the one that I'm looking for, the opening the DevTools web version with all the features.
Okay, that's cool. We don't have more questions.
That's good. It's two reasons for that. Either it's so clear or people don't like
so
it.
confusing. But at least for me, you accomplished my expectations. I learned something new. Even if it's a junior track, there is always something to learn. I have not used so much the login feature in DevTool. I used to search the log into the terminal. So yeah,
sure,
that could be an improvement of
There
my
is
skills.
one question that was repeated several times, and I think that we need to ask him, because in this question, I check in our platform, and at this where you check in our platform, I really want to say thank you from my side, Majid, to you for helping us so much. It was an honor to work with you and to have your time, to have you here. So thank you so much for your support, for your help, for helping us with speakers, with topics, with everything. Honestly, thank you so much.
Thank you for doing the great job so far.
Thank you so much. By the way, I think that it's time to announce that we are planning to have second Flutter Global Summit, and soon I'll do announcement wider, but I hope to see all of you there as well, because I'm really enjoying now. Thank you for your time. But Oscar, one more question. Yes, please. Is that we had in our...
I have one question here. Does running in profile mode affect any part of your app?
Oh yeah, it does, absolutely. So if you run in debug mode, technically you're running with a bunch of extra stuff, which sometimes is also heavy and CPU engaging. So that's when you run in profile mode, you're running that in similar to production, very optimized, but you also run with a protocol that you can detect if there is any issue in the DevTools, for example. So I do recommend when you do profiling, you run it first of all on a real device. That is very important. Test it on a real device, because simulator will give you some kind of bad indication sometimes. And also you run it in profile mode, so you make sure that you're running in development, in production ready mode somehow.
Yeah, so I think you also can join our chat on the platform, and you have some more questions there. And it's time to have a break, because we are from 8 a.m. Central European time without even single break. So I think it's time to have some coffee, tea, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Have a good coffee break.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
And I think we had one more announcement for you.
Yes. So now we're going to have a great news for our EHR persons in the event. On August 10th and 11th, we are gathering the most respected HR recruitment expert to share their knowledge on human resources, care, and these compliant times. To get this deal, use the special promo code SUMMER15 and check it out.
Yeah, so we have our HR Summit as well. So please check our promo code Summit'50. It works for almost for all our events for these 2 days, 3 days for event. So thank you for your time. Now we have, I want to thank you, Oscar, for doing great job as a moderator. Really, you're doing it really great. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, see you soon. And one more moment, we want to show you, remember I asked you about filling QR code, just scanning QR code. So we have it, and here we go. So our people are coming us from all over the world. It's almost riverpod, Indian, Pakistan, America also. So yes, I think you can still scan QR code, and we will show you here. So it's time for break. We will just have a break for 6 minutes, and then we'll join for discussion panel. So see you soon. So I hope at least you had time to just drink water. I know that was not enough for coffee, for food, or something like that. I think at least water. So yes, it's time to call to this stage Scott Stoll, or at least he has a time to his coffee. Yeah, hi Scott. I'm glad to see you here. Yeah, I'll do short introduction. Scott is our program committee member, speaker, and I know, like, my father for this Flutter, because when I just started preparation this event, I started with him. He was trying to explain me what is Flutter. So thank you so much. Thank you for that information. Now we have the summit.
You did great. You did great. So excuse me while I arrange the Death Star here.
So great. We will have this discussion panel about common mistakes and some future Flutter, and we have other speakers that are waiting here on backstage. I will add them one by one, and it's a time for introduction to this discussion panel. Yeah, here is Elaine.
Elaine.
I think you know all of them in your
Hello.
daily life. Like, I think I added everyone here. Yeah, I added everyone. So it's time for me to leave the stage. The 45-minute stage is yours. Just have a good conversation. I'm here on backstage if anything you need.
Why don't we start with some introductions? I'm Scott Stoll, a Flutter developer and technical evangelist working with AppCircle.io, which is CI/CD, and I've been doing Flutter since about September 2017. Elaine?
Yes, hi everyone, I'm Elaine, I'm a Flutter GD. I've been working with Flutter since 2018. I'm a mobile developer, so I still do some native work too, but I'm in love with Flutter. Based in France, actually. Okay, next. Should I call the next person or should you?
No, go right ahead.
So, Andrei.
Hi everyone, I'm Andrei. I work at Microsoft on the Surface Duo team. So I work on the team that makes this device, and I mostly focus on the Flutter support for it. And I also have a presentation in the senior day 2 track. So I'll also see you there, and hopefully I can answer a few questions regarding that in this session. I also have 6 mistakes that people sometimes make in Flutter, just to be prepared for this meeting. And Anna, could you please go next?
Hello, I'm Anna from Ukraine. I'm a full-time Flutter developer. Fall in love with it since the first glance in probably December 2018. I'm a GDE in Dart and Flutter, and I'm joined here with Dash and Dash-led handmade. So, Mais?
Yeah, hi. I'm Mais Haraki. I'm a Flutter GDE and a software engineer, currently working as a full-time Flutter and Firebase developer. I'm working on a health startup where we use Flutter and Flutter Web to provide health virtual appointments and physical appointments for people in Saudi Arabia. Yeah, so one left, Drumel.
So hey everyone, I'm Drumel from India. I'm also a Flutter GDE and also a Dart GDE. I'm working with the Go High level as in the senior mobile application developer, and I'm running a community called GDG in my city. I'm developed since more than 7 years. So I have been to the dev community like more than 7 years, and I know how developer works, what they think, and I'm helping them the way I can do. So I'm here again to help you out, guys. So over to you, Scott.
Well, and I forgot, well, no, I didn't forget. I'm just trying to keep things brief, but I also do run GDG Cleveland. And all the GDG programs, as a number of us have been saying, we're starting to rebuild since COVID. So if you are not already a member of the GDG organization in your area, be sure to look them up at developers.google.com. And with that, let's see here. Common mistakes in Flutter. Well, let's start out with one of the beginner's mistakes, shall we? How many of us have initialized a variable inside the build method? Come on, don't make me feel lonely here. If you initialize a variable inside of the build method, it's going to reinitialize on every single frame. So if you have a car and the car is red, you initialize it to red in the build method. Now you change the car to blue, you call your set state. You refresh the screen, guess what? When the build runs, the car is going to get changed back to red. The way you'll find this out is when you step through with the debugger, you'll watch it get changed to blue. And then when the frame rebuilds, you'll watch it get changed back to red, and then you'll feel silly. So who's next?
I would like to add on this mistake, or on this beginner's journey, let's say, with something that's almost the same thing, but is not as obvious, which is initializing a feature in the build method. So you're using a feature builder, and it takes a feature, and you just create it there. It works fine, I think. That doesn't give any immediate symptoms. It's not as dangerous as, or it's not as obvious as reinitializing the car as being red all the time. Mm-hmm. But anytime that build method rebuilds, that feature will get called again. And I think feature builder has a caching mechanism, which kind of might mask the issue for you. But the call is made every single time in the background, so you might still see the UI looking just fine, but things are happening that shouldn't happen, or you don't expect them to happen if you do that. So the solution for that is usually to make the build method to take that widget, which is usually a stateless widget, and make it a stateful widget and initialize the future and keep hold on to it for future use and not reinitialize it all the time. Coincidentally, this is one of the top 10 questions on Stack Overflow, because I went through them quickly just before this, just to get some inspiration for this panel. And I think this was it has more than 200 ups, and there's a really good answer to it. So yeah, that's my proposition for beginner mistakes, number one.
So I will go next. So for the beginner's mistake, I mean, apart from this, the initializing variable in the build, the another mistake which I used to do a lot when I started is like writing unnecessary widgets wrapping under the container. So like, even though you don't require, we are just, wrapping any widget into the container and, giving the shape and everything. So there is one of my answer only on Stack Overflow, that how to, do the rounded corner of the button. We already have the shape property in the button, but still we are going to use, the container, and then we give the shape, and then we do the rounded border. So this is again a very common beginner's mistake, that, using the container unnecessarily and like, extensively. So the solution is just go to the documentation, check the proper widget, because almost every widget have their own style and shape property where it is required, and use that rather than reutilizing or wrapping your widget under the container widget.
So you're saying read the manual?
Yes.
I don't want to put anyone on the spot if you're not ready, so I'm not going to call out a name. Just go.
Okay, I'll go. So this is also one really common beginner mistake, and I think not just for beginners, even more experienced people still do it, which is to use many, just like whatever package that solves your problem, you just grab it and put it there, not reading what's inside it, not reading what it depends on, and that's create more and more dependencies in your applications. And your applications, yeah, like after in the same month or in the same 2 months, you're not gonna face any problems, that everything's gonna be smooth. You already built a whole app in just 1 month. That's great. But after that time, like 3, 4, 5 months, Flutter versions starts to go up, things change in iOS world, in the Kotlin world, in the Android world, and then packages start to break. But some packages depend on other packages. The versioning starts to, like, things go crazy, especially for the packages that depend on Flutter itself. Like, if you can't do it yourself, even if it's gonna take you some time. But don't depend on so many packages before actually reading them and like going through everything carefully.
And there's a fine balance in that. I've been working with some extremely good Flutter developers, people you know. And one thing I have noticed is they are all very resistant to making their apps dependent on a bunch of packages. But at the same time, there's a balance. You have to know when to use a package and when to take the extra time to write the code yourself. And it's not always clear. This is an art, not a science. One of the main things, though, is if you're going to depend on a package and everything is, your whole app just depends on this, more so than the idea of a dependency, but the idea that if you lose this dependency, your app is completely destroyed. You're probably going to want to stick with something maintained by the Flutter team. Just putting that out there, because things happen, and this is a big discussion happening behind the scenes, and it's been going on now for about 6 or 7 months. What to do with packages that have been abandoned, but that people still need. And there's some people are talking about, should they take it over? Other people are saying, is it ethical to take over a package without being able to get a hold of the maintainer first? Some people are talking about forking it. Long story short, there's no answer yet. So make sure that if you're depending on something, that you have a really good chance of it still being around a year, 2 years, 3 years from now. Or maybe just take the time to write the code yourself. So let's see here. Anna, you've got something?
Yes, actually, since we mentioned open source, I'd like to highlight several mistakes, I would say, I observe, because Flutter is open source and a lot of packages are, we deal with open source code base on a daily basis. And I would say the first and biggest mistake is being rude to open source repository maintainer, demanding solution to the problem, saying that package is rotting or abuse anybody. I've seen this, unfortunately, in some repositories. Another aspect is thinking that your input isn't valuable. There are many ways you can help improve the software that we all rely on. A well-described bug report, a feature request, or even a simple thank you to the package author for some motivation. And also thinking that open source contributions are hard and are not for you. While you can contribute with coding, even if you are not an advanced Flutter user, you might get code review for free from the package maintainer. Just start, show your interest, and ask probably what features or issues are good as a first try. And Also, a good way to contribute to open source is about documentation. And here I don't mean the fixing the typo in README, while it is also nice. But if you are a constant user of the package, you can as well be an author to a great piece of documentation describing the common way of using this package, or maybe some particular scenarios or pitfalls.
Very cool. And one other thing, just speaking to what you said about motivation, I've been speaking and making content in a couple different subject areas for a long time, and I was at an event where I got the feeling that nobody was paying attention. And let's say you're doing open source. Anna, you're doing open source. You see a lot of downloads, but no comments. And no one's talking about your package on Twitter, nothing. You begin to think people are downloading it and don't like it and just go use something else, right? And it comes down to the fact that everyone talks about you, but nobody talks to you. And if they are using your package and liking it, but not telling you, you don't know. So if you like a package, tell the maintainer. You know, let them know that, hey, actually, somebody really does find this useful. You know, the Ramil is good at this.
Every like is a huge motivation, indeed.
Next.
I can go. I think I'm the only one left. Yes. One thing that I have really seen around me that a lot of people do is the fact that Flutter is so easy. And basically, I'm not saying that anybody can do it, but it's so easy to try out stuff, to make really impressive experience UIs very easily in comparison to a lot of other frameworks. People tend to forget about, especially when they're beginning, they can stay at that phase where they're playing with Flutter and basically doing everything in main.dart and making all of the business calls, and the rules, and underestimating a good project structure, some kind of architecture, some kind of good practice. And I'm not saying that you have to be a total expert. This is kind of a skill that you acquire all through your career. But in general, people tend to underestimate things, especially then when they're starting with Flutter.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah,
I would adapt to this.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
To second what Elaine said, creating beautiful application in Flutter is especially easy in Flutter, but not all beautiful applications are well architectured, easy to maintain, easy to scale. Having beautiful UI doesn't mean you have well test coverage, CI/CD setup, and creating the enterprise level true quality Flutter project takes no less effort than creating a native mobile application or with another cross-platform framework. So it's a common misbelief that it's easy because it can be created fast. But it can be created fast because of the development tools, hot reload, shared code base, and not because it's something that requires few knowledge.
Absolutely.
Also, one more thing I want to add here. As Mace had added that people used to use like a lot of libraries. Also, as a beginning point, everyone of us also have tried any article which is available and directly copy paste the code rather than thinking of for the another thought. So this is also another common mistake that I have seen in a lot of developers who are just starting with the Flutter. So they just open any tutorial, any video, or any blog post article. They simply copy the code and paste it, and they run it, and they say, okay, we achieved this. This is not actually a good way. So the solution of this, the common problem is, again, read it, the particular, the code, understand the piece of code, and try to, play with it, then change it, and then implement.
And just to expand on what Elaine was saying a moment ago about the main, extract method is your friend. Okay, your main build should be calling either other classes because you extracted a widget, or it should be calling private methods, which are very easy to get. If you highlight a column and everything underneath of it, extract method, boom, you get a private method. It drops it in the bottom. Now you have a function possibly called build column. It makes it very, very easy to read, really. So you don't want these huge, long build methods. You want them calling helper functions.
And very easy to do. As you said, extracting is so easy. And mastering is very few tools like the one that you just said can make the code so much more readable. You just have to take 1 second and just to think about the person that is going to read the code after you.
Be nice to them.
Yes.
Okay, I have a mistake here. Yeah. So one common thing that I started with when I started with Flutter, and I still see it around a lot, is it's simple, the build context. So build context is a simple object in Flutter, really simple, and it does not a big job, but that job is really important, and you really need to get it to understand many other things in the whole Flutter, like the whole framework and the whole ecosystem. So one example is I encountered when I first started using provider. So when I use a provider and I navigate to another page, I'm supposing that my provider is already there because the widget I navigated to is supposed to be under the widget tree and all this stuff. But then I lost the provider. Where is it? Why I can't see it? What's wrong? After studying understanding how navigation and build context is moved around, I got to know that, provider will have to be moved with the navigator, or if the whole app needs this provider, just put it up above the material app because that's where the navigator originally lived. So understanding build context is really important when you first get started with Flutter.
And one of the things I get in my talks is, what is context? It's this mythical, strange thing. And it's very simple. It is the context. It is the current situation that you are building under, that you're doing things under. Let me put it this way. You get into a car, you turn the wheel. What happens? What's the context? Is the car doing 100 kilometers an hour? Is the car doing 5 kilometers an hour? Does the car have tires at all? Are there no tires on this car? Is the engine not running? Is the car underwater? What's going to happen depends on the context you do it in. So hopefully that at least gives people a little bit of an idea of what this strange thing called context is. Who's next?
I would like to add on this context, let's say not understanding context well. Another issue that's very popular on Stack Overflow is one where the question is about why the text on the screen has yellow bars underneath. Or even worse, it's a red text with yellow bars underneath. And for the purpose of this meeting, I got really curious. You would assume that's some kind of default or some kind of fallback value, but it's very specific. So it's if you look in the Flutter code, it's specifically made to be ugly so you could catch it and fix your widget tree, let's say. So for those that simply added a material on top of the so above the text and fixed the problem, like job done, maybe it's worth understanding a bit where that style specifically comes from and how it gets propagated throughout the app. So every text, when you render it, it first and foremost looks for a default text style, which is a parent. It should be a parent of that widget at some point, and whatever you write in your own style, usually or by default, gets merged with the default style. Now, setting a theme above setting a theme at the top of your app is actually not a solution, because the theme only describes a theme. It doesn't define a default text style. That's a common misconception. The material widget does that for you, although I'm not sure it was supposed to do that, or it just does it, but it's not something that it boasts or documents very well about. Like, okay, this is the widget you should use to define a default text style. The widget you should use to define a default text style is default text style. And if you use a material widget, it does that for you. But that's like fixing a problem without fully understanding how you fixed it. That's kind of in the reign of not fully understanding what you're doing, but the problem is fixed, so job well done. Let's move on to the next thing, because no one has time for the defaults. So yeah, that's one common misconception that I see always come up. And to give you an example how this can bite you further, just by fixing it with adding a material widget at the top or above the text widget, if that widget is part of a hero animation. So a hero animation, for those that forgot, is the animation that you can make happen between two screens. You wrap it with a hero widget, and let's say you have a text that's like, you have a list, and the text is an item in the list, and you tap the item, it opens up as a full screen. You want the text from the list to be animated to go to the top of the screen. In that case, during the animation from one screen to the other, the text element no longer has the old parent or the new parent. It has like a temporary parent, and that parent usually doesn't contain the theme that you so carefully set up in your app. So you can end up, just by putting the material widget on top of, just above the text, you can end up having the first screen looking fine, the second screen looking fine, but then when you animate between them, you see like the yellow lines appear and disappear during the animation. So that's what not understanding that error gets you. So yeah, that's with the squiggly yellow lines. That's my spiel.
But I guess that that hero animation actually, adding you the another animation that you can add the yellow line because you haven't added the material over there. This is just kind of a new feature that a developer can, argue that, hey, on the list it wasn't the yellow, on the detail we have the yellow line. This is just a random thing that people used to try if they are not able to fix it. But yeah, that's a good point that Andrea, you just mentioned that. I guess this whole discussion, come across the one point that everyone, as at the beginner level, everyone we missed, reading it thoroughly, whether it's a Stack Overflow, whether it's a documentation or anything. We just, go to the Stack Overflow, we just, scroll the page, find the tick answer, copy the code and paste it, rather than reading throughout the, the answer even. So what we as in the, the experienced developer can do, help here is, rather than posting the answer, we just first, post the description in like a bold or some quoted text that, hey, this answer exactly solving the problem by this way. This is not, actually the way you can solve it, like wrapping it by the material. The wrapping by material is actually solving a problem, but this is the actual solution, and this is kind of a quick fix. So what kind of solution you are looking for? So I guess we, as in the the experienced developer, can help the community to become much more like mature in this way, like doing this kind of contribution, so that we can avoid this all the beginners mistake that we faced, or like the people are facing right now.
Alrighty. One quick thing and then one question that might eat the rest of our time. We have about 10 minutes. So about Stack Overflow, there's a little bit of a joke going on behind the scenes that when you copy code from Stack Overflow, it fixes the problem and it's still wrong because it's usually going to cause a problem somewhere else. That is, unless the answer was written by Remy or Gunther. So to give you an idea, I think Gunther has passed 500,000 Stack Overflow points maybe at this by now. That's insane. And of course, Remy's right up there chasing him. But that said, we need to address the elephant sitting on the table right in front of us. Beginner mistakes. How can we not talk about what is it? RenderFlex has children with non-zero flex, but incoming constraints are unbounded. So
the most common mistakes known as the zebra crossing.
This is, I call this the boogeyman. So boogeyman, hombre boogeyman, Baba Yaga, John Wick, whatever you want to call it. It is the one that it used to bite us all very badly. Now some things have changed and it's gotten better, but RenderFlex is actually what we have in Flutter, if you don't know, is what we call the 3-layer cake. There are widgets, which is your blueprint. That's the short way to understand it. Then we have elements, which is your mock-up, which is basically your fake facade that helps you understand what's going on and what's changed. And then you have the actual render layer, which is what everyone in Android is accustomed to. So when you create a row or column, that is actually a subclass of the superclass flex. A row is a flex that has the direction set to horizontal. A column is a flex with the direction set to vertical. They're just there to make life easier for you. But the render layer doesn't need to have life made easier for it. So the render layer gets past a flex with that parameter. And the thing is that the error is not happening at your widget layer and it's not happening at your element layer. The error is happening at the RenderFlex layer. I'm sorry, at the render layer. So that's why you get an error that says RenderFlex instead of flex or instead of row or column. And what's really going on here is the flex is trying to figure out how big it's supposed to be, and this isn't going so well. So why isn't it going so well? Who wants to start this beast?
I'll offer my, let's say, I'll try, because this is not a simple thing to explain, but most of the times it just means that you're trying to put something infinitely wide into a row, which is also, which without parenting that with an extended widget, it won't know how much space it should give it, or infinitely high, and you're trying to put that in a column, or you're using the flex widget directly, which is also an option because that's part of the widget layer. So whenever you get that, you should ask yourself, what from this side of the app, because it at least gives you like a part of the app that it's happening in. What in my app, in this part of the app, tries to be infinite or doesn't have a very specific size, or And another version of that, or it's errors related to columns or rows, also happen when you simply exceed the available space, but that's a bit easier to debug because you usually also see that on the screen. There's some kind of yellow lines, yellow and black lines, and it says, I'm overflowing by this much. So I think that's far easier to debug, and people generally have an easy time debugging that. But when it's just something that's infinite tries to, something that should have a finite size has double dot infinite spacing or something, tries to take up double dot infinite or something like that, which is quite cryptic. But yeah, that's how I try to debug it, at least.
Anybody else? I mean, I can continue with the next stage of that, or somebody else can talk, which would probably be better.
Well, actually, I'm still having some hard time understanding the whole concept. It's really not easy. But a really common use case that happens is when you place a list view inside a column. This happens all the time, like literally all the time. Even after 2 years of doing Flutter, it still happens. So the list view should have an infinite height or width. If depends on the direction of that list view. But when you place it inside a column or a row, I think, it gets no constraints. So from the parent, which is the column, it gets no constraints. It doesn't know how much it should take from the screen, because the list view is actually an infinite list. Like you can scroll it forever and load things. It should have an infinite part of the screen where the visible part of that list view is going to show. So the column is not helping it with that. And here we come to the concept of how Flutter actually builds the widget tree in each frame and passes the constraints down the tree, while the actual size of each child is passed from the other side, from the child to the parent. So the parent tells the child how much space it has. You have this kind of space, max height and max width, and then you are free to go like all the space or just take a part of it. And then the child decides its size and communicate that back to the parent, like, okay, this is my size. But in the case of a column and in the list view, what happens is the list view doesn't have an infinite size. So things start to go crazy.
Okay. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, Mace. I'm sorry, but we have like less than 2 minutes, and I can give you a quick answer. Basically, a flex, row, column, whatever, needs to know what sizes children are going to be in order to decide what to happen. The problem is that the children are trying to be infinitely large, and the parent is asking, what size do you want to be before I can calculate my own size? The way this can get fixed, the reason that an expanded helps on this, and actually also a flexible, because the flexible is a superclass of the expanded. What happens in short is you have a row or column, and it doesn't know how much space is available. It doesn't have constraints. But if you place 2 expandeds in there and you make one have a flex of 2 and one have a flex of 1, the column is going to look at this and it's going to say that, okay, the flex is not equal to 0. Therefore, I now need to calculate how much available space there is. And I need, sorry about that with the dog, I need to give this one 2 parts of it, and I need to give this one 1 part of it. And so now the column goes back and says, okay, you have this much space reserved for you. You don't get to be that big. You have it reserved for you. And then it tells the other one, you have this much space reserved for you. And the reason that's important, that we're probably not going to be able to get to, is that an expanded is going to force its child to be that big. It's what's called tight constraints. And a flexible has what's called loose constraints, which it means it's going to allow its child to be up to that size, but it will allow the child to be smaller. Neat trick. If you put an expanded flex of 1 and a flexible flex of 1, you have a 500 high column, and then there we go. You have a 500 high column, and you make both of the children 100. What's going to happen is the one in the expanded is going to be forced to be 500. The one in the flex is going to be 100 because it's not going to force it, and it's going to look like your column is only 600 high when you think it's going to be say 1,000 high. And you sit there and tell yourself, why is my column small? No, the column's not small. The column is taking up all that space. The thing is that the short child that is in that flexible has a transparent background and you're looking through it. So it's a fun little thing you can goof off with sometimes, and it can catch you unaware. But in short, if you use a flexible or an expanded, you're forcing the column to go back and figure out what available height there is so that it can reserve the correct amounts for the other widgets. I'm sorry, Duramil? Yep.
No, I'm just about to ask the one question to everyone, but you just continue, and after that. Thanks. Sure. Cool. So I just wanted to, ask like a common question to each and everyone, that what one advice that, you think that should be given to you and all the fellow beginners of the Flutter, who is, starting with the Flutter journey. And that's the one part of the question, that what advice you would like to give or share. Second is, how you think Flutter as in the future for the beginners, as a career. So I will start answering, both the question. So first, the one advice that I want to give to all the beginners is like, please go and read the documentation, because it is well maintained and well written. Honestly, I have never seen such a good documentation of any tech product or any framework, So please go and read. And whatever line of code you are writing, even though you are copy pasting, but understand what exactly that do. Even though you are, copying from GitHub, from Stack Overflow, anywhere, copy, paste it, it's okay. But after pasting it, just understand what exactly that line is doing, what exactly, one thing. So that's the one, this is the one answer of the first part. The another is the future of the Flutter, at least for me, it looks good. And for you also, at least for next, at least for 4 or 5 years, the way it has been, roadmap, we can see that how the Google and the other companies are collaborating and taking the Flutter as the next step. Like all the automotive company and also the wearables and everyone are trying to gear up. The web platform is, the desktop versions are. So I think the Flutter is going to be a good choice for a professional career based on this criteria. Over to you. Next. Andre, maybe?
Sure. So this should be advice for a beginner. So yeah, for me, I think if I would have like a junior next to me and he would be learning day in, day out Flutter, my advice would be, just judging by what's out there in terms of content on Medium and what influencers in the space are producing, I would advise that person to understand what the inherited widgets do and try to architect their app without any kind of state management solution, just to get the ropes. I'd like to understand how these solutions usually work, because they all kind of rely on something similar or specifically exactly on inherited widgets. So understanding the basics, because I see kind of a trend where people just pick up a provider, for example, which is very popular. It's a very good library. If you read you read the actual code that the actual code of the library, you shouldn't see strange stuff there. If whatever is written in the provider library is strange to you, you should take a step back and understand how inherited widgets work, and then you'll be able to build your own provider library, which would be very satisfying for you in the beginning of your career, I'm sure. So I don't know, have patience with yourself and learn the basics. And the future of Flutter, I have no idea. If I would know the future of anything, I would be able to make some kind of investment in the stock market and get rich by next year. So I have no idea, but I strongly believe that the future of UI is declarative. You can see everyone aligning there, and I think that's wonderful. And I can't wait to see what that unlocks in the future. What kind of thing comes out of Jetpack Compose? What kind of thing comes out of Swift UI? I love Flutter, but I want to see the space compete. I want to see the best of breed kind of be the winner in this space. And I want to use it. And right now I believe that's Flutter, but I'm not sure. I want to see something better in the future coming from someone else. And I want to see us rally up, make a good team with the Flutter core team, and be even better then. So yeah, That's the future I'm looking for.
Okay, I'm sorry. We're getting pushed here on time. A couple quick points regarding what you were just saying there. Find ancestor state of type is a wonderful thing. Look it up. And the future of Flutter, a big part of it is on the web, although please, I think everyone can agree, don't build a website with Flutter. You build a web app with Flutter. Please. We're seeing all these questions about how to build a website with Flutter, and the answer is don't. Anna, and I'm sorry, the other Anna, it looked like you had something, but unfortunately we are out of time. Oh.
Yeah, we are out of time, and Arhel is already here on backstage, and he's waiting. He's ready to jump with his presentation. So yes, I will ask you to leave the stage for him, but at the same moment, like a huge thank you from my side, from all Geekle's side. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for teaching us, especially me also. I'm also like Flutter beginner, so thank you so much, and see you soon on our senior track or our other events. So thank you so much. Great. So
Thank you, Anna. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Yes, so it's time to ask our next moderator, Adby. You saw him today already, so you know him. Hi, Adby. It's not so early morning now. Now you can. It's like, what time is now? It's not 5 a.m.
It's almost 10 a.m.
Great. At least it's not so early morning. So it's time for you to ask Rahel on our stage. So the stage is yours also.
Okay, perfect. Nice to see you guys again. Our next speaker will be Arhel Bejarano. He's Dart and Flutter GDA. He's also co-founder of Flutter en Español, and I will add him now. Hi, Arhel.
Hello. How are you, Adby?
I'm good. I have seen you before on Flutterando. You have talked with guys there.
Yeah, I was there like a couple years ago, trying to speak a little bit of Portuguese also. Couldn't make it, but I try. So that's one step further.
Nice to see you. Nice to see you again. The talk of Arhel will be about using riverpod to understand them all. In this talk, he will focus on how people to understand why riverpod should be the new way they can use to do state management in their apps, how can it start, the main difference in between this one and others, and how easy can be implemented and used. So it's up to you now. The show is you. It's your show now. So
I have my screen. So, hello to all. This is the name, use a riverpod to understand them all. The main scope, the main focus of this talk is going to be like understand the main difference in between right now for riverpod and other stage management. So why do I choose this? what the scope of this talk is going to be. So you are able to, not only you need to go there and choose riverpod. We all have read documentation, and in the Flutter documentation they say that you need to use the stage management that it feels less awkward to you. So I'm gonna just let you know why do I think riverpod is the next step, at least for me, or one of the best steps. But we also need to be sure to understand how they work, what the things that the one stage management or the other one could help you out. So this is one really hard point for the people when they're starting. It's like, okay, I'm gonna start doing this, and it's stage management, and then boom, you have found 45 new stage management. So it's get kind of heavy, right? So first of all, hey there. It just Adby already present me, but okay, I'm gonna say again, my name is Argel Bejarano. I'm from Mexico. I'm Flutter GDE. I'm one of the founders of Flutter Spanish community. I have been doing being a speaker for 3 years now. I have been working building community. I say working, but it's actually more fun than work. So it has been awesome way to spend my time, right? So I was looking into this stack of slides, and it says something like, we already got through this. I should add something interesting or funny about me. You can say something funny about me. I have a Dash tattoo. I have a tattoo from Dash on my arm. But just for you to, when you think about, oh yeah, Argel, the one has Dash tattoo. So let's get into matter, because we don't have that much time. The really interesting thing right now is going to be mostly in one slide. Okay, this slide, I just give the credit. So read Mike in Twitter. You're a new dev, right? Or you're a new Flutter, and you have experience in other SDKs or languages or whatever, and then you came to Flutter and say, okay, you're gonna do some stage management. And this is just a list for the 30 top Flutter stage management. So first of all, people get scary about this. It's kind of spooky because there's a lot of words and names, and then you get confusing between words. The main difference in between Eric's Dart and Block and Stack and MobX. So what do you think? We're going to be focused on this a little bit, and then we're going to move a little further in code, so you can actually look how riverpod works and why do I decide to keep moving and learning riverpod in itself, right? So right now we have this list. This list is mostly get into likes and GitHub stars. I actually not pretty interested in likes and GitHub, because that could this only means how much fans the stage management have, not actually how good is it, right? So you can see provider, Flutter block, 2, 2nd, and 3rd place. So what is the main difference? What these 3 tops have that riverpod doesn't have is the usage of context. Riverpod do not use context. This is the same thing if you want to talk about another ones like MobX. I don't know. Actually, haven't used all of them, but mostly all the stage management use context to be working in there. One can say, okay, but get or getX do not use context to navigate, but it also could be something not that good. If you are working and you use the get material app, inside the get material app, they use a navigator state to start moving in between screens. And this is okay. This is get easier to move, but you can lose a lot of information when you don't start to moving in between the context. So that's not actually good exactly. But I mean, what it has, and it could be really good, and it could be not that good, It's the same thing that happens to in my all of these comments are getting from me. It's something that I think, it's not from someone else. Velocity X and GetX, these two are SDKs inside an SDK that's inside the language. So for me, it gets confusing because now I have to learn. If I'm new, I have to learn Dart, and then I have to learn the Flutter SDK to understand. And as Scott and the whole team right now before me, they were talking about new people getting to here and had to learn about widgets and elements and render objects, and what's the main difference in between this and then the widget tree and inheriting widgets and all that information. Now they have to learn about like Velocity X or GetX is an SDK inside that helps you with dependency injection. It helps you to I don't know, a lot of details, a lot of stuff that it could be good. But what's going to happen when you start using these kind of solutions? They are using really tight coupling to your code. I don't like that my stage management get the direction of my code. Actually, I was using before this a selection of myself was provider, and at work they decide to go through Redux, and Redux is good, but if you think of Flutter block as a little bit of verbose, Redux is so much verbose. If you were talking about huge amount of code to understand one thing or the other, Flutter block and Redux, they are pretty similar in between the way they work this. They are not work the same way, because you need to understand Flutter block. It has this you have the states and you have the classes, and you call a class and this execute another way to call and create. But the issue that I've found, that I feel with Flutter block, and that is actually not a big deal, but you need to understand as you with provider, you need to understand when to use a block builder, a block listener, what's the main difference in between them, and you need to do a different way to mix different providers. This is the same thing that happens with provider. With provider, it could be easy to have code. Flutter block, not that hard as Flutter block is, but what happens if I want to create, I have two states, two providers, and I want to get information for both of these, you get a lot of issues trying to use proxy provider 2, proxy provider 3, is there 3 proxy provider, and so it gets so weird and so confused to start using provider to mix all this provider information. But Redux, you can get information for all of this. You can have this store. You can, in the store, you have that state that on all your information in there. They are not called providers, they're called states, but it's huge. You need to have your reducer, you need to have your middleware. You're using something like HTTP call request, and you need to have actions, and then store connector. And this is only for each feature. You need to create all of these boilerplates, which is, I feel, really, really big code just for create or ship something really small. That's why I use Redux at work, because they decide to, and well, sometimes we need to go where the work goes, so we need to be sure and understand that. So what is the main difference, and why, if you are reading this list that has been updated for July the 6th, you can find riverpod, you can find Flutter riverpod, and you can find Hooks riverpod. Okay, we're seeing 3 riverpods, but actually they all came from the same. What's the difference in the riverpod? You can use riverpod without Flutter. You don't need anything else. You can use riverpod with Dart, and move information. If you're thinking about like backend or whatever usage you want to go with Dart, riverpod, you can take it from there. This is not being able to work with any other stage management that they are using context. If they use context, now they are only part of Flutter and they can be used in Dart, only Dart. So what's the difference between Flutter riverpod and hooks riverpod? Flutter riverpod is you just create, you add this version Flutter riverpod and use it with your widgets. But if you are related, you use hooks for Flutter, you can use it with riverpod. So it's also like an ecosystem in there, but it's separated. So you can use one thing or the other. So it can help you to filtrate the buildings that you are creating, even though you are using Flutter only, or you have using hooks. You have the hook consumer widget. We will talk about this in a little bit later. Or you can have just consumer widget or consumer itself to wait to ask for information. If you do not need, as I already said, you do not need to say something about context in there. You just grab it, information, fill in, and show it on the screen, and respond the UI, give it a response, and build whatever you need to be built in there. So this is one way to explain the main difference in between a quick difference in between the stage management. But there are many other outside decisions that you need to make about this, because it's like, okay, I can use RxDart. Yeah, definitely you can use RxDart, and it's a really good. I had used RxDart in the past, like I think it was like 2 years or so. The only difference, I wasn't pretty proficient in between streams and all information around the stream. So RxDart is a huge library. It has a lot of information, but you need to be pretty good at reactive extensions. And remember, reactive extensions, they are not from Dart. Rx is being used, I think, if I'm not wrong, this came from Microsoft, and they're being used in all the languages. So RxDart is pretty good, but you need to explore all the usage and all the stuff. Like this small debouncer that we have created, a small function to help you to delay when a function is being triggered, like when you're using in a search bar or something like that. So RxDart has like stream that debouncer that whatever, and it creates itself the debouncer. So it has a lot of this kind of stuff. So it's going to be a huge amount of new stuff to be learned. That is always good. Learning is good. I'm saying the other way is just if you are starting like going directly with RxDart, could be a little bit hard to get. Now, can I say that? Get a move to get it. I have found weird people who keep using get it like that, get _ it as stage management, because the one is actually the stage management, and Thomas Burkhardt saying this, I think, is get it mixing. Needs to be used get it with get it mixing, and this is gonna give you a whole good usage. Also, get it does not need or use the same way that others use context. Get it is a service locator that can help you to work your dependency injection, and then you can use get it mixing and start using and moving in between your UI. And this keeps a very, very easy to be moved. This is a good way to move stuff, but I'm not sure if this was like kind of a mistake for ReadMike, or he only like, okay, people are using get it as a stage management, even though it is not. So I just gonna leave it like that. Maybe people like using get it, not just get it, not get it mixing as stage management. This is not the way you want to use get it. If you want to use something for stage management, you need to get and use it in between, get it mixing to have the whole path in there. I'm gonna keep moving because it's gonna be like a quick updating information so you can have it, and maybe in the future you can see this again and little bit slow and talk about. If you see it right now, you remember I talked about get, provider, Flutter block, get it, Eric's Dart, riverpod. I haven't talked about stack. Stack is created by Stack Field. It's really good. I haven't used it, but it's not only a stage management, it's also an architecture way to use stuff. So this I will really tell you that you can go to Phil Stack YouTube channel and watch his videos. He's amazing, and you're gonna learn a bunch from him, but also you can learn the way Stack works, and also Stack has a way to work with a navigation state, but not the same way GetX use it. So you can compare what the main difference in between how GetX do it and how Stack do it. So remember, I know this, I have written a little bit and a lot from others, but this is just for you to understand the main difference in between the top 10. There are many more on the bottom in here. I have used a little bit of Hooks Riverpod just for fun. I have mostly used for Riverpod, and at work I used Redux all the way, all from top to bottom. So I'm gonna keep moving. So why Riverpod? I was thinking about this, and this was the main idea that I get in my head, right? This is the way that Remy Rousselet said, provided but different. If you see the words, the letters in there, and Remy said provider is actually form. You can get Riverpod from there. It was something he created just for fun, the name. But yeah, for me, the main reason why I decided to give it a shot was I feel it myself. I don't say this is but I feel like an evolution. So I have been here for a while. Maybe Flutter was moving between alpha and beta version. And at the beginning, you have inner widget, you have find ancestor from saying context, and it's a huge name. And then I started using a scope model. Scope model was a way to move information. It was easier to achieve. You stop to worry about some stuff, but still you need to understand how they work. It was really good. And then provider came, and people said that provider was like a scope model, but stronger. So it was like the same idea. It's not the same thing, but it was the same idea. It works pretty similar to scope model, but you can have like multi providers. This was just pretty cool because at the beginning you need to go and nest, and you have a huge tree to can be able to move in between down and up the widget tree. So it was hard to read, and you have a scope run app with a lot of nested widgets in there. So provider came, created many different stuff, but then Remy explained better than me, but you can go to riverpod.dev, and here you can the motive why he work and create Riverpod. He says one of the main reasons that provider requires too much of the context, and it's hard to mix information in between providers. You want to get information from one to the other is practically you can do it, but it's not going to be easy, and it can get a really kind of weird, ugly code. So you need to be focused and move information to have just two of these providers communicating in between them. So that's why he started moving in create Riverpod. This is just two small reasons. It's a huge in their video from him that you can take a look. So the riverpod is compile safe. So what does this mean? If you run, if your code compiles, it works. Why he's talking about it? Why he says this? If you have two providers that came from the type string, it's not going to be an issue, but you can't actually get into the second one if you were using the first one. This is talking about provider versus riverpod. This is compile safe. If the code works in compiler, it's going to work when it runs. So this is pretty good. You don't have to worry about that. So without this limitation, I already said this, multiple providers at the same time, combining and async providers. I just love the way you can declare a future provider, and you said future provider, the name, whatever you want to call that, and it can give you a really good, when you have data, when you are loading, and when you have an error, and you can create your widgets in there. Inside, it doesn't care, because riverpod doesn't care about context in this place. So you can create with one or the other, and you say, okay, when you're loading, it's going to show this, like let's say you can show this Rive animation where it's loading. It is an error, you can show this error animation with Rive. And if you have data, you can show this information in this way. You don't have to worry about that. You can just create your separated widget and call it each time. You don't have to create a huge boilerplate. So this is good. At least I feel like it's good. And well, doesn't depend on Flutter. You can create, share, and test providers with no dependency on Flutter. Because it doesn't depend on build context. You can use it even with only Dart. So this is good. Please, if you have time, you can go to riverpod.dev and watch a small specific code. How you can use this over Dart only, and you can use it with Flutter, and how you can use it with hooks. This is 3 ways. It's small, slightly different, but you can watch in there and the main difference and learn. Also for testing, when you have in the provider's code for the test, this is clean each time the test is running. You don't need to worry about that. They have an example in there and the documentation for riverpod. So I'm gonna keep moving. Time is something that we don't have. Benefits of riverpod: declare share state from anywhere. One thing that I can say, you can able to do it this. I do not recommend you have your providers separated all over around. I don't feel like that's a way I work it. I have my file with everything. Because if not, you don't know where, even though you can declare share state from anywhere, just keep it in one file. Sometimes you want to use it and you don't have anything else. In there, you don't know where this is declared, where this that declared. You start creating imports for many places, so it's not a good practice to have your code separated all over the place. So you can recompute states and reveal UI when you need it. This is kind of the filtering that riverpod creates. One of the really cool stuff that riverpod has is the families and the auto dispose. So you can read more about this over the documentation, but it's basically auto dispose. If you have a call and the next time you have the same call and you have auto dispose, it's going to be going again and creating again all the widget tree that it builds. And you have if you don't put auto dispose in there, it's going to be doing this. If you put it, it's going to hold the state in there to not being revealed because you are doing the same call. Safety read provider. This is because you can have a state provider for a string, another state provider for a string, another state provider for a string, and you can read these three without any issue, even though they are the same type. This is something that could fail over provider that is not going to be failing on riverpod. And this is a plus. You can actually go to your DevTools and read your state, inspect the state that you have. Inside, just click on DevTools and you will have this information also. So that's pretty cool. and you can know how the information is getting in there. I'm gonna move because I want to show you this small code. I know that it's really small, but I just want to show you in here. This is the whole code for a counter app, but these 5 lines in the top is riverpod. This is a consumer widget. I call this and I show it right with a counter. Let me show you how it looks in a real font size. So you have your counter provider. Then this is with a class. This could be done pretty easy if you decide in the top. This is just a name, but I'm gonna do it the way you should see it in a place. I did not run it. I just noticed that I did not run it. This is a counter. It's the same counter. I just want to show you the code. This is a consumer widget. This is the scope reader watch. I don't want to stop that much in here just because of this. If you move to riverpod, Flutter riverpod, you have the 0.14.0 plus 3, right? So this is the version that I'm actually using here. But the version that is in pre-release, the 1.0.0, so the release 1.0, is going to change some stuff, but I just want to give you 2 different kinds of 2 different ways. But don't you hate when you have an example, they always show you the counter? So because I just hate when people do that, it's going to give you this. You can take a picture and you can go to the code. This is a repository with a friend. This is a Colombian friend. He is Fabian Varela, and he and myself and another friend from Peru, Frank Moreno. We all work in this, and we create. It's a small CRUD from To-Do with Firebase, but this is the way you can create the state on your Firebase, so you can actually have everything in there. But if you look into the code, let's just quick go through the YAML. What we do here, we have mocktail and we have Mockito. Why is this? Because we are doing testing and we create a series of videos about testing, and we work with Mockito, we work with Mocktail. So you are actually able to know how one or the other works. Quick tip for Mockito, you need to use build runner. That's why build runner is in some place in here. So you can came to here, look into the code, and if you see their UI, this is another architecture way to manage your stuff. This is the way Fabian made it. I use Clean Architecture. He used this. I think it's MBBM. I can't remember exactly, but that's not the relevant information. So if you look into here, he's using the same consumer widget that I'm using in here, but this is the main line. I have watch counter provider, but in the new way to manage stuff is a ref.watch. If you see, this is a widget ref, and here's a scope reader, and this changed a few things. It's not a huge thing, but it will depend. If you want to use the pre-release one, you need to come here to look everything. If you want to use the 0.14, you need to use it the other way. With this ref.listen, it's gonna have an unchanged state, and you see unchanged state. It needs the context, but not because of it needs for riverpod. It needs for the show message that is in a scaffold messenger snack bar. So I'm gonna move back. You can take a picture of this. You can just use your phone and move it. You can fork. We work a little bit in testing in there. I think it's around 40 or 50% of coverage. We need to work in this more. If you want to do it and send more testing, that could be good. We are open to put PRs and everything. What we want to do is have a good repository with provider testing and the better practices that we can have for the people to know how to use it. I think also, I'm not sure if this is using Hooks riverpod. Let me just take a quick look. I think it's not. It's Flutter. Oh yeah, Flutter Hooks and Hooks riverpod. There. So I'm using Flutter riverpod, but in here you can find Hooks riverpod, how they work, and the main difference in between them. So you have a whole set of information. You can go there back and read this. I think I don't have many more time, so I just want to say stay in touch. This was really quick. We went through a lot of stage management, but the main idea for me is that you have doubts. You need to come in here and make your research, and okay, you can use this stage management. This is the pros, this is the cons. So this is the main information, and this was what I want to give you. The doubts, so you don't just use something because someone say it, or because they are using it here, or because a friend knows how to use it. You need to go there and read a little bit of each one of them. Maybe you can pick 3 of them and just keep moving and well, learn a new one. Maybe it's going to be an idea. So yeah, before I go, I remember what I want to show you. So in here, you will find how you call the providers, and the most important things to watch in here is this ref.red. This is doing two stuff. Before that, in the category repository provider, I reading the category service provider, and I making dependency injection that will help me in the future. When I was doing it was in the future, and now it was not. It's not to work with my also with my testing. So I'm moving here. I using same riverpod to manage my dependency injection, and everything really runs pretty smooth in here. So this is the way you can have a read another providers, and you can have any amount of them. You can actually have a call a feature, and when data is in there, and it's going to be rebuilding when it's finished. So it's a pretty useful place to come. In riverpod.dev. This is the documentation. You have a lot of information in here. Just keep in mind that this is 0.14 version, the information that you have in here, and you will know because of this. This will be a widget ref, not the scope provider, not a scope reader for 1.0. I don't know if I don't know if Adby is in there. I don't want to pass the time that I have.
I have some questions, but before the questions,
can you take off my screen?
Yeah. Okay. Provider is a must-know package. Even if you are not using it in your project, provider and inherited widgets it's a must-know. Okay. In Flutter development, I have a question. The first question is, could I use provider in a very large app? What's your experience?
That's not a big deal. Provider is smart enough, and it can help you out to create. If you actually go inside, if maybe I don't know, but the person that's doing these questions have used before Flutter Block, and it says, okay, Flutter Block is big, and you can use it in the biggest apps in the world. You also can go to Flutter Block pub.dev, and you will see dependencies that they're using provider underneath. So it's just Flutter _block, the package for Felix Angelov. is a pretty amazing and pretty good syntactic sugar on top of provider. So you can use it whatever you want.
Nice. Provider is great for dependency injection and source location. Is riverpod also good for this?
Yeah. Provider, I don't remember that it's good for service. Service location. Well, yeah. Actually, a provider is at the beginning it was defined as a service as a dependency injection, not exactly a stage management, but it was a start to use it like this way, and they move it to be a stage management. But the main reason why provider was born was a dependency injection package. Also, at the end of the video, I show you how you could do this dependency injection using riverpod, and it's easier. You just have your set of count of providers to where you declare, and use that ref that read, or you can use the watch if you want to, and send them over inside the class you wanted, so you can read from whatever providers or classes and send them over in there. So yeah, it's I feel like it even easier to get than provider for this.
Perfect. So Arhel, thank you for coming here and talking a bit. Thanks for your time, and I hope to see you again really, really soon. If not here at Flutter Rondo, why not?
yeah, definitely. Yeah.
So
thank you very much for this, and have a good day.
Have a good day. Our next speaker will be Muhammad Hamza. He's leading the community Flutter Islamabad, or is Flutter Pakistan? Am I right? I don't know. He's also he's Flutter dev, and he has worked at Microsoft and I will add him now. Let me add him here. Hello.
Hello there. I hope you can hear me right.
Yeah, your comes right. Your sounds good. Let me bring your presentation here. Your presentation will be about Flutter 2.0, autocomplete, new member in Widgets family. And Flutter 2.0 came with numerous features and stable channel for web. Alongside, there are new widgets in Flutter launched in this update, autocomplete and scaffold messenger. Autocomplete core represents the minimal functionality required to get autocomplete functionality into your Flutter app. So your came back. It was freezing, but it's okay now. It's up to you. So is everything right? Your cam has reason.
At least can you start sharing your presentation, and we will try to show it on the stage.
Okay. Hamza, can you hear us?
I think so. Hello, and can you hear me right now?
Okay. Yeah, it's
okay. I'm sorry. Right. I think I just my network got disconnected. I'm sorry. Okay.
No problem.
Yep. Okay. So should I start?
Yep.
Sure. Okay. So I have shared my screen. If you can put it on.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so let's get started, and I hope that you've enjoyed the event. The previous event, you have enjoyed all the talks, and this one is quite simple, and it's not something very complex, nothing related to state management. It's really simple. We are basically going to talk about two new widgets that we got in Flutter 2.0. One of them is autocomplete widget. The other one is quite simple, quite easy to use. That's why I haven't mentioned in the title, but we are going to talk about in the end if time permits. And that is scaffold messenger. So let's get started. And this is how we are going to go through our presentation. We're just going to see what is autocomplete widget, and then we are going to see a coding demo. Then we are coming back to see what's scaffold messenger, and then we're going to see another coding demo. And in the last, we'll see if we have, a Q&A session. If you have questions, I can answer them or not. So let's get started. But a little intro about me before going into the talk. I'm a Flutter developer, as mentioned already, and I am in my final year of my degree. Computer sciences is my major subject, and I've been a former Google DSC lead for my campus. I'm leading Flutter Islamabad community for my country, and I have been open sourcing project and writing articles for more than 1.5 years, and everything revolves around Flutter. Like 95% of my projects on my GitHub are on Flutter, and all the articles are on Flutter. So you can check them out. The social handle for all my social medias and GitHub and Medium is same, which is mhnzdev. So feel free to connect with me, or if you want to check out my articles or project. So let's get going because this is the boring part. I had to do it. So this is what we are going to talk about in today's talk, which is autocomplete widget. If you can just see the GIF, the demonstration of what we are going to code into the Flutter application, that you can enhance your user experience by letting the user type a few words and showing them what they are actually looking for, if that thing is actually there or not. This is the example of someone searching maybe a city. So I have a few cities, let's say New York, Paris, and maybe Barcelona. And if a user start typing a few words, the list filters out, and it helps the user that is this the thing that you're looking for or not. So it's simply literally a widget, and it has few properties as mentioned. These are the important properties. There are a few other which I haven't mentioned here, but we are going to take a look into our Flutter code. One of them is option builders. It's basically a function that you are going to use to build the list, which is being shown. Then we have option view builder. It is a function that lets you modify the list. Like, for example, if you want to change the color, if you want to change the font, maybe if you want to elevate the list, stuff like that. Then we have find view builder. It is basically a function that will help you in modifying the text field. Like in the GIF, you can see that text field is with the outline border, but in the simple autocomplete widget, it's a simple text field with no borders and no nothing. So you can use this function to modify it. And on selected, it's self-explanatory. It's basically when the user selects any option, what do you want to do? Maybe you want to print on the console, you want to pass it in some function, or you want to navigate to some other screen. Totally up to you. So this is a little intro about autocomplete widget. And now let's see how we can implement this in our code, and then we'll see how this thing works. So it's coding time. Let me just open my editor, and I have this emulator. It's not emulator, basically, it's my mobile phone running. I have this mobile phone here in my. So, and I just removed a simple, the counter app code, all the comments and everything, and I have a simple screen which says a scaffold, and welcome to the Flutter Summit 21, and we are going to implement the autocomplete widget here. So first of all, let me just change this to stateful widget. Why is that? Because when you want to use the onSelect method, you have to use the set state. So that's why we are going to require a state full widget for using that. And let me just remove this and add a column. Why column? There's no special reason. I just want to center the autocomplete, the widget. So I'll go with the children, and in this I have autocomplete widget. And now I think you have guessed the option builder property is a required property. Other properties, if you just open this code, we have multiple other functions here. This autocomplete field, we have this widget, we have multiple other options, but the required option is the option builders. It means that you have to pass in a function that matches the string and shows the user a filtered kind of list, which he or she can then select the option. So let me just move it into the center. And let's see what this option builder takes. That option builder simply takes a text editing value function, and which is iterable basically, and it takes a text editing value and we need to return basically a list which is filtered. So let's make a list, maybe a simple list of string, maybe let's say list underscore country. We have a list of country names, okay? And let's say I have UK, I'm going to use all this, USA, then let's say Pakistan, then we have, let's say, Turkey, and one more city, let's say Spain, sorry, country, Spain. And now we are going to implement the autocomplete widget into the list. That's, for example, if a user type U, then UK and USA should be there in the filter list. That's why I've used these two country name, which is similar, or you can say starting with the same letter. So let's see what this it takes. It takes a text. It's a function which takes a text editing value and text editing value again. And now here's the thing. We are going to use this text editing value to return the stuff which matches. And I think I'm using another console for my, yep, I'm using a console, I'm not using the debug mode of the, the, whatever this thing is. Anyways, never mind. Okay, so we are going to use the text editing, the value to return the list. So let's see, return, and as we name our list countries dot, and what we are going to do is that we're going to do where, and this is something that we need to work with. Simple logic, there's nothing to worry about. Let's say I name this as a simple option, maybe whatever you want to name it, or you can even specify it as a string. Probably not. Option dot contains text editing value dot text dot true lowercase. I hope this makes sense to me, but not like this. Okay, so we have an error which is that the dynamic becomes something like this. Not like this. Let me just quickly see the documentation what I'm doing wrong here. That's like the value is something like this. String option that contains like this. Okay. Okay, so it says that dynamic doesn't confirm the bound of object of the time parameter. Maybe we need something. Yeah, now it's good. So we need to define that we are using a data type. It cannot work with a dynamic. So I need to mention that I'm using a list of string. I cannot use a simple list, which will give me the error that this thing is dynamic. You need to define the data type. So that's what I've done. Now, if you just simply refresh this application, you'll see a very simple text editing field here, which simply returns all the list as mentioned. And since we only use the option builders, we haven't modified our view, we haven't modified our text field. It's simply like that. We just put the autocomplete widget there. So this is how this something works. Now, if I type U or UK, probably it says UK is filtered out. If I type just simply U, let's say something like, yes, I'm using my mobile. That's what's causing a problem. So this is a little example of the working, text editing, the autocomplete widget. We are going to explore a few of its properties, and we are going to see how we can modify it and enhance the user experience. But first of all, let me just quickly wrap my whole, the scaffold with a gesture container so that I can, whenever I want to unfocus the text field, I can easily tap on the screen rather than restarting the app or doing something like that. So now if I just click here, if I click anywhere on the scaffold, it will vanish away. That's a simple hack that you can even use in your application. If you want to unfocus any kind of text field from your application, you can use this way. So yeah, that was it. Now let's get into our other options. As in the slides, let me just go back. we used, yes, we are now going to use Find View Builder to modify our text field first of all. So let's use our Find View, where it is, view. Yes, Find View Builder. Now what it takes is that it takes a build context, a text editing controller, focus node, and a function, which is basically the on submit, something like that, because we are going to submit the whatever the user taps on the option. So let's create a function here. Build context. Then we are going to use a text editing controller. Text editing controller. Then we also require a focus node. And I'm just going to node. And lastly, we are required a callback function, the on submit or something like that, that we are going to pass into the text form field that we are going to modify. So let's say void callback, and we'll name that on field submitted, something like that. Okay. And what it does is that it will return a text form field, because we are going to use text form field for this purpose, and we are now going to simply assign these into this text form field. So for controller, we have a text editing controller here. So text editing controller, and for focus node, we have node, and for on field submit, it takes a string, let's say some selected value, and we are simply going to call this on field submitted function. Oops, sorry. On field submitted, and that's it. And now if you want to simply modify this, you can easily go into the decoration and then input decoration, and in the border we're going to pass outline input outline input border, and this will hopefully make our text field round. And let me just also add a bit of the padding to overall column so that we can easily see what we are modifying here. Let's go with this. Yep. So this is a function that the extra function, and it's a kind of a property for autocomplete that we just used to modify our text form field. And since text form field itself is a widget, so you can play around with it. You can add maybe shadow to it, maybe something like, let's say hint here, hint text, let's say search, and it will show the text something like here. So it's totally up to you to modify the field. Just because in case you're using autocomplete and you're looking forward to customize this text field according to your application, you want to change the color or you want to change the border color or anything, this is the function that will help you in doing so. And there's one more thing that you can do, that if you just look here, we just tapped on this this text field, and already the list is there. So if you just want that the list must not be there, and when the user start typing, then it should appear. What you can do is you can simply say that if the text editing value in the builder, in the builder function, and its text is null, or you can say the user hasn't typed anything, then simply return an iterable. Again, you have to specify the type of it, as we saw an error earlier, dot empty. We don't want anything, we just want to return an empty list so that it will do something. I hope it works. Yeah. So now there won't be anything until the user start typing. If the user starts typing U, since the U is in the UK, then we have in USA, we have in U in Turkey as well. So it will start showing this. And if you let's say type P or something like that, maybe. So let me just see if we can type. Yes. So if we type P, we have Pakistan, we have Spain as well. So it's totally up to you that how you want to use it. And if you can even use some use it for advanced stuff. Like for example, if you have a list in your database, maybe Firebase, maybe some REST API, you can fetch that list. You can store it locally somewhere for the user and let the user search into that list. Or just feel free to use it. I just use an example to show you how this little widget works. And it's not very complex. There's nothing to worry about. It's not something that you need to be expert in Flutter, to learn this stuff. It's basically a widget. And that's pretty much it about this widget. As you saw, I literally faced a few problems because I forgot that the autocomplete widget does not take any dynamic type. You have to specify for what data type you're using it. For example, if you have a class of users, then you need to specify this, that I'm using it for that specific class. Otherwise, it is going to give you an error. So, and I've mentioned other options as well, that if you want to modify the field, you can use this field view builder. If you want to, this is the required property, by the way. So you have to pass in some logic here to build on the list that you saw here. And for the rest of the option, which is an important option, which is the onSelect, it takes an string, let's say the selected value, and what you can do is, let's say, for example, we have a string, let's say auto selected value. Then you can easily use this method and use set state and autocomplete equals to selected, and that's it. So you can use something like this to store the value if you want to use it for some other purposes, or if you want to pass into other methods. So this was a little thing about the autocomplete widget, which is quite new, and I haven't used it in my application. I just came across it. I was just searching for something to complete list as a user type, and I came across this widget. So I thought that why not, let's use this in our application. It's quite easy. It helps you to enhance your user experience. And there's no rocket science involved in it, no backend logic, no state management. You can easily use a simple set state to get the logic working. And you can create whatever you want with this. You can modify the text field. You can do whatever you want with this text, with this modification function, the field view builder. So that was a little thing about autocomplete. It's one of the widgets that you newly got in Flutter 2.0. The other widget is Scaffold Messenger. And just to go through it, what Scaffold Messenger is, we are going to jump back to our slides. And let me just quickly move on. So Scaffold Messenger, its major logic, or you can say the major purpose of Scaffold Messenger is to handle the snack bars. So if you have been using mobile applications or you're developing mobile applications, then there's a little black message, or you can say a warning stuff that you get from bottom of the app. That is the snack bar. And the major purpose of Scaffold is to use to control the flow of snack bars. Now, why I'm saying to control the snack bar, like earlier than Flutter 2.0, the snack bar was still there, then what's the difference? So the difference is that before Flutter 2.0, you have to make a key, you have to assign that key to Scaffold, then you have to use a builder, and then the next step was to use Scaffold to to show a snack bar, and it was real headache. And sometimes you get a lot of errors because there was builder missing. Sometimes the key is, you get the point, right? Doing a lot of stuff just to get a snack bar. And now after the Scaffold Messenger is introduced, there's no need of the key, there's no need of a builder, and there's no need of even the context, because you have a Scaffold Messenger.of_context, which uses its own context, and you can easily show the snack bar. So that's what it does. And there's another option, or you can say another advantage of using the Scaffold Messenger is that if you have created snack bars in Flutter not 2.0, but earlier than Flutter 2, let's say 1 point something, then as soon as the screen switch, or you can say if you move from one screen to another, the snack bar just vanishes away. So the user cannot know that there was some option, there was some warning, there was some error, what was it in the snack bar, but the screen switches. After this introduction of the Scaffold Messenger, the snack bar stays on the screen no matter what. You are just showing some animation, you are navigating to multiple screens, whatever you're doing, it takes a complete time, and that helps the user to read the snack bar easily. So it's quite simple to use, and we are going to implement the complex, or you can say the advanced form of it, which is we are going to show the snack bar and move to the next screen, and you'll see that snack bar will stay on the screen no matter what. So let me just create a dummy screen for us. Let's say dummy screen, and we require nothing but a scaffold there and an app bar. With a title, which says second screen maybe, and in this column I'm going to create a text button, and on this text button I'm going to simply navigator.push material page out, and simply takes a context, and we are going to move to image screen. So that's it. No, that's not it. We are missing a semicolon and a text widget which shows that second screen, and we are going to refresh it, and we have this. Let me just say space around so that we can have a space between them and we can easily see how the scaffold messenger is working. So now if I just click on this button, it does nothing but move on to the next screen. And here we are going to use our logic, which is we are going to show a snack bar, and I'm simply going to use scaffold messenger out of context, and we are going to say context dot show snack bar, and I'm going to simply create a variable of snack bar with the content. Let's say I'm your new snack bar, something like that, right? So the logic says that if I tap on this button now, a snack bar will show up. I'm your new snack bar with the content, and the screen will also navigate. But you'll see the difference that this time, as the snack bar is here, I'm your new snack bar, and we are on the second screen, but it doesn't vanish away. So if you are using Flutter 1 point something, test this thing out, that if you navigate to the screen and there's a snack bar on the previous screen, it will just vanish away. So this thing was, just damaging the user experience. The user might forget what was there on the snack bar in the previous screen and what was not there. And you can even, let's say, for example, if you want to test it more, I'll create a duration of, let's say, seconds, but 5. Now it means that if I show the snack bar, it will stay on the screen for 5 seconds, and we'll see that the navigation or the movement of the application doesn't affect it. So it has its own context. It's not related to your application anymore, and you can easily work with it. Your new snack bar is there, and if I just simply go back to the screen, it's still there. It doesn't affect the application navigation of the application or the routes. It doesn't affect what was there on the snack bar. Snack bar just stays wherever it wants. And since snack bar itself is a separate thing, a separate widget, you can simply, let's say, change its behavior to let the snack bar behavior to floating, or maybe colors dot orange, something like this. Here, just simple customization. There's no rocket science involved in it, and the snack bar will do something like this. It will stay on the screen, then on the floating screen. You can add some action here, or you can say, the actions are here. Not the actions, but something else. You just check out the properties, what you can do else with the snack bar. And now you have much more control on the snack bars rather than they just vanish away quickly if you are doing something else on the application and you do not have control on the snack bar. So Scaffold Messenger has been introduced in this Flutter 2.0 to get you more control on the snack bar if you're using, because I use snack bar a lot of times. They are really great to show some message, some warning, maybe something like, let's say you forgot your password, the password is not working to the user, rather than alert dialog boxes, big boxes. You can use simply these little snack bar for yourself. And there's one more thing. If this is not something that related to, it's an error because I just faced this thing and I stuck for like 2-3 days. I thought, why would not I share with you guys? It's something that, for example, if you are using a snack bar on this screen, then on another screen, and you're like 4 screens and you're using multiple snack bars, probably you're going to get some error which says that there are multiple hero tags or multiple Scaffold Messenger are being used for snack bar, anything like that. I do not remember the exact statement for that. The purpose, or you can say the meaning of that statement, is that this snack bar doesn't know that which scaffold generated it. So what you can do to avoid that error is that whichever screen or whichever scaffold is generating a snack bar, you can simply wrap that in a scaffold messenger, like this, and that thing will work. There will be no error that now, because this snack bar knows that this scaffold generated me, the other snack bar will know that whatever the scaffold generated that snack bar. So they will have separate context in there and the widget tree, and they're not going to contradict with each other, and the application will work smooth. This was an error because I was using snack bar on multiple screen using scaffold messenger, and so I thought I would share with you that if you face something like this, just simply wrap your scaffold with scaffold messenger, and the error will vanish away. So I hope you get the point that before scaffold messenger, there was a lot of headache, managing the keys, the builder, and then using a separate context, and you still, after using multiple line of code, you do not have a full control on your snack bar. They will vanish whenever they want, and if there's a navigation on the application, they won't work. So now you have a full control using scaffold messenger. You can work whatever you want, because now this snack bar won't get effect from your application, whatever is going on in the application. So we have saw the coding demo for the scaffold messenger, and we saw for the autocomplete widget, and there was little issue in the start, which I didn't notice because I didn't read the documentation. So that was pretty much it from my side. Since it was quite simple, there was no rocket science involved in it. We just discussed the front end, or you can say just the pure Flutter thing. There was no state management, no backend stuff. There was no Firebase. So it was simply 2 widgets that Flutter 2.0 provided you. You can use them in your application to enhance your user experience, and you can customize them whatever way you like, and just take your application to the next level. So it was quite simple. If you have any questions still, maybe I can take one. I can answer those. If not, then let's wrap it up, because it was not that complex thing. So yep.
Perfect. Thanks for your talk, your time, and I have some questions. The first is, what is the future of Flutter in AI and ML?
I'm sorry, what is the future of Flutter in the
AI, ML?
Okay, artificial intelligence and machine learning, right? Okay, so to be very honest, I'm not a data scientist. I haven't worked with much of the machine learning, but I have created few models, and I've seen people using those models via TensorFlow into their application. They have used a lot of, there are people who develop application like face recognition, maybe something like image recognition. And I'm assuming that if you are more into machine learning or AI, then you are the guy, what works better, but you can easily create APIs and work with Flutter. Flutter is simply the front end. It has nothing to do with the back end, whether you're using Node.js, maybe you're using machine learning AI. All you have to do is just feel free to connect them via JSON API, the JSON data, how the thing works, and you're good to go. I saw people using a lot of Python, Flask, and especially Django with Flutter, and they are creating beautiful applications. Like my favorite one, considering Flutter and machine learning, there was an application which helps you resolve the Rubik's Cube, the 3-dimensional Rubik's Cube, and that was totally based on Flutter and machine learning Python. So I think that you can use it with machine learning Python if you know more into a data science stuff. That's what it is. That's what my assumption is.
Perfect. The second question is, what will be the benefit of using Flutter for a complex app that use AI or AR than native?
Okay, so let me be honest here. For the AR, I won't recommend you to use Flutter for production level, because I work with augmented reality in Flutter, and it's really a pain in the head. You'll get fed up because it's not that stable considering the augmented reality. So I would suggest you to stick with native. That, for example, if you just want to develop your app for Android, I would suggest you use Kotlin, maybe Java for that. And for iOS, you want to use Swift, or maybe I think the other language C, I don't know, Objective-C, something like that. But for AR, I won't recommend you to create application of production level using Flutter. But for machine learning and artificial intelligence, as far as I've seen people using them, creating models and working with Python and Flasks, they have like full control over their models and their backend. So I think you can create a complete application using machine learning and AI.
Oh, perfect. Thanks for your answers. And that's it. Thanks for your time. I hope to see you soon, really, really soon. And that's it. You have some words.
So hi here. I hope it was interesting. Like usual, I'm coming with announcements. It's just my work here today to do some announcements. So let's ask you to leave the stage for a second. So it's my time. So today we want to say a huge thank you to our technical sponsor, Stream. Stream is I provide best-in-class enterprise-grade chat and activity feed solution, serving more than 1 billion end users. And for Flutter developers, we have special tutorial on integration of this amazing service. It's available in the link in our chat. Definitely go to check it out. So I'll share now link here and you can check it. So yeah, it was my announcement for our favorite sponsors. Yes. So now it's time to eat.
Thanks.
So the stage is again yours. And it's time to ask the stage our next speaker.
Yeah. Our next speaker is Nivas Nash, also known as Nash Randiol. Is a Trinidadian software engineer, author, mentor, and GDA for Flutter and Dart. And today, Nash is a developer advocate at Stream that Anna has mentioned a couple of seconds ago. And Stream is a SaaS company focused on chat and activity feeds. I'll bring him up. Welcome, Nash.
Hey, thank you for having me. Thank you for that lovely introduction.
Nice to have you here.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Beautiful. And your talk will be about render objects, right? Render objects.
Yeah, it's
render objects.
The fun topic that everyone likes. It's going to be talking about render objects today.
It's a great. It's not a very talked topic, but it's very interesting. I'll read the abstract here to introduce people to the topic. As a budding Flutter developer, you might have heard the term render object thrown around, right? Flutter is actually made up of 3 distinct trees: the widget tree, render tree, and element tree. Most developers are familiar with the widget tree, but few have dared venture into the render tree. Together, we will learn about Flutter's rendering pipeline and the infamous topic known as render objects. And Nash, is up to you, and see you soon.
Thank you. So welcome, everyone. I hope you're all having a wonderful conference this morning. And like they mentioned before, we're going to be talking about render objects today. So grab some popcorn and let's have some fun diving into the different layers of Flutter. So about me really quickly, I'm a GDE. I lead the mobile DevRel team at Stream. I do a lot of open source work with the Flutter community. And I grew up in a Caribbean island. So in my free time, I love to go for a swim. The agenda for today is going to be a very interesting one. So we're going to quickly recap a brief history of Flutter for those of you who are new. We're going to look at the different layers. Of course, we're going to dive into render objects. We're going to write our own render object. We're going to look at some of the background information around render objects, but we're also going to end with some of the higher level alternatives and kind of do a recap of everything that we've learned. So let's jump straight into it. What is Flutter, or what is the brief history of Flutter? So Flutter allows developers to very quickly build fast and beautiful applications. Version 1 came in December of 2018, but the framework has been around since alpha. And even though it was an alpha in 2017, there was still a lot of companies and developers shipping production level applications with Flutter, even before version 1. So I think like Hamilton, the app comes to mind. So the next major milestone in 2019 was the release of Flutter Web. And this allowed developers to bring their existing Flutter applications over to the web. In the early days, it used HTML elements, CSS, and the canvas, but the team has shifted from using HTML elements and CSS to primarily focusing on that canvas and canvas kit experience. And the reason for that, it gives you a seamless and consistent application across all platforms. Finally, in 2020, we got the big one. We got desktop. Initial support came from macOS first, and the project has grown and matured a lot since. Today, if you think about desktop with Flutter, you can think about Canonical, for example, the makers of Linux, who recently announced that they did a lot of work with Flutter. They brought Flutter to the Ubuntu installer. They developed a package called Yaru, which basically implements the Ubuntu design language in Flutter. So developers wanting to write native Ubuntu applications, they can go ahead and they can use that package to really style their applications. The final advancement that we got, or the final news that we got, actually it came in two parts. So earlier this year, there was Flutter Engage, and then later there was Google I/O. And at those conferences, we got version 2. I think you probably saw a talk earlier talking about some of the features of version 2, but the standout features there was the support for null safety by default in Flutter, and a bunch of new improvements on widgets. So before we can start coding render objects and building fast and unique UIs, we have to have a very firm understanding of the framework and its inner workings. So together, let's look at the layers of Flutter. You've probably heard the term the layer cake, and that's exactly what we're going to examine in these slides. So a common saying among Flutter developers is everything is a widget. But how true is that? Do you ever wonder, like, to what extent that saying holds true? If you look at the architecture diagram for Flutter, you can kind of see it's broken up into these distinct layers, each with its own unique responsibility. And as a developer writing apps day to day, you are probably familiar with the Cupertino and the Material library. And these library provides high quality styled widgets that are built in-house by the Flutter team at Google. In the case of Material, it follows the Material design spec, and in the case of the Apple human interface or the Cupertino library, it follows Apple's design guidelines. So as a developer, the code rewrite actually sits above these component libraries. And you've used these component libraries every day in your application. So if you think about a card, a floating action button, a Material, a Cupertino app, for example, we've all used components from these libraries to build distinct Flutter applications. Now, the next layer that we're going to look at in our grand tour of the framework is the widgets layer. Now, this layer provides a core set of widgets shared by both the Material and the Cupertino libraries. So you can think of some of these widgets as primitives, or the very basics you would need to construct a UI or a design system. So for example, you might think of a column, a row, text, gesture detector, and much more. These don't tell your applications how they should look, but instead they provide some sort of functionality that allows you to build UIs on top of it. Now, for companies who want to build something really custom, they could skip the Material and Cupertino libraries entirely and instead implement their own design system using the widgets layer. And as a fun fact, this layer even ships with its own app-level widget called Widgets app. So if you wanted to, you don't even have to use a Material or a Cupertino app directly in your application. You can use the widgets layer directly, and you would still retain some of those benefits you would expect from having top-level applications. So for example, routing, navigation, text layout, and all of that would still be taken care for you. Now, at this level, this is where things start to get interesting. And I know this is the reason you're all here, is the rendering layer. And at this layer, it defines a set of primitives and abstractions used by the framework. And it handles everything from layout to painting. Now, something to keep in mind at this level, and is something that we're going to look at and we're going to touch on during the coding section of this, is that everything at this layer, it needs to be handled by the developer. So what I mean by that is seemingly trivial tasks, such as like, how large should my widget be? Where should my widget be laid out on the screen? Or how should I paint my widget? Are all questions you need to keep in mind when working with the rendering layer. And I know that might seem like a chore to you, but it's actually one of the reasons why this layer stands out. Because using the rendering layer, developers can take advantage of these low-level APIs to really optimize or implement entirely custom experiences. So for example, At the rendering level, you could implement an entirely new layout protocol if you really wanted to. The final service or the final layer that is exposed to us and accessible to us in Dart code is the Dart UI level. Now, at this level, this is basically engine setup. It sets up the Flutter canvas. It sets up the very core graphics API, text APIs, and whatnot that we can build upon. It's really low level, and it basically interacts directly with the Flutter engine. So anything below this level is not accessible to us in Dart code. So we talked a lot about rendering here, and we talked a lot about widgets. But do you ask yourself, what lies between both of these? How are they talking to each other? And that's exactly what we're going to look at in the next section, is how do these widgets interact with each other? And the answer to this is actually really simple. There's a notion in Flutter called elements. And these elements kind of link both the rendering level and the widgets level together. And it brings up an interesting point that you probably don't think about as a Flutter developer, and that is Flutter is made up of different trees. So it's made up of a widget tree, an element tree, a rendering tree, and a few more. But for the context of this talk, these are the main ones that we're going to focus on. But what you actually don't know is you actually indirectly interact with two of these every day in your Flutter app. So if you write code in your Dart file that basically uses a stateful or a stateless widget and kind of describes how your UI should look, so for example, a red circle or a red square with some text, you are actually defining the widget tree of your application. And you're probably familiar with this, but it defines how your application should look. Flutter widgets are immutable by default, so they basically provide very lightweight configuration for your application. And since they're very lightweight and they're immutable, it means that they can be easily created or destroyed, and the framework is optimized for creating and kind of managing hundreds or if not dozens of Flutter widgets. Now, the next tree that we're going to look at is the element. Now, the element sits directly between, is the glue rather, that kind of binds the widget tree and the rendering tree together. So a widget tree is created after, or is created along with the widgets, or it's associated with widgets. And the interesting thing to note about elements is they are persistent. They are not destroyed or replaced often. They are stateful. They hold a state. In the case of a stateful widget, they hold the state of that stateful widget. And because a widget, whenever the configuration changes, the element is responsible for being marked as dirty, and it kind of acts as an indicator to the framework that, hey, I'm dirty. You need to rebuild this widget tree so we can see those new pixels or those new configurations on screen. Now, as an optimization, the framework, it maintains a list of dirty elements. And what that means is we can, during build, we can go ahead and we can skip the clean elements and only focus on repainting the ones marked as dirty. So that's like a performance optimization or some techniques done by the framework to really control how often your widgets are rebuilt and how often we call build and we call layout on our widgets. So it's one of the key factors as to why Flutter is so fast as a UI toolkit. Now, finally, you can think about elements as a glorified comparison, basically. It compares the configuration of widgets. It compares it to that of the existing render objects. And if something changes, it updates the associated render objects, which is a very interesting point because it means that the render object is not destroyed. It's persisted, and instead it's updated once the widget configuration changes. Now, the best part about this is you've actually seen elements used before. So for example, the build context that we're all familiar with, if you use theme.offContext or mediaQuery.offContext, for example, that build context actually represents the underlying element that's part of our widget. So since it represents the element, you could actually do some really interesting things with this. You could get really hacky and you could trigger a rebuild of your widget by marking your element is dirty, or you can check to see if your element is mounted in the widget tree, and you can get really, really cool. You can do some really interesting stuff using that build context. But as Uncle Ben said, with great power comes great responsibility. So even though you can kind of do all of those things, it doesn't necessarily mean that you should. So the final tree that we're going to look at before we dive into code is the rendering tree, and the most important tree in the context of this talk. So unlike widgets that represents the configuration of your UI, the render tree turns that configuration into pixels on the screen. So yes, that means when you run your Flutter application, you're not looking at your widget tree, but instead you're looking at your tree of render objects painted onto the Flutter canvas. Now, something to remember when working with render objects is they are very powerful, but they are also expensive, because unlike widgets that are created and destroyed, this is not the case for render objects. And that's a very important distinction between them, because render objects are not immutable. They're very much immutable objects. They can be updated at runtime. And in fact, when the configuration of a widget changes, even though the configuration is destroyed, the render object is just updated, and the UI is updated via that element. So that's something that's really important. That's a very important distinction that you should kind of keep in mind when working with render objects. So finally, and most importantly, is a render object computes the geometry and the layout of your widget, not at build time, but actually during the layout. And we'll look more into this in code, but that's also a very key distinction between widgets and render objects. So in the previous slide, we talked about widgets changing or being marked as dirty at build time. And here we're saying that render objects, they work during the layout phase. They compute widgets geometry, or they compute the positioning and whatnot during the layout phase. So with the boring stuff out of the way, let's dive into some code and see how we can actually create render objects and see how we can actually use them in our day-to-day applications. And to do this, we're going to use everyone's favorite render object, and the render object you probably did not know was a render object, and that is opacity. So for the purposes of this walkthrough, I've simplified the code a little, and I've kind of stripped out some of the comments and some of the asserts to make it a bit more readable. So if you're following along, or if you decide to follow along in your code editor, kind of keep that in mind as we are doing this. So the first thing that we see here is the constructor for an opacity. Now, as a Flutter developer, if you're paying attention to this code, the very first distinction, or the very first observation that you might have is, hey, what's going on with that constructor? Why are we extending a single child render object there? Shouldn't we be extending a stateful or a stateless widget? And you're right. You're right. We should actually be extending some sort of widget here, because we're going to use this opacity in our widget tree. So what gives? What's going on here? And it's actually where things start to get a bit interesting with render objects, because at the rendering layer, we can't simply create a rendering class and drop it into our widget tree. They're not compatible in that way. So we need to use a form of or an adapter or some sort of bridge to kind of connect the widget land to the rendering land. And for that, that's where the render object widget comes in. So the render object widget is basically the base class that kind of allows us to do this. So in the case of opacity, we're using a single child render object, but you can kind of see that it's not the only abstraction available to us. So if we have a widget with multiple children, so think of configuration similar to that of a column, then we might want to use a multi-child render object widget. Or if we have no children, then a leaf render object widget might be better suited to our task. The important thing to remember when working with a render object widget is that it has two key responsibilities. So the first one is it holds the configuration for elements. So it kind of provides the configuration for render object elements. And the second one is it allows our classes to be used in the widget tree. And what I mean by this is if we look at the code for this particular widget, again, the first item of note that kind of stands out here is, hey, we're actually extending the widget class. So a render object widget is a widget, meaning that we can instantiate it along with our regular Flutter widgets. But if you look at the definition, or you look at the function body for this, you'll notice that there's a couple key methods in here that kind of sets it apart from your regular widgets. So the first thing is we've got this create element hook, or this create element method. Now, we talked about elements before. We talked about it a few slides ago. We discussed their relationship, but here you can kind of see its importance. Although it's rare for us to kind of create and pass our own elements in our code, it's entirely possible for us to do so, and it's not uncommon to do so when using render objects. And another two important methods that we're looking at here is create and update render objects. So this is kind of very self-explanatory in terms of like what it does and its functions, but it basically allows us to instantiate our rendering class, and it allows us to update our rendering class whenever the configuration of our widget changes. So these are two very important methods that we're going to look at more in the coming slides. So you might be wondering, like, what's up with that third method, or that fourth method, sorry. That's also another hook into the rendering layer. It's called during the lifecycle, but for our demo and our use case, it's not really important now, so we can go ahead and skip that one. So back to our opacity example. Here you can kind of see that create and update render object method in use. So here you can see we're creating that render opacity class. Now, a very important note here is the render opacity is actually extending a form of render object. It's not extending a widget, it's actually extending a class in the rendering layer. And one way that Flutter makes that distinction, or it makes it known to developers, is they add the prefix rendering in front of the class. So if you ever come across a class that says, render opacity or render paragraph, for example, then that's an indication to you as the developer is that, hey, this class is actually doing some stuff with render objects, and it's going to be extending something in a rendering layer. So that's a very important marker or distinction to know when dealing with Flutter code and you ever come across this method. Now, the second one, the other important method here is update render object, and the name is kind of self-explanatory. It basically copies the configuration of our widget across to the rendering class. And an important thing to note here is, although the name update render object will lead you to believe that this is a class that it does updating for us, it's actually not the case. The sole responsibility of this class is to act as a courier between the land of widgets, between the configuration of the widget and the rendering class. The actual updating itself is done by our element. So that's another important distinction there. So with that said, let's look at our render opacity. Now, the code here, again, simplified, but you can kind of see is doing a couple things. So the first one is you see we're extending a render proxy box. Now, what is a render proxy box? We're going to look at the base classes for render objects in just a bit, but the important thing to note about a render proxy box is it mimics the behavior of the children. It mimics the properties of the children. So in the case of an opacity, what it does is it asks the child to lay out with some constraints, and then it sizes itself based on that. And by using the render proxy box, by using this abstraction over the render box class and the render object class, we don't have to worry too much about layout. And then the next method of note in our class, and oh, I forgot my little banner here. Let's make sure we say that it's simplified. It's the set opacity, and it's a setter for the variable in our rendering class that is changing. And this setter is a little bit different to what you're accustomed to, because you can kind of see it's broken up into three distinct parts here. So the first is a performance optimization for the value. If the value is the same, we don't want to go ahead and update our class. And it kind of goes back to that sentiment that we talked about earlier, where at the rendering layer is a small thing that matters. So when you're working at this layer, you need to be mindful of the variables you create and how you go about implementing things. Because if you do it wrongly, because even though these APIs are very powerful, if you do them in a way that is reckless, then you can hinder your performance. So that's something that's really important to keep in mind when working with render objects. So you can kind of see an example of that being done with the setter there. Now, the second part of our code is where we update the variables internally. We set the opacity. Then you see we're using UI.color. So the UI.color is actually coming from the Dart UI layer. So here you can see an example of us reaching down into the layer below to kind of get some helper functions here. But we're reaching down there to kind of calculate the alpha for our with our given opacity. And then finally, we're telling our friend Mark. Now, Mark in rendering is your best friend. So Mark needs paint. Basically is called whenever the visual elements of our render object changes. Because you can think about it this way. In a stateful widget, you'd call setState. We've all used it, and we've all used setState to update values in our widgets. And it tells our widgets that, hey, something changed, you need to go ahead and rebuild. Now, in a render object, we can't call setState because we're not in a stateful widget. So instead, we have to call this method called Mark needs paint, and we tell Mark, it's, hey, my visual property has changed. You need to go ahead and repaint yourself so people and our users can actually see that change on their device. So we're going to be using Mark quite a bit in the coming slides. So I want you to keep an eye on that, and I want you to keep that in mind as we move forward. So we talked a lot about painting, but how does it actually happen? Where does the magic actually happen with painting in the rendering layer? And for that, we have a paint method. I know you're probably expecting like some fancy setup and some fancy configurations, but I hate to disappoint. It's actually really, really simple. We have a paint method, and if you've used something like a custom painter before, you've probably seen a method that looks very similar to this. The painting signature is a bit different. In the context of rendering, we get the painting context, and we get the offset. But in the widgets layer and in using a custom paint, for example, we would get the canvas and we would get the offset. But don't worry, both of those can be easily derived using the context and some of the methods in the class. So in the case of this canvas that we actually need to use to paint is actually found under the painting context. There's a property under the painting context. And the size, we talked about render object having to lay out their children and set their size manually. So the size variable is actually a getter that is available to most render object classes. So it's not something that we need to compute during paint. It's done in a different method earlier. So for example, the paint method for opacity is very, very simple. I know it looks like a lot because there's a lot of optimization work. So we're not painting if the alpha is 0, and we're not repainting if the alpha is like 255, for example. So there's quite a bit of optimization work going on here, but the actual methods that we care about is really, really simple. So we're just calling context of paint child, which is exactly as the name implies. It takes our child widget, or it takes a child that's passed in to this widget, and it paints it on the screen at a given offset or a given location. That's all that it does. And the next method that we really care about is context.pushOpacity, which basically blends the painting with an alpha value at a given offset. And when combined and when executed together, this basically gives the illusion, or it gives the effect of an opacity. And now you can see it takes in an offset here, so you can kind of customize how that opacity is painted. So in this example, we put the offset directly over the widget, but if you wanted to, you could get really creative with how you use that offset and what you do with painting that alpha. So congratulations. That's it. We looked at our first render objects. We covered quite a bit of things in there. We covered quite a bit of background information, but let's actually put that to use, and let's actually build our own render object together. To keep things really simple, because we can go so far with render objects, and I'm going to show you an example at the end of one of the more complex widgets that you can build at this level. We're going to create this very simple interactive circle. So the goals for today is just create a circle that the user can size, that when we click it, the color updates. Now, as a widget, it's really easy to create this. It's not something that is difficult. So if you're implementing this in a widget land, for example, it can be done in 5 easy steps. You create a stateful widget, you store the color, you'd use a container with like a shape to kind of clip it to that circle shape. And then we'd wrap our widget in a gesture detector with an on tap. And when the user clicks that widget, we set the color in set state and we'd be done. So that's all well and fine, but let's see how we actually do this using our fancy new render objects. So the first thing that we need to do is set up our code. And for the purposes of this demo, I went ahead and I created a sample project using Flutter Create, got rid of most of the code in here. The setup for Material app is still the same. It uses the default theme and whatnot. And then I've got this Hello World widget that has a center and a text Hello World. So it's nothing special that's going on here. Where the magic starts to come in is when we create our first of many classes. So the first class that we need to create is our widget, or is that bridge between the rendering layer and the widget layer. And we talked about this class in the slides before, but here you can kind of see how we're using it for ourselves. So the first thing that we're doing is creating a leaf render object because we don't really have any children to lay out or any children to deal with. So we can go ahead and say, you know what, I want a bridge that doesn't really have to deal with like laying out children and positioning children. So we're just going to keep things super simple. Now, the next part of our code that we're going to look at is the variables in a constructor. Now, here you can see that we're creating the variables that we care about. So initial color, highlight color, and the size, because these are all properties that we want our user to kind of be able to customize. And the second part of this is we're calling the method create render object, where we're passing our variables across to our rendering class. And of course, very similar to opacity, we're also implementing that update render object class where we cascade those properties and we pass them along. So the next class that we need to go ahead and create now is our rendering class, or our render box. Now we define our touch circle render object to extend our rendering render box. And you might be wondering, it's like, why are we not using render proxy box like the previous example? And you know that's a really great observation. And the answer to that lies with inheritance. So the render box class in Flutter is basically an abstraction over the raw render object class. Now that's a very important distinction. Render box is a layer or an abstraction above render object. And what render box allows us to do is it allows us to represent objects or create objects in a 2D Cartesian plane. So I know that might not seem as much, but using the rendering layer, you can actually create entirely new layout systems. So for example, Flutter works with the 2D Cartesian plane, but if you wanted to, you could use a render object to create an entirely new layout system using something like polar coordinates, for example. So that's one of the key distinctions there as to why we're using render box and not render object, because even though it does things really similar, using the raw render object API in most cases for us is complete overkill. So the class that we looked at earlier, in the case of opacity, it actually adds functionality on top of that render box API. And we discussed this earlier again, but it basically it adds helper functions in there to kind of mimic the behavior of our child. So there's quite a bit of abstractions that as a developer you can use from, you can draw from, and you can really incorporate into your code. So if you're curious about this and you want to learn some more about render boxes, or you want to go after this talk, you want to go ahead and build your own render box, feel free to check out this URL that's on the slide right now. So back to our code. The next thing that we need to do is go ahead and set up our setters for the properties that we define. Now, again, really, really similar to opacity. So we're going to do like some really basic optimization here, and we're just saying that if the color does not equal the value that is stored internally, then we can go ahead and update that color, and we can call our good friend Mark, and we're just going to say, Mark, my color changed. I need you to go ahead and repaint your cell so we can see that on screen. Now, finally, before we jump into painting, the painting is actually the easiest part of this. We need to look at the key method often used at the rendering layer, and that is perform layout. Now, let's back up for a second. Earlier, we discussed the importance of sizing and positioning yourself when working with render objects. We said that render objects and render boxes are responsible for the geometry and layout. And here we can kind of see that in action, albeit in a very simple example. Here you can kind of see how this method can be used to size ourselves. So here we're setting the initial size of our widget. And if you're curious, we're just passing in a size object with 100 pixels wide and 100 pixels tall. And it basically gives us full control over the sizing and positioning of our widget or of our children. So what this allows us to do is if we have multiple children or if we have a child and we want to do something special with the layout, if we want to do something special with the sizing, if we want to implement some sort of custom behavior, it can all be done using the perform layout and setting the size within this method. So it's not uncommon here to see developers using this method to set constraints or size widgets or use all sorts of fancy layout logic. Now, before we move on to the painting method, a very important note to keep in mind here when working with perform layout is if you do not set the size of your render object in perform layout and you're not using something like a render proxy box, your widget will crash because it will have no size. So that's very important that you set the size of your render object and of your widget and perform layout before doing anything else. So painting, everyone's favorite method. And luckily for us, this is actually really, really simple. And if you've used the custom painter API, if you've looked at the code from earlier with the passy, is almost identical in some cases. So here we're just creating our paint object. We're setting the initial color to that private variable that we've got in our class. And then we're getting a hold of the canvas and we're centering ourselves. We're calculating that center point. And then we're just drawing a circle on the screen, passing it our circle. We're passing the radius as the half of the length of the longest side. In the case of a square, it doesn't really matter because we could have had hard-coded 50 pixels there, and it wouldn't have made a difference. But it's always good to kind of use that size object when painting and positioning. And then finally, we're passing across the paint as the final parameter of this method. So this is really great. Now, the final thing we can do before running this is adding some interactivity to our application. So you can go ahead and run this if you like, and you can instantiate this widget in the widget tree and replace the text. But if you run it and you click it, nothing's going to happen. And that's because we haven't added any interactivity yet. So let's go ahead and do this in the next slide. Now, if you think about implementing this at the widget level, for example, you'd probably use an inkwell or a gesture detector and then pass that updated value down to the widget. Now, at the rendering layer, we can actually get away with not having to do this because there are methods available to us here that allows us to kind of control the hit testing. So for example, the method hit test self basically allows us to receive pointer events directly in the render object. And it allows us to do so even if the child or the children does not. You can kind of see it takes in an offset here and a position. So you can get really creative with this, and you can enable hit testing for certain regions of your widget and disable it for other regions. So here you can kind of see the foundation of an API that allows you to do something really custom really easily. Next is our handle event method. And this method is basically fired whenever the user interacts with our render object, and it allows us to access the pointer events that is coming in, and we can listen to those and perform actions accordingly. Now, if you were implementing this in a larger application, it's not uncommon for people to kind of refactor this method and extract some of the logic out to private functions to kind of keep the code nice and clean. But for us, it's really simple. So we're just going to listen to a pointer down, listen to a pointer up. And once the once we get those events, we're going to update the colors accordingly. And then we're going to tell our good friend Mark, it's like, Mark, come on, dude, we need some paint. So go ahead and repaint us. Now, the final part of this is running our widgets, running our code. And you can kind of see, if you were to run this in a simulator, you'd see the demo that we showed earlier. So we learned a lot during today's session. So let's briefly recap the important points about render objects and working at this layer. So the first and most important benefit is it gives us more control over our pre-built widgets, meaning that we can use render objects to combine the functionality of multiple widgets. Like in our example, we were able to control the shape, we were able to listen to pointer events directly in the render object. So we eliminated the need for wrapping some of our widgets to achieve this functionality. And another upside to this is we are able to optimize our widget's performance since we can control everything from the layout, the sizing, to the painting. So we can control in exact detail how and when our widget changes and is relayed out and repainted. Finally, nothing is off limit when it comes to laying out and painting your widgets at this level. So we kind of touched on this briefly by looking at how the methods are set up and how they interact with one another, but nothing is too complex for the render object. So it's not uncommon, for example, to use render objects if you're doing some really complex blending, masking, that kind of thing. So now you might be asking yourself, this looks really, really cool. And I would agree with you, it looks really, really cool. But should I go and use render objects everywhere in my code? And well, the answer to that is really simple. It's no, you 100%, you probably do not need render objects in your code. But actually, that might not entirely be true. The better answer is it depends. And I know this is a loaded statement whenever someone says, it depends in software engineering. But it really does, because there are three main factors that I usually consider before diving down into a render object. And it's one, if your design is complex and it requires some sort of heavy layout and painting, then yeah, you should definitely consider using a render object. You will benefit from having those extra methods and those extra control over laying out and painting your widgets. But if it's not, and if it's a really simple widget, then you probably don't. You probably can use the pre-built classes in the widgets library to achieve your effects. And then the second one is, do you have some sort of special behavior? Are you doing something special with hit testing? Are you hit testing certain regions of your classes and ignoring others? Are you doing this based on some sort of events or circumstances? And if you are, if the answer to that is you are doing some sort of special user interaction, some sort of special widget interaction, then yeah, go ahead, use a render object, use a handle event, use hit test self. You will get a lot of control there. You get a lot of granular control. You'd be able to cut out some of the abstractions between the rendering and the widgets layer. And it brings us to the second point, is if you implement something in a widget layer and you're noticing a drop in frames, then you may be able to benefit from some of the performance optimizations that come with using a render object, because you're not adding so many layers on top of your widgets and whatnot. But again, it really depends on your use case, and it's something I would caution you, or something I would advise you to really examine before starting to write your own render objects. Because while yes, it does give you so much low-level control, it's very easy to. It's also very easy to misuse if you're not careful with these types of APIs. So with that said, there are some higher-level alternatives I want to leave you with today, and that is, before you start writing render objects, consider these widgets: the single child layout, multi-child layout, and a flow. Now, these are mostly based around layout and positioning, but basically it allows you to get some of that extra control that you might get with a render object, but without having to deal with the complexity and some of the boilerplate code that's involved with creating them. And in the case of a flow, it works really similar to a stack and in that you can achieve some interesting overlaps with your widgets. But again, it's a much nicer API to work with, as you're not setting up a bunch of classes manually. So today we just scratched the surface of render objects and working with them. And I want to leave you with a really cool demo by my good friend Simon that kind of sums up render objects nicely for me at least. And when I look at this demo, a few things come to mind. And it's if your widget is complex and it has some sort of special interaction, like these drag handlers, these spring animations, and those types of things, then 100% you're going to benefit from render objects. You're going to have a fun time writing them. And what you can build with them is pretty much endless, but it's also something you need to be careful of, and you also need to be mindful of when working with them. So with that, thank you all for coming. I hope you all learned something today. I hope you enjoyed this talk. If you're building anything with Flutter and you're building anything with render object, come say hi to me on Twitter. And if you're building feeds or chats in your Flutter application, then check out Stream. We're doing some really interesting things with Flutter. We're not using render objects as yet, but we are going to be doing that very soon. So thank you all for having me today.
Thank you, Nash. Just one thing, what I want to say is that we are out of time for Q&A sections because your presentation was for 10 minutes longer. So I would like to ask you to join our chats on our platform and YouTube and just look through the question and answer directly. Okay?
That's no problem. Thank you,
Yeah,
Anna.
great.
Thank you for having me. Enjoy the rest of your conference, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us.
No problem.
So, Adby, it looks like you're finally free for today.
It was really nice.
So thank you for joining us. It was really amazing.
Thank you for inviting me, for the opportunity to moderate and to talk. Yeah. So
hope to see you on our next Flutter event, I think. It's like a tradition for you to be with us.
so I hope so, and see you soon. Thank
See
you.
you soon. Yes, now it's time to switch to another our speaker for today, and I would like to ask to join this stage our first girl speaker for today. Hi, Daria.
Hi.
Finally, we have females. Like we had some girls on the discussion panel, but still, it's not the same. Like, like to have proper speech. So, thank you for joining us. I think that you will tell more about yourself in your presentation. So, I will not take your time so long. I just want to tell that Daria is an Android developer, Flutter developer in Chile Labs, and she will tell us more about. Power of Flutter, with Firebase. So thank you. The stage is yours. 30 minutes for talk is yours, and then 10 minutes for a Q&A section.
Great. Okay, let's go. Hi, everyone. Anna, can you please show my presentation? Thank you. I'm really happy to see you all here at my talk, and I'm really happy to be a part of Flutter Global Summit. So today I will tell you about how we build Crochet app with Flutter and Firebase. Almost with only Flutter and Firebase, but on that I will also elaborate. So who am I? My name is Daria Tretiakova, and I am a native Android and Flutter developer at a company based in Latvia called Chile. And I've been working on Android for the last 6 years, but to be honest, the last year and a half, I think, were my full-time Flutter. And at Chile, we make mobile apps. This is our specialty, and we started out with native apps, as probably all of the mobile studios, and we kind of ignored cross-platform until one day Flutter showed up and changed everything. We create products for clients, and currently about 80% of our projects in development are Flutter and not native, and we have about 10 apps in stores already. And today I will tell you about one of them. So the agenda for today is we will discuss for which use cases serverless is an option. And by serverless, I mean it's more in a logical sense, as in app that doesn't require a custom server, but it also assumes such things as backend as service, as is Firebase. Then, of course, we will talk about what is Firebase and why Firebase, what is Kashyap app, and how we built it with Flutter and Firebase. And then I will answer your questions. And just to set the goal and the expectations for the presentation, this will not be a tutorial because 30 minutes is not enough for the tutorial to cover all of the topics that I'm going to tell you about. It is more of an overview, showcase of things that Firebase provides for Flutter, and not only for Flutter, that you can use in your own apps, in your client apps, and basically, yeah. So this is like a demo, and then you just pick what suits you or what doesn't suit you. Okay, so how many times had this happened to you? Because to me, this happened like a lot of times. You've got this idea for the next big thing, like the next Facebook app or the next Clubhouse app or anything really popular. And I'm talking about mostly apps because I'm an app developer and I think only about apps. So yeah, but basically, so you have this idea and you're really motivated to start to create this project. And then you start thinking that you actually need backend for that too. You'll probably need some kind of front-end solution for either a landing page or maybe the admin panel to manage the data for your app. And then you also need to manage all of this and then to host all of those things. And this just turns out to be a bunch of like a lot of resources spent, a lot of time and a lot of money. So basically what happens then to the idea, it just gets buried in the idea graveyard. I personally have like a big one of those already, especially when I was a beginner and all I knew was native Android. Basically, all of my ideas went there because I didn't think I was capable to do anything besides an Android app. But is the startup and the great idea world reserved only for people or companies with a lot of spare resources? Like, do regular people like me have no way to check out their ideas without basically robbing a bank and hiring a team of other people? And well, since you're here, you know that the answer is, of course, no, no, and no. So what is important that maybe in your head, your idea is actually the next big thing. And maybe in the real world, it really is too. But maybe it's not. And if you have spent this like a lot of resources into checking out this idea, and then it's turned out that it's not worth it, the people don't really need it, or it doesn't work as you have expected it, then it will be pretty frustrating, right? Yeah, I guess so. So basically, here is where the idea of idea validation or MVP comes up. So you create a minimal viable product, you check that the idea itself is valid, that people need it, people are interested in it, and then you continue working on making it like full-scale app, full-scale product, you iterate, you create something really big, great. And if not, if it turned out to be, then you just drop it and you move on to the next thing without wasting a lot of resources. And a combination that I found out works amazingly exactly for this and allows you to prototype fast is Flutter plus Firebase. And to be honest, it can sometimes be enough, not just for an MVP, but for the actual product itself. And Kashyap app is an example of that. Okay, so what is Firebase? Basically, Firebase is a bunch of services, like a big service that is now currently owned by Google. And it provides a lot of different features, not only as backend as service, which we use it for Kashyap app, but also some individual features like push notifications, app distribution, Crashlytics, analytics, testing. Basically, you can use it for a lot of things. And what I think is important when you commit to using some service as backend is that you're going to use it regularly and that it has to look nice. It has to be comfortable to use. The UI and the UX should be great. And Firebase, besides all of the actual features that we need, covers that too. So yeah, you can see an example of the console, and it's really easy and intuitive to use. Okay, and what is exactly Crochet App? So Crochet App is an app, surprise, for crocheters. So crocheting is basically you take yarns and you take hooks and you do some magic with your hands, and then you have some nice product like a toy or maybe a scarf or something like it's your fantasy. So what we did and how crocheters work is that they have their patterns like a list. It can be a PDF file or maybe a magazine or something with a lot of instructions, rows basically that they need to crochet and that they need to count in order to keep up, like to know what they're doing. And since that is really complicated and it's really doesn't really scale because the more complicated the toy, the more complicated instructions, we came up with UI with an app that actually showcases those instructions in a really nice UI and UX way. So basically, we have a list of instructions of different toys, currently toys, but there will be more types of patterns. But yeah, currently we focus on toys, which users can automatically track their progress, track where they are, what they have left, and so on and so forth. And also the other things that they need to manage for their crocheting is that their tools, that they need to keep track of their yarns and their hooks and all of those things. And also because we don't have all of the patterns in the world, users still need the somewhere to store their PDF project and use the row counter feature. And we have that for them too. And because some features are really complicated and we want to monetize in some way, we have a premium subscription for the users that has some features under the paywall. Okay, and now we're here. And what I wanted to mention is that Crochet App actually is a personal project of our CEO. So it's not funded by the company, not funded by some rich client or anything like that. So it is the idea, the pet project, the resources of one single person. So resource management, both in time and money, is something that we always had to keep in mind. So all of the solutions were like really go with MVP and then iterate and so on and so forth. So I don't think it really gets much simpler or less in resources than what we have. So the first choice, of course, was how to eliminate native, and it wasn't really a choice. We just went with Flutter because we already had Flutter experience, and Flutter showed itself as really good technology. So that's why it's step 0, and also because we're software developers, we start counting with 0. Yeah, so we just went with Flutter without actually discussions. Also, I wanted to mention that I will be probably talking pretty fast. I'm sorry if that is the case, because I have a lot of things to showcase, and I will give the link to my slides also in the chat, so you can maybe see code examples for yourself if you need to. But the Firebase actually has really good documentation itself, and there are also really great tutorials on Firebase features on Medium and other resources. So the internet will definitely cover you if you want to dive deeper into some Firebase feature. Okay, so back to creating our app. And the first thing that most of the apps need is authentication to authenticate their users, because we have data that the users need to store, their yarns and their hooks. And because we have our remote patterns that we can't just hard code in the app, because if we add a new pattern, then we basically need to release a new version of the app, and this doesn't really scale at all. So what we needed was, some way to remotely have those users and the data accessible to them. And because authentication on the server side is usually complicated, you need to think about how to handle those users, their password, their session, the tokens, and all of this stuff. And we don't have a server, so to eliminate all of this hustle, we have Firebase authentication. And Firebase authentication is basically one of the Firebase features and an abstraction that allows you to select from multiple providers, like social networks, Google, Facebook, Twitter, I think Apple, and all of those, like many providers, as well as the regular registration with password and email, and with phone number and phone confirmation. And basically what you can see on the screen is the example of how selecting the providers look in Firebase. You just select the providers that you need, you enable them, and you configure them in the respective providers consoles, like Google Cloud Console. And then when the users sign in, you can see all of your users also in a nice UI UX friendly table. You can search them, you can add new users, you can see which social networks they have already added to their account, and so on and so forth. And from the code perspective, what you need for dependencies is for every Firebase dependency, and basically you need to set up a Firebase project, you need a Firebase core dependency, and you also need Firebase out for authentication. And then as many libraries as you need social network methods for. In our case, it's Google, Facebook, and Apple. And as you can see from code, it's really simple. It's basically just, it does basically what you read it does. You say Firebase out instance, create with email and password, and you pass the email and password, and you have a user credentials, like the user ID and all of those things are returned to you, not their password. You don't really have access to that. And signing the user out, registering the user, it also looks really simple, one-liners. And a bit more complex is to sign in with some social network, but that depends on the social network API, and still it's pretty comprehensible and not that hard to implement. Okay, now that we have our users authenticated, we need to actually show them some data, right? And save their data too. And because the data is user-specific, some of the data is user-specific, we need to control the access to this data so that only specific users have the specific accesses. And once again, this is a lot of hustle on the backend side if you would need to implement it on the real backend, real server. But Firebase has two solutions for that, and these are Firebase real-time database or Firebase Firestore database. I think it's called Firestore database right now. They have changed the name. And what is important about those two database solutions is that they are both NoSQL solutions. So if you note that your remote data will be really complicated and relational, then maybe you need to consider some other solution and not a NoSQL database. But if you're if you can handle a NoSQL database, some simple data, then you're good to go. And we went with Firebase real-time database because at the time we had experience with that too, and it seemed a bit more simple. But actually, I think for most cases now you would pretty much go with Cloud Firestore too. There are some differences, and such as Firebase real-time database is a JSON structured tree, and the Cloud Firestore is like documents. They're special format documents. They don't have like that much of a structure. And if you need to do a lot of queries, a lot of searching, a lot of those things, then you would probably go with Cloud Firestore because it has more options to do that. And Google Firebase documentation has a little test with like 5 or 6 questions with how you will use your data to allow you to choose from one of those 2 databases. Okay. And basically, this is a little example of how a database looks in our case. On the right, you can see the JSON structure of some of the fields that we have in the app. And on the left, you can see an example. It's like, it's not the full rules, of course. This is just an example of how you can check if the user is authenticated, and he can only read this data only if he is authenticated. And you can scale those rules all the ways that you need. They can be more complex and so on and so forth. So that's up to you and up to your use case. And yeah, a little bit of code. One more dependency is Firebase database. And as you can see, the 2 most common actions is the get and the set object. And yeah, the API is also self-explanatory. You get the node that you need to set the data, or from which one you need to get the data, and then you just do some mapping. So the mapping is probably the most complex thing, but that depends on your data, and it's also really doable too. Okay, great. Now that we have some data to show to our users and we have them authenticated, then we also probably want to make them pay. Like, we're a business, we do this for a reason. So we have premium subscriptions. And usually handling in-app subscriptions is a pain because of all of those validations and all of those payment statuses and so on and so forth. And this is where the part that I mentioned at the start, the almost only Firebase and Flutter comes in, because for premium subscriptions, we use an SDK called RevenueCat. And I just want to say, I'm not sponsored or not affiliated with anyone from my presentation. I genuinely use and like the services, and I found them by Googling. So yeah, no connections there. And I really want to say that RevenueCat really saved us on the part of implementing subscriptions, because we use Flutter, so we have iOS and Android. And RevenueCat basically just takes away all of the hustle of implementing your subscriptions, and also abstracts away the type of subscription, so that in your app you just basically check that you have, for example, for a monthly, and you don't really care whether it comes from either from App Store or from Google Play. On the screenshot, you can see this is like a basic example with no real data, but the console of RevenueCat looks like this. And what is important is that RevenueCat is a free SDK. It is free until you earn, I think, $10,000 a month, and then I think they changed their payment types, but I don't remember all of the prices. But previously, it was like $100 per 10,000 revenue, which is, I think, really fair and really manageable. And up until $10,000, it's absolutely free. And I think that's really great, because it takes away really a lot of the hustle of implementing subscriptions. And it took, I don't know, if you take away all of the configurations in the actual Google Play console and App Store consoles, then it's like 4 hours or something like that. Yeah, and code-wise, as you can see, there's also, I forgot to mention about the Firebase part, because we need to restore those purchases. If, for example, the user logged into the app from another device, then because he's authenticated with Firebase, and because Firebase authentication works with RevenueCat, or actually RevenueCat works with Firebase authentication, there is nothing else for us to do. So we basically just authenticate the user, and if he has the subscription for this account, then he is using his subscription on his other phone. And from code-wise, you can see it also like basically 1-2 liners. Of course, there are edge cases that you may want to handle. Of course, there are error cases that you may want to handle, but I'm not going to show like all of this code here. But for some basic actions, like identifying the users, getting user purchases and purchasing subscription, the code is also self-explanatory and really simple. And also, RevenueCat has the best SDK. Even if you don't use RevenueCat as SDK, their documentation on how to handle Google Play Store and App Store Connect is even better than actual Google and Apple documentation. Okay, now that we have our users subscribed and we want to give them something more, so we came up with a feature that allows to synchronize their PDF files, because PDF files can be heavy, and because users have progress on them, we allow the users to synchronize those files with cloud. So if they, for example, lose their phone, or their phone gets stolen or something like this, life happens, they don't need to worry about progress on their own project, on their own PDF projects, because they are saved to our cloud. And we also need to make sure that the user files are only accessed by the respective users. So access rules are also an important thing to consider, right? And of course, that was obvious that we have a solution for that from Firebase, and that is cloud storage from Firebase. And this is like really, really amazing service function, because it takes like really all of the hustle. I worked with other file uploaders previously for different apps, for different use cases, and I don't think it gets more simple than Firebase cloud storage. As you can see on the screenshot, Also wanted to mention that access rules have the same system as the real-time database. So they're like literally the same. So you configure those accesses the same way. And from dependencies, you need to add one more, the storage one, and of course the out, because you need to authenticate the users. And code examples are really simple. You get the reference and you do your thing. You put file, you delete file, and you get the download URL. And in console, it looks somewhat like this, like with all of your files, your folders, and so on and so forth. Also really nice UI and UX, as already mentioned multiple times for Firebase. Okay, and the last big thing, but definitely not the least, is that to create those patterns, we needed some kind of graphical user interface because patterns are complex, and at the beginning in their raw form, they come in Excel files, and then there's also pictures needed to be added, yarns, hooks, a lot of information that you can't just easily transfer from an Excel file to JSON model. So yeah, we really needed some graphical solution for that, and we came up with the design of a web admin panel. And of course, the access also needed to be controlled, so only the admins can log into this admin panel, and only those admins can upload those patterns. And the graphical interface also needed to be really comfortable to use, so that you can create those patterns quickly and easily and with as less hustle as possible. So this was kind of a challenge to come up with this interface itself. And another challenge was that at the time of the creation, Flutter Web was in beta, and it had its problems with it being in beta, but nothing as much as we didn't find workarounds. Like, one of the problems was, and I'm not sure if it still is, but I think is that there isn't an official Flutter support of Flutter Web in the real-time database Firebase plugin. So there are unofficial ones, and there are also some other versions, so that you still won't be left with nothing. You can still add that database to your a Flutter Web app, but you need to do a little bit more frictions. But even when Flutter Web was in beta, it was still really great experience, because previously I had a little bit of experience on web with Ruby on Rails. Yeah, that's like a second of silence in here, because I absolutely hated it. Probably because I didn't know how to do it properly, and because I kind of knew how to do Flutter properly. It was actually, I enjoyed creating the admin panel, and because a lot of the widgets were reused from the app itself. In the perfect world, you can actually even make this web app as a different module in your same Git project. Or just project of your Flutter app, but it isn't our case, so they're different projects, but there was a lot of copy paste, and so basically the development was really fast and speedy. And yeah, and we connected it to Firebase, and basically this did cover our use case. Now the patterns are created pretty much easily. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, pretty much easily. And yeah, so we have this. The next thing is that you can't really just host this locally, because the creators of the patterns are not developers. They don't have Android Studio from which they can run Flutter Web, right? So we need to host it somewhere. And that where another Firebase feature comes up called Firebase Hosting. And it is literally a lifesaver, because I've also previously hosted websites, and it usually kind of a hustle. And especially with the security stuff and the domains. But with Firebase, basically with the Firebase hosting feature, all you have to do is you build your Flutter build web, you just build your project, and then you deploy it actually with two word Firebase deploy, and because you have already connected your project to Firebase with those Firebase JSON configuration files, it just yeah, it just does exactly that. It deploys your product, and it's already using the encryption protocol, so it HTTPS, and you also have your like crochet app something domain. And if it's a landing page that actually needs to be shown to the users, you can add your domain names too. So that's not really a problem. But in our case, it's for internal use, so we didn't need any custom domains. And it just works out like that out of the box, and it's really, really comfortable. I think if you need to test out like the website and give it to someone, this is really the easiest way to do it right now. Yeah, so this way we have like an app with user authentication with remote data, as well as the read data are patterns, and the write data, the user yarns and hooks. And we have paid subscriptions, and we have file storage and upload, and we have an admin panel, web-based admin panel, and it's also hosted and available for use. And that's all just using Flutter, Firebase, and of course, RevenueCat too. And if that's not enough, Firebase has more features, such as remote config, app distribution, Crashlytics, cloud messaging, analytics. So I think these are the features that most of the mobile developers have heard of previously, because I don't know if there are apps that don't really use Crashlytics. I think it's really popular feature. And also push notifications with Firebase cloud messaging, and also deep links called the dynamic links, which allow you to, if the user follows the link and he doesn't have the app installed, then he is led to the Play Store or App Store, downloads the app, opens the app, and the deep links open. So it's like works like magic. Firebase Analytics, as I already said, or remote config, that you can turn on and off some of the, for example, promos for your app that you want to show for some regions, or you want to show at the specific time of the year or something, which you can just control with like Boolean flags from the remote config. And yeah, there are many other features that didn't even get to the runner-up list, but these are the ones I have personally used myself. So the key takeaways from my presentation is that ideas can and should be validated with as less resources as possible. They don't always, and most of the time, they don't need to go to the idea graveyard. They can and should be checked, and maybe you will create the next big thing like Facebook or Clubhouse or whatever is popular now. And Flutter and Firebase are great tools for doing just that, for launching MVPs, prototyping, and also sometimes for full-scale apps. And you can like prototype with Firebase, and then you can switch from Firebase to your own backend solution. And if you do your architecture correctly, then it won't be even much of a hassle. But still, it's not a silver bullet. Like serverless doesn't work for all of the apps. So you need to consider like your database, what you need to do or going to do with the users, and so on and so forth. Yeah, I'm kind of out of breath here. And yeah, also keep in mind that Firebase isn't the only backend service provider. There are others like Amazon and also other open source products, but Firebase is backed up by Google and it works really nicely with Flutter. So I advise to use that if you want to try it out. But you can try others too. And yeah, start your product with MVPs, and don't forget to have fun and explore in the process. So thank you for your attention, and I'm ready to answer your questions.
Hi here. Yeah, we have some questions, but I think it's time to present our moderators. It is waiting here in backstage. So Maureen, I led you to the stage, and she will manage your questions and everything. So your talk was really good. So I hope we will also hear some questions here. So Maureen, that's your stage.
Thank you so much, Daja, for the wonderful presentation. It was engaging. It was short, and it was easy to know what the presentation is all about. So we have a few questions, so I'll share with you. So one question is, what are the best tips for efficient data modeling?
Well, I don't think I have like tips out of box. Basically, it really depends on your use case. I think the less layering, like the inside layering, the less the layers, the best, because then you don't need to like unwrap all of those models. So keeping them as flat as possible would be probably something I would advise to do. But it depends. It really depends. There isn't a silver bullet for that too.
Thank you so much for that. There's another question also. So someone is asking, is Firebase free for production app or free just for developers? What insights do you have concerning that?
Yeah, Firebase has two tiers. There is a free tier for everyone, doesn't matter development or like production or anything, and a Blaze plan. And Blaze plan is good because it's like you pay as you go. So example, if you have 10,000 users, you pay one price, and then 1,000,000 users another price. But for Crochet app, we are still on the free tier. We have more than 10,000 authentications and all of the respective user data, and we still are on the free tier. So I think for like small and medium scale sizes apps, the price is either free or like really, really low. But it again depends on how you model your data. So you need to consider all of those things because they usually price for the downloads and the reading and so on and so forth. So yeah, but it doesn't matter production or development. It just matters on the amount used.
All right, thank you for that. There's another question, last but not least. Would you also recommend Firebase as a backend for data-intensive apps such as TikTok or Instagram, such kind of apps?
I wouldn't recommend neither Flutter or a Firebase for such apps because they're really intensive in the terms of working with photos and videos natively, and it's really hard to do it on the cross-platform. We actually have such experience, and Flutter didn't really show itself as perfect, and Firebase also definitely not, because there's a lot of user interaction, and there's definitely going to be a lot of data, a lot of actual like file data, and you will run into big pricing pretty fast. So no, I don't think this is a good idea for such apps.
So what other options would you advise someone, or would you recommend to anyone in case of such a situation?
I'd recommend to actually go native and go with a custom backend server.
All right.
I don't know the specific server. Like we use, for example, a Golang for our backends, but I guess it depends.
All right. Thank you so much for that. So there's one last question. Have you worked with Firestore offline functionality where data gets cached on the device? So if so, can you recommend it to have a full offline available app?
I haven't much worked with the Firestore, but I have worked a bit with the real-time database, and it's offline mode too, because we have a way of synchronizing things, and if your app is offline, when you try to synchronize something, it just caches it, and then whenever the app goes online, it just uploads whatever you need. So, and it didn't really show us any problems with that. But because I'm a developer and I prefer to be careful, I also do my own backups in those cases, because some data can be corrupted and they can't really only rely on the third-party SDK. But I think Firestore has even more better offline support for that, and probably you would need to test it out. But I think, yeah, they do say that it's something they can do. I mean, Firebase says that.
All right. Thank you so much for the wonderful feedback regarding that. That was the last question we had. And thank you for your presentation. It was a great one.
Thank you for having me, and have a good conference. Continue.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Yeah, I think that we Can you hear me? Yeah. I think it's a time to have one small announcement, and then we will have break for 10 minutes. So I hope at least now you will be able to have some coffee and tea, because last time it was only 6 minutes. So I have a small announcement about our upcoming event. So dear Geekle community, we are glad to announce our next flash prize for today is the QA Global Summit Volume 2. So QA community is our most numerous, and the event in April gathered more than 14,000 users. Can you imagine it? So this time we have new amazing speakers from Amazon, Facebook, Microsoft, IBM, and many more. So what you can do now? Now you can buy one ticket and get two, and share that one with your friend. So scan please QR code, and we'll see you on our next QA Global Summit Volume 2. Thank you, and now we have some break for 10 minutes.